The way we approach the game right now seems pretty solid. The more practice we get in, the stronger we get.
We are starting to feel more synchronized. We have definitely learned a lot. We are starting to get better and better.
We win together and we lose together, as any team would. We still believe that we can be up there if we put the work into it.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the European League Championship Series, broadcasting live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany. I'm Joe Miller here with Martin Deficio Lunga as we continue our coverage of Week 3 in the summer split.
And it's hard to believe that we are now a quarter into what turns into be an absolutely amazing split. And as the teams, they continue just to fight for positions in the standings, so every single game counts.
It does indeed. But before we get into today's matches, let's highlight some of the action from yesterday. First up, Alliance continue their dominance over the league and are now on a 5-game winning streak. Their performance yesterday was bolstered by the ever-reliable Froggen, who pulled out his Anivia and went 9-5-29 against Ro8.
And then we had the Super Hot Crew vs Fnatic game, and it was the longest game in the 2014 EULCS. And Selfie, he also had the Summer Split CS record with 625 CS. And speaking of the Super Hot Crew, they just look stronger and stronger, and with the win over Fnatic, they secured themselves a 3-game win streak. And we will see today if they have what it takes to stay up there with the big boys as they take on Alliance.
And the Super Hot Crew also versus Fnatic game brought us your #1 hashtag LCS big play. This one came from @Ali and said, "The flash from We Will Failure to avoid Nami's tidal wave was just awesome." This is your most talked about moment from yesterday's European LCS. Good spear onto Mr. Roz as well. There's the ultimate coming out of Impaler. The wave comes through. It was flashed by We Will Failure, who gets the hook and the play, and they lock up Reckless.
I love the fact he likes to do these flash hooks in team fights, and if it lands, you can win the fight for your team. If you miss it, however, you kind of look a little bit weird, but it happens, he tries, and I really like the way he flashes the wave there and just sets everything up. Of course, though, we want to hear from you guys, so remember to tell us your favorite plays of the day by sending a tweet to @LolEsports with the hashtag LCS Big Plays.
So let's take a quick look then at the current standings. Alliance remain at the top of the table at 6 wins and 1 loss and are on a 5-game winning streak, as I mentioned before. And the teams in the middle of the table remain tied up until we get to the bottom of the pack, where Ro8 is bringing up the rear on the heels of a 5-game losing streak at 1 win and 6 losses. But, of course, that may all change here today as we kick things off with Gambit versus SK Gaming, and then Millennium take on the Copenhagen Wolves.
Then the Super Hot crew will face Alliance, followed by Fnatic versus Ro8. After that, the European Challenger Series quarterfinals will continue as H2K Gaming take on SK Gaming Prime, with Freak and Serene giving us the play-by-play.
And for more information about the schedule, teams, players, and fancy LCS, head over to lolesports.com where you can follow the teams on the road to the Summoners Cup.
And you can even vote on today's matchups. Just give a thumbs up to the team you think will win on the schedule, and we'll check in before each game to see how you voted.
And for details about joining us here in our Cologne studio to watch the LCS live, just click on tickets at the top of the page. All easy peasy. Get yourself along here to the studio. But now, guys, it's time to turn the tables and for you to drop some knowledge on us. Hop on Twitter and let us know who is the biggest playmaker in the European LCS and why.
Personally, I have to say Shook. I think he's setting up so many plays for Alliance, and then with Nif, of course, they always seem to have the synergy to just kick someone into Nif, and he just hooks them or stuns them and kills them for Alliance here. So I like the way he plays, and I think many people are actually going to vote for him. Of course, though, we actually want to hear your answers, weird enough. So send them to us at LoLesports with the hashtag LCS, and we'll, of course, read our favorite responses later in the show.
But before we get to our first match, every player remembers their first pentakill, except Official, because he's never got one, and the pros are no different. From Candy Panda's single-handed ace in the Season 1 finals at DreamHack to Genja's at the end of the spring split, the penta is always an epic moment.
But having a kill is something ordinary, everyone has said, but having 5 kills, one team in a row, is a big deal.
I haven't had any pentakills in competitive yet.
Well, I had the pentakill in solo queue, but not in an official match.
I almost got pentakill in the promotion game against SK.
A quadra kill for Mimer! Will they give it to him? What? They tried to leave him for the kill, but they left him for dead! Mundo goes where he pleases and denies the pentakill.
Being a top player now, it's hard to get pentakills.
To get a pentakill in a real game at the LCS stage, it's quite special.
The first pentakill I had was like DreamHack all the way back 3 years ago. It was the Season 1 final, it's a good feeling. It was the first pentakill in competitive league.
So much easier to do pentakill on AD carry when you're like super fed and no one touched you.
I think it's more flashy when there's something with resets that's trying to do it, like having a Kha'Zix jumping around, picking up kill after kill after kill.
Froggen's really under pressure. Legendary Alex finds 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it going to be 5? And it is the pentakill. Pentakill for Alex Edge.
Pentakill I remember the most in the first split of LCS, and Bergson got a pentakill against us with Syndra.
Corellius and Freddy are the only 2 men left alive here. Can he get the pentakill here? Bjergsen chasing down. Pentakill coming in for Bjergsen.
Yeah, I just remember Genja from last season in the playoffs.
It's a triple kill. He's going to go towards it. Forgiven goes down into Quadra. Can they get the penta on Jurgen? One more shot. It's the pentakill again.
I think people are going to be surprised how the feeling is.
Это очень круто, это как Жан-Клод Ван Дам, всех убиваешь.
Something really special, and then those moments that are awesome.
You feel really great when you pentakill. You just feel you're carrying the team.
The fans go always crazy if you get pentakills and stuff.
Something that just happens in that moment and you feel like, wow, did I really just do that?
And while I gave you the abuse for not getting a pentakill, you did set up Bjergsen's last kill in that penta.
I will have to admit, I actually tried to take the kill, but I failed.
Well, all for you. Good little video there. And always special when we see the pentakills get in the game. So, guys, let's get started. It's Gambit versus SK Gaming. The teams are coming into this one with a 2-2 head-to-head from the spring split, but with Gambit so far leading here in the summer split. But I want to focus on Gambit's win last night against the Copenhagen Wolves that started out with some very interesting map movements out of the Russians.
It was one of the first times I've actually seen 2 people go mid lane when it wasn't the dual lane or the bot lane, of course, going up there. It was, in fact, Darian on KL and Nick on Ziggs, who went 2 mid against Kauton on Lulu, simply just to try and deny him a lot of farm. And Darian, he didn't actually go for any CS, so Nick got quite a big lead. Kauton fell behind. Darian, of course, also fell very far behind, but because Nick got so much farm, he could actually carry the team together with Genja.
Yeah, Genja showed us once again yesterday that he's capable of carrying Gambit to victories with a phenomenal match on Lucian.
Yeah, first of all, he led the Fantasy League, of course, with 37 points. That's pretty much fantastic just for Genji there. Yeah. Second of all, he built the last Whisper again, and he's really doing work for Gambit here. He's actually really stepped up as one of the main carries now that Alex is gone. Oftentimes it was Alex or Diamond who had to carry the games. Now Genji is really stepping up here, and he's actually playing really well. Talking about Gambit and winning though, we have to highlight the fact that when they actually win the games, it's not the prettiest games they're actually winning here. They have the lowest KDA in the entire league as a team, even though they have won 3 games now and lost 4. So it's a bit weird. They obviously need to step it up. We know, of course, Darren in the top lane gives up quite a few deaths here. His KDA is pretty low, but still, they have a few things to work on here before we can really say Gambit is looking good.
Well, on the other side, SK Gaming took on Millennium, and it wasn't a pretty affair, really, starting even in picks and bans as they let Kassadin get into the hands of Jesus.
Yeah, so Millennium have actually had a few games now where they leave Kassadin open and just give it straight up to the other team and feel like they can counter it. So Jesus got his pretty much a free game here. He got the Kassadin. We know he likes to roam whenever he has the chance to do it. Kassadin is the perfect champion to actually roam around on. He even killed Kerb in the mid lane one-on-one, then went up top lane, picked up a double kill, and from there on he was just unstoppable. And SK Gaming, they once again showed the ability to really snowball games. And it's something they do so well. We always talk about how once they do well in the early game, they just take full control of the map, move so well between the lanes, and just give you 0 chance of actually coming back in the game. And they did it again yesterday. And we just have to say, Alliance and SK Gaming at the moment are the clear top 2 teams in Europe. And it's weird to say it, because normally we have all these tiebreakers all the time, but now we actually have 2 top teams.
Super Crew might have something to say about that a little bit later on into the day, but for now we're going to check out the starting lineups on the blue side with Gambit Gaming. There, of course, Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane, and the duo of Genja and Edward.
And on the red side, we have SK Gaming. Freddy is in the top lane, Svensson in the jungle, Jesus as the mid laner, Candy Panda, of course, as the AD carry, and N-Rated on support.
So let's check in and see how you guys predicted this match will play out. According to your votes at lolesports.com, SK Gaming are going to come out with a victory. 67% of you voting for SK.
Again, they have to be the favorites. They're one of the top 2 teams here in Europe. Gambit, though, getting quite a lot of votes here, so people still believe they can actually pull it off. And I think if there is a team to upset here, Alliance and SK Gaming, could definitely be Gambit. You never know with them. All of a sudden, they just have a perfect game, and the next game, everything goes wrong.
And that's the thing with the rocky start to the season that Gambit had. Actually, their second game against SK Gaming was the one shining light for them.
Destroyed them early game. Completely destroyed them in the early game. Got so far ahead, just started grouping up, started team fighting. Lost actually a few team fights when it got into the mid game, so SK got back here. But still, they showed such a great early game. If they can do it again, they can win.
Well, game is going to get underway here, starting out with Champion Select. So let's figure out what exactly will be picked and banned in this one. First out of the gate will be Nidalee here. Gambit's first ban targeted straight in there at Jesus.
So want to remove it from Jesus, even though he's actually played quite a lot of champions here in the new split. So a little bit surprising for me, at least, with the ban here. But of course, Gambit clearly has a tactic in mind.
So Kassadin, red side ban. Some teams haven't been banning Kassadin away, but it's always a good move to make. On the other side, Twitch taken away here by Gambit. And funnily enough, we mentioned this before, that Genja, he always somehow seems to go back to AD carries that aren't loved by the other AD carries in the league.
It is a bit weird, and it's actually very annoying to play against, because you never know, okay, what should we ban something towards Genja? Does he just pick up Barrows or Caitlyn and just do the same thing he would have done on the Lucian anyhow? And that's the thing about Genja, you never know what he's gonna play or how he's gonna play.
On the other side, a Rise ban from SK Gaming towards Gambit. Now, this is not particularly a ban that we've been really seeing towards Gambit. In fact, Rise has not been banned at Gambit all the time, so this is obviously a little bit of insider knowledge that SK have.
Yeah, must have been scouting a little bit. Maybe they played against Gambit in scrims a week ago where there was a lot of Rise play from Gambit. Don't want to take any chances with it, therefore they feel like they have to ban it away. Also shows to me SK is very confident when going into this game here, and they know we can use this, we say, risky ban, which we don't even know if they want to play, because we feel like there's pretty much everything is gone now.
6 taken away as well by Gambit. Always an annoyance, especially in the hands of someone like Jesus, who's done well on it in the past. And also, the final ban for SK will be Kayle. Now, we saw yesterday Darian running the Kayle in the top lane. We've already seen Kayle in the mid lane for Gambit. In fact, it was Kayle in the mid lane for Nick the last time that Gambit beat SK.
So Gambit bans here with 2 mid laners, Nidalee and Ziggs, 2 of the champions Nick have played. and 2 of the champions he's really known for playing. Both banned away, of course, 2 mid champions as well. Maybe even the Rise could say 5 mid champions from SK Gaming over here. So we need to see if Gambit want to early pick a mid laner for Nick, or if they feel like he has enough in his champion pool. I mean, Yasuo is still open. Could be an option for both mid laners, of course.
Well, Jax is also still open here, and we're going to see that locked in as first choice for Gambit. Of course, we have already seen a couple of games on Jax for Darian, including the win against Fnatic in week 2 last week. But for SK Gaming, going to be locking in Lucian straight away, and also Lee Sin for the jungle for Svenska.
So got Lee Sin here. Many teams in Europe really favors Lee Sin as the #1 jungle pick, and also Lucian as the #1 in carry pick, so they can be very happy. Giving over the Jax, can now pick Shyvana, can pick Trundle into the Jax here. Maybe even Renekton if they want to do some early pressure on the lane here with Lee Sin. We've seen it before from SK, where Freddy plays Renekton, triple Doran's Blade, Svensson comes up and they just camp the lane and shut down the top laner.
So for Gambit, do they lock in their AD carry here? And will it be Caitlyn, a champion that's, as we said before, fell out of favour for most AD carries, except Genja, who still likes to bring onto the table. In fact, again, he picked up the Caitlyn against Fnatic in their win last week. See if that is going to be a choice for him. And also Lulu going to be taken by Gambit.
So Gambit here already with their first few picks, they're going to need some time to build up here. Caitlyn, of course, in the early game, the laning phase is very, very strong, but her mid game, that's where she really suffers, where she doesn't have the same amount of damage as a Lucian, and then she needs to get to the late game point where she starts getting the 4 or 5 items and can really start doing some damage. Of course, Jax wants to get 24s, Blade of the Ruin King before he can really start split pushing and become this monster. So Gambit here needs some time to build up the comp, and therefore we could see SK Gaming go very aggressive early on.
What are we going to see SK pick up here? Thresh will be locked in.
And that's one way to do it.
Incredibly strong lane, Lucian, Thresh, and also taking Renekton for the top lane here for Freddy122. Of course, he did play the Renekton against Millennium. He's also played it a couple more times throughout this summer split as well.
And again, as I talked about before, SK Gaming, they love this Renekton Lee Sin comp, and they have so much early pressure, especially on the top side of the map. And you often actually see Svenskeren going to the enemy jungle because he knows Freddy will push the lane up, he will be able to come down and help me if something should happen early on here. And therefore, SK Gaming tries to start a few fights, and because they have Renekton, because they have Lee Sin, they will be stronger in the early game.
So what will Gambit then finish off with? Looking for a jungler and support pick. Gragas being a champion that we've been seeing for Edward in the support role. They were hovering over Fiora, which I doubt will be picked up. The Evelyn open here is a more likely choice with Lee Sin already gone for Diamond.
Very famous jungler for Diamond procs here. Really, really good Evelyn player. A lot of early game pressure, of course. We always talk about how you need to fix up your wards when you're against Evelyn. Either you need pink wards, so you need to ward in the enemy jungle on the camps, so you can actually see her cleared when she pops out of stealth. And of course the Gragas support here for Edward, which is a very, very strong pick. Was actually banned yesterday by Copenhagen Wolves. Didn't want to deal with it. So laning phase with this Caitlyn and this Gragas in the bot lane here, Gambit are looking very, very strong.
If I remember back, SK Gaming suffered in that bottom lane the last time they played against Gambit. The damage coming out of Edward and Genja in that one was a problem for them. Final pick for SK Gaming was Orianna for the mid lane for Jesus.
I like this because you want some late game scaling as well, where Orianna fits in perfectly. When you have Renekton and Lee Sin, these early game power champions who won't scale well into the late game, you need something else. Of course, Jesus now with Orianna in his mid lane here. Very strong team fight comp actually from SK, but they can also look for some early pressure with this Renekton here, and they have to do it because if they let Jax farm and get to his late game point, then he will be able to beat Renekton and just split push all day long.
Scary times if Jax gets going. But guys, now that the players have selected their teams, who do you think has the better composition? Send a tweet to @LOLesports with the hashtag GMBwin or the hashtag SKWin, and we'll check out the results shortly. See if those votes have swung a little bit more in favor over to Gambit, getting themselves, for example, that Jax in the top lane, which, although we talk about Darian dying quite a few times, in fact, the first time he played Jax, he died 9 times in one game. It's still a Jax, and if he gets going and gets late enough into the game, he's always going to be a threat.
And Darian, he normally doesn't even care about dying as long as he can get some farm. So he should be able to get to the point where he gets the Blade, gets the Trinity Force, and then Aranduin's Omen, and can really start to duel Renekton and just actually destroy him. And then, of course, we need to look at the mid lane as well. Jess is on Orianna against a Lulu. Should actually favor Jess early on.
Well, we're going to find out exactly which way this game goes as Gambit take on SK Gaming for the second time here in the summer split. Will SK be able to bring the head-to-head back to 1-1 here? Gambit recorded their first win of the season against SK. We'll see if they can do that for a second time as we move into the early stages.
So early on here, no extra wards from any of the support. Sometimes when there's an Evelyn, you actually see the support from the other team starting with some green wards and of course with a pink ward, so you can try and spot her early on. In Ro8 though went with the relic shield, so just the trinket wards for the teams and of course the sweeping lens on to Edward. Let's see if Gambit want to move in to the jungle of SK and try and remove a ward, place their own, maybe try and force a lane swap.
Well, currently we're seeing both teams spread completely across the map. Edward already spotting a ward going down there that was placed by N-Rated. And there's a vote actually really swinging it back in favor of Gambit.
Well, again, we talked about how Gambit's combo, if they get to this late game point, is very, very strong. And we talked about how the bottom lane early in the laning phase also can be very, very strong. So there's definitely good tools here for Gambit. Of course, also Nick on Lulu. Just an overall very, very strong pick, and also works in all stages of the game because you bring so much utility and also your damage is actually okay, even also in the late game points.
What are Gambit planning here? Diamond has done a little bit of scouting out by the Tribush. They did spot the ward. Okay. So scanning in from that one.
No.
SK going to be spotted here.
They used the sweeping lens simply to try and deactivate the ward and then just move past it here, but SK actually managed to spot them anyhow and just backed away from this one. It's a bit of a weird level 1 here. SK just staying down this bottom lane. So Gambit knows, at least, they're going to get standard lanes. They can take the blue buff now. Of course, Svensson can run from his red buff to the enemy blue as soon as he's done here and therefore just trade buff for buff.
Trade coming in, however, that's going to leave Darian. Actually, he's going to be teleporting early on up towards this top lane, so he's going to be going straight against Freddy. A bit of a fearsome Renekton player, and these early levels could be somewhat of a trouble for Darian, although
good trade.
Starting off aggressive and indeed having a good trade there.
A very good trade, and we need to see with Svensson here if he wants to put a lot of focus on shutting down Darian up in his top lane, or they feel like Freddy can do it by himself and therefore Svensson can help the other lanes. He can set up with a lance and gank from N-Rated onto very aggressive Gragas down here in his bottom lane, because normally Edward, he really goes forward for these trades and therefore they can land a hook, Svensson can come in for the gank.
Freddy actually hitting level 2 a little quicker there than Darian, but couldn't return too much of the damage into is already going to be stunned up. That's good damage back from Genja, and Rated trying to keep the distance between them, but Diamond now moving on towards that middle lane. Jesus not got much mana to work with. There's the slow coming down. Jesus is going to have to flash over the wall. Diamond going to follow him. This is first blood coming in, and again we see the danger of the Evelyn.
Yeah, and great little lance from Nick actually landing onto Jesus. Diamond, he moved all the way around him, was unspotted and just popped out as soon as the slow landed. Easy pick up here. Flash was used, but still first spot and of course an assist over to Nick as well.
Start for Gambit. That means that they can hold Svensson in position here as well, because he needs to do a bit of defensive work on that middle lane, which means he's not going to be visiting anywhere else in the next couple of moments. But this bottom lane, already good damage, mainly from Gambit coming out onto SK.
Yeah, but up in the top lane here, Freddy pushed Darren all the way down to the tower, so now Diamond actually is moving up towards him here. Freddy needs to be careful, because once done from Darren, then Diamond with double buff can go onto him.
Freddy is really deep on this. Level 4 flash, of course, is available. Darian going to take a lot of damage there. There's a slice and dice and an instant flash from Freddy to get back and away from Diamond. You don't want to get that Eve going so fast with a couple of early kills.
No, but a very good start in Gambit. You're also forced to teleport now from Freddy because they pushed the wave into the tower, so he needs to teleport back. Svensson though, down his bottom lane, look for the lantern.
There is the lantern coming in. Flash as well. They managed to lock up Genja. He's going to flash away. The hook misses, but it doesn't matter. SK following through, and Svensson gets a kill back.
Great early start here for both junglers. Svensson knew how aggressive the Gambit bot lane were playing. Move down, lantern, beautiful flash from N-Rated as well. Let's just see one more there. Flashes with the lantern, so Svensson comes the entire way into Genja and just moves after him here. Nothing Genja can do at this point here. Once the flash play hits, you're dead.
And we saw the ward being used, and Svensson really showing his mastery of Lee Sin there to keep stuck on for the kill onto Genja. Diamond, meanwhile, is now back on this bottom side. A little bit late for him to be joining in, since Svensson already creating that kill. This mid lane, of course, did see first blood as Jesus went down. However, he is farming slightly better right now than Nick.
He's farming away for now. Should actually be slightly behind in XP though, but actually got the level here because, of course, the minions as well when Nick didn't actually get the first blood. So for now, still fairly even here, farming away. Diamond once again is nearby, and Nick, of course, got his level 5 just as the camera moved away.
I'm going to run through, and Diamond now on the counter jungle, possibly. No, just wanting to get himself a ward down there. And they know that there's a pink ward actually in the brush. That's just been pinged up on the top side of the map. They'll have seen Svenskeren now coming over the wall, and Diamond is going to come through to see if he can sneak it away. And he does manage to smite away that big Ray. Nicely done.
Very smart play here. The blue buff is actually not cleared, and hook once again, yeah.
But Edward moving forward from this one, going to body slam into the both of them. And a bit of damage will go back the way of SK, but certainly a good trade out of Candy Panda and Enrated. Edward's playing this one very, very aggressively. Flay coming out. Edward's going to have to back away. Good damage back over the Piltover Peacemaker from Genja. And that again will just be damage thrown from either side.
And this is really the way Edward plays this Gragas and why so many people don't want to play against it, because it's just in your face over and over. Lands the body slam, lands his barrel here, and just trades with you as many times as possible. So unless your jungler is there, it's hard to trade back, and it's what we just saw down this bottom lane here.
Svenskeren just going through onto that Rave camp. Actually will be spotted here. Diamond coming around. There's a pink ward inside of that brush, so they know that Svenskeren is actually hanging around, and he needs to be careful. There's Diamond just popping up and showing Svenskeren that he's not alone in the Gambit jungle.
And while we were looking at the fight down the bottom lane before, Diamond actually moved in to clear out the blue buff from Gambit, so it's very, very late. It's going to spawn about the 10-11 minute mark. So SK Gaming, I don't think they had any wards there, so didn't see him actually cleared, so they won't know. It means though Nick should get a delayed blue buff where Jesus can pick up the one that spawns at around 7 minutes.
And with their spotting a pink ward put down by SK, but needs to be a little bit careful. Nice little sidestep.
Oh, nice.
Sidesteps the hook as well.
He can dance.
And Rated not doing the best he could have possibly done there, but props to Edward for dodging both of those skill shots.
Yeah, very, very nice play here. Diamond was nearby in case something should have happened. Gambit for now though, just looking to push it out. Svenskeren again, want to set up this blue buff here. Let's see if Diamond wants to try and smite steal it.
Well, he is moving in now. However, Jesus will be around. He's got no vision inside of the brush, which is a real problem for him to be spotted before he gets close enough. Can't smite it away anyway, and that will be blue going over to Jesus.
So now blue buff onto Orianna versus their Lulu without the blue buff for at least a few minutes here. Is where Jesus needs to put a lot of pressure on the lane, and also we might see Svenskeren coming in to try and set up a gank or a counter gank if they expect Diamond to come in and try and shut down Jesus.
So Freddy's come back into that top lane now, just using his teleport to get there. Double Doran's played for the both of them, but Giant Spell on one side for Freddy, and the Chain Vest on the other. And Freddy popping his ultimate here, trying to get a bit of damage down onto Darien. Didn't really achieve what he was looking for there, I think.
No, and Darien actually done a pretty good job farming up here. Of course, Renekton, you expect to lose early game, and you of course expect the other team to put a lot of pressure onto your Jax. Actually still managed to do fairly well in farm. There's quite a lot he can pick up under the tower now where Freddy is trying to pressure him. Also, of course, due to the gank from Diamond coming up there, forcing the flash from Freddy, so he needs to play a little bit more careful.
So Svenskeren now going to come back into a lane. However, that's going to be
smart.
Possibly fruitless for them because Darien is miles away. He backed away to do his Y.
No, Freddy actually doesn't have his ulti, so it's going to be a bit risky for them to dive onto him, but they're going to push down the wave. Svenskeren actually, because Darien just walked away from the lane, as you just said, backed away though, but they want to put a lot of pressure on him. They really want to try and get a few kills onto Freddy so he can just become a beast into the mid-game.
Currently farming up with about 20 CS advantage over Darien, as you said, expected at this stage of things. Between the AD carries, still very level with Candy Panda having a slight lead, but look at this. Svenskeren once again going to be coming down. There's a lantern. They try and get in, but Enrated here needs to land the hook, and he does land it on towards Edward. Edward's ultimate goes completely the wrong direction. The culling coming through will be tanked up by the rest of the team. That was so close as Jesus and Nick now having a bit of an altercation here, but Nick will be able to get back into his brush and to safety.
And the Flay from Enrated actually missed this time here, so Svenskeren just jumped in. Nobody was nearby, and then Edward, I'm not sure if he hates Diamond or something, just threw his ultimate towards him in the face, missed everyone, but of course misplays happen. Now SK trying to at least start the Baron here, trying to bait out if there's any wards from Gambit's side.
only see the one. However, there is another one which is giving Gambit full vision over this dragon. The question is then, Diamond will risk moving around. He is going to come from the side. Genja has actually stuck back in lane. Do have vision of how low that dragon is, but N-Rated is basically zoning him out of that one, and SK will smite it down. That's the first dragon of the game going to them.
Yeah, so with Edward back in base, and of course Nick took a lot of damage in the trade with Jesus as well, SK knew they could start it up here. There could only be 2 members from Gambit to try and stop them, so they felt very confident. Of course, both top laners didn't have teleport either, so it was actually just a 2v4 for SK Gaming here. So very good move. Started by the gank, of course, from Svenskeren in the bot lane. Gave them a dragon.
Puts them in the lead in gold as well. About 1200 is the lead currently for SK Gaming, as Edward, with that pink ward from earlier that lost them a little bit of vision in the Death Brush, he'll just move up there and take that one out for free without anyone from SK trying to really stop him do that. This mid lane, the lead that Jesus had earlier on in CS continues. Again, about a 10 CS lead for him. Top lane remains about 20 as well. So overall things stay in as they were a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and of course, we need to remember again, Darien and Genja here in the mid game won't be able to do too much. Where of course the Renekton and now Orianna, when she gets all the farm here in the lane, can become a very, very strong team fighting force for SK Gaming. Of course, the Lucian as well, the AD carry here. So we need to see if SK wants to try and force something once we hit about the 20-minute mark. Want to try and set up a team fight and they win it, and then try and snowball the game. Ready though, he needs to be very careful.
Or not. Walks away from that one.
True.
Yeah, 2 Gambit players just going to head back
Better
up
safe than
into
sorry.
the lane and the jungle indeed. This bottom lane, that continues to be very level as well as the Hog's going to land on towards Edward. Here is Svenskeren moving in. He's landed the Q, so the barrel won't make a difference. And Svenskeren will take down Edward. Svenskeren making the plays once again here for SK.
And it's in the bottom lane again, because they get the lantern from N-Rated. They know Edward is very aggressive. And notice the way Svenskeren actually played this gank here. As soon as he landed the Q, he just waited back. He was waiting for the barrel from Edward. And then he jumped in as soon as it was used, so he didn't get hit by it, didn't get knocked too far away. Jumped in there, got the kill as well. So beautiful play once again by Svenskeren.
Both kills for SK with Svenskeren, both of them happening down in this bottom lane. Will that mean a turret here for Gambit? For SK Gaming. Gambit are trying to come over and protect this one. Actually, this is some good damage on towards N-Rated. Wild Growth is going to get popped in there, which will knock N-Rated up, and Nick will take that kill. A little bit too far up the lane, caught napping there somewhat, SK.
Yeah, should be able to get the mid tower though, so should be worth it here for SK Gaming. There's Nick on your screen, and now mid tower will be going down. SK Gaming actually really good response here.
Nice turret pick up for them, 2,000 gold as things settle down, and we're about to hit that 13-minute mark. Meanwhile, Darien and Freddy again knocking each other down to about half HP as Genja coming onto Candy Pan is going to get a lot of damage his way. Is he going to flash? No, he does have flash available, but decided not to follow through.
No ult onto Genji here. He used it before in the gang onto N-Rated. If he had it here, could actually have killed Candy Panda. No heal, of course.
Pink ward, though, will go down. So that's a bonus for Genja, if nothing else. 30 gold he takes from that. And Blue Buffs spawning in again. And again, of course, they will be given over to the mid lane. Jesus gets the first one. Nick already having his blue buff on there. Genja continuing to pressure here down bottom. As soon as N-Rated gets back into lane, down to half HP almost instantly.
Always doing a very, very good job in lane here with, of course, Caitlyn and Gragas. And this is even with all the gangs from SK Gaming onto this bottom lane. They still keep the pressure going. Of course, Genji as well ahead in farm actually compared to Candy Panda.
With that wave pushing up, that's going to signal a recall for Gambit. Already BF sorting for Genja. What's he going to come back with? Looks like he's moving straight up to the standard Bloodthirster start here for Caitlyn after picking up that Vamp Scepter as well. Other items to come in, both mid laners with Athene's Unholy Grail. Freddy, however, in the top lane has finished his Tiamat.
Yeah, so Tiamat for him, Cutlass over on the side of Darien. He has a both going for the standard 1 damage item in the start here, and then of course with Darien building some armor early on against Renekton. Will delay his 24s, but he's going to go for it later on the Jax, where Freddy most likely will just stick to either the Tiamat or the Hydra.
SK pushing down and taking that second turret away, and Darien here hiding in the brush from Freddy, and Freddy's like, I thought you'd recalled, but obviously not. Stun coming down, he walks out of range of the counter-strike, and not really too much happening on that position.
And Svenskeren staying around here, want to maybe try and get a few D-wards out. Can't go to Nick, of course. There's no tower, remember. Diamond is behind though.
It's going to be real bad for Jesus. There's a shockwave coming in. Jesus somehow still alive at the back. Will actually flash away. He's going to have to need to head south on that one. Svenskeren is going to do a lot of damage. Actually picking himself up a kill. And he wants to have a go at Nick from this one. He's flashing in there. The Q lands as well. And Svenskeren chasing him all day with the help of that red buff. There's not much he can do to get away. All of a sudden Candy Panda appears. But Svenskeren gets his 4th kill of the match.
Double kill for him. Very, very strong fight by him. And Jesus knowing they were stronger than Diamond and Nick at this point here. Pick up 2 kills. Now pushing down with all 4 members to this mid tower.
Not sure how they can really defend this one. Edward's got his ultimate, but that's all he's going to have here. And he does throw the ultimate out. That will knock them back for about 3 seconds until the next wave comes in. He also needs to be a little bit careful as he sidesteps the hook. There is the punch from Svenskeren,
nice,
trying to kick him out, but Edward body slams in there. They get the turret, but they get the shutdown on Svenskeren.
Completely denied the kick there from Svenskeren. As soon as he jumped behind him, he just body slammed into him, stopped him from kicking him. Nothing Svenskeren could do after he actually dashed in. An easy kill for Gambit. Nice, nice, nice play by Edward.
Did give him that
triple
turret.
Nice play.
Triple nice play. Did give him a 3rd turret of the game, but
true.
Shutdown gold as well will definitely be coming in handy for Gambit. However, it's all about Dragon now. That's been spawned in for a little while. Gambit already in position for it. Freddy's walking down, he's got no TP. Darian has no TP, so top laners not going to be too involved in this one. We'll see if SK can actually push back. The lantern is thrown down. They need Svenskeren to get in there if they're to have a chance at actually taking this Dragon. Well, there's the pressure. Edward going to go low. The culling coming through. Not quite got the range, but Nick also being caught out, and they bullied him off. There's a shockwave. Wild Growth comes out last second, but Enrated with the flay will take down Nick. It's Svenskeren, funnily enough, that got another kill, and they get the Dragon. Power play from SK there.
A very, very strong play. Again, Freddy moved way in advance of Darren here, so he was going to join in. SK knew they could actually start the fight. He would join in later on here, and Gambit just had to run away. Didn't even manage to finish the Dragon. Got 1 kill, got the Dragon as well. So SK Gaming looking very, very strong so far.
All with Svenskeren. I'm not sure Diamond wants his fight, to be honest.
Well,
there's the kick away, and the Q is going to land. The stun goes down, but he follows through. Shield of the ultimate, will it be enough? Yes, they managed to take out Svenskeren, but Freddy had come down, and they trade 1 for 1, but the blue buff here is going to go SK's way.
Yeah, blue buff over to Jesus again. He can just continue now to push down the lanes and deny a more farm from Nick, who's already behind here. So SK Gaming, very aggressive play once again. Svenskeren didn't even have any wards around, just jumped straight into the blue buff. Diamond showed up, Darren was there as well. Trade 1 for 1, of course the blue buff. And now red buff as well over to Freddy actually, so very good for him to try and shut down Darien.
Could be a danger as Eddie's going to face check. There's no one there with him. Genja was pushing the wave out. There's a barrel coming in. Edward actually doing a good job. They do some good damage to Enrated. It's Candy Panda. He's going to just take the ultimate out of Genja and try and equal up a little bit of that damage, and I thought Eddie was done for there.
This is one tanky Gragas. You just see him tanking both members, all the damage, shoot someone into Genja, he does some damage, got exhausted actually there, and everyone managed to back away, but both supports actually took equal amount of damage. Now Svenskeren, of course, down this bottom lane. Diamond as well though.
Diamond in the right place at the right
Edward's
time.
pretty tanky here, he can go in.
Will they actually force into this one? Enrated's going to be the first target. There is Svenskeren. They kick Diamond in. Not in range of the turret though. Damage is coming back. Is it enough? Yes, it is. They may get Edward as well from this one. Svenskeren, the one that's chasing. They've got vision in the brush, and there is the kill. It's a double for Candy Panda.
Every single time Svenskeren and Diamond has been the same place, it would always go in favor of SK Gaming here. They actually spot him as soon as they're going for the fight. And Diamond, he keeps chasing. He didn't back away, try and disengage from it, land a slow from Edward or something, and then back away as a team for Gambit. They just keep going forward, and then it's too easy for SK to just turn it around. There's so much damage onto Svenskeren. He's such a high level at this point, and also so very, very strong. And of course as well, with Candy Panda and Lucian doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, looking very good so far. Almost 20 minutes into the game. Not a single turret going Gambit's way, and I don't even think they've got much damage on any of the turrets either for 20 minutes of this match, and the gold with that is obviously over by SK at this point. A solid lead that they've built themselves up at the start of this match as they look to bring the head-to-head between these two teams back to 1-1 after losing a little bit earlier on in the season to Gambit, but so far so good for SK.
And 100% kill participation on this Lee Sin for SK Gaming. Svenskeren just been everywhere on the map. Whenever there's action, he was gonna be there and start something. Of course, 5 kills onto him as well. So he's gonna be very, very tanky early on in this game.
So I have to ask you then, we talked earlier on about Gambit needing some time to ramp up on this one for Genji to get out of that sticky mid-game phase with Caitlyn. How hard is it going to be to come back from the position that they're in now?
Well, of course, it's going to be very hard, but at least with the wave clear on Genji and Nick here, they can try and just hold off SK for as long as possible and wait for Darien, first of all, to build up, get his 2 damage items so he can start killing Freddy, and therefore put some pressure on SK Gaming now, where actually you force them to group up as 5 instead, or move multiple members up to try and kill Darien, and therefore buy more time for Genji to farm here in this mid lane or bottom lane, wherever he's farming away. For now though, they just need to be very careful which fights they actually choose, because if they get in a straight up 5v5, with this far behind, with the champions as well, they're gonna lose straight up.
There's another big fight. All possible good night for Gambit. We'll have to see about that as Darien gonna have a go at Freddy. Freddy just getting away from the counter strike. I'm not sure how scared he is of Darien at this point, especially with that red buff still running for him. However, they were mostly looking for a pick onto Gambit inside of Gambit's own jungle, which didn't quite appear for them. Gambit had already started to clear the wards out a little bit earlier on. Let's not forget also that there's no inner turret left in that mid lane after the push earlier by SK, so nothing really up for grabs there. It's too early in the game probably to be thinking about that inhibitor turret, so this bottom lane inner turret is definitely a juicy target for them, as Jez is going to get caught out here by Diamond. This is bad news. Wild Growth comes in very early, shockwave thrown through, here comes Svenskeren, lands a Q onto Diamond, he's going to follow him, kicks him back as well, Diamond failed, flashes against the wall, and this is another kill for SK Gaming. It goes again over to Svenskeren as Darien is going to jump away, and Ro8 flashes in, completely misses the play though, and this might mean the death of him as well. Eddie moving in, and Ro8 bounces around as he drops the box, but he'll fall to Darien.
And Freddy, he didn't even join in for the fight here. He's pushing this top tower here. Svenskeren though, once again, he's there. He lands the kick flash actually onto Diamond, just instantly kicks him back here, gets the kill, and then of course Darien joins in. And Ro8, a little bit too aggressive, flashing in there, actually ended up dying for it, so they trade 1-for-1. But we did see Gambit try and do what they actually can do now. They were wave clearing in the mid lane and the bottom lane, just having Darien do his thing up in his top lane here, and then trying to catch out someone from SK here. Just went a little bit too deep with it.
A little bit of a comedy of errors there, sorry. Fail flash or two, the flay completely missing as well. I have to wonder if those weren't missed, let's say, how that fight would have looked by the end of it. Either way, SK still hold that gold lead, close to 7,000 gold it is now. Blue buff that won't be contested this time around by SK. However, the Dragon is coming up in just a couple of seconds. SK are already on it.
Yeah, Diamond is very, very far away. The rest of Gambit don't even want to try and steal this one away wisely enough. Don't want to get into any big team fights here, so just have to give over the Dragon and just keep farming in these lanes here. We're just waiting for him to build up more and more.
Dragon's gonna go over.
Side stone on Darien.
Yeah. He also needs to jump towards.
Well, yes, he can use it to escape. You can say they need more vision because they're behind, but still, you're just delaying your Trinity Force even longer now. I mean, you are the person who needs to pretty much win the game for Gambit, because you have to just become a monster. You have to win the split push, so SK can just group up and just push down by themselves without even thinking about the Jax. So by delaying your Trinity Force even longer now, I don't agree with it.
See if it comes in handy for them. He's over 200 CSs here, Darien. Also sat at 2-0-0. Svenskeren comes around the side to help Freddy, but Darien already had rushed back behind the safety of that tower and letting the minions come as far up the lane as he possibly can right now. Wants to stay safe, doesn't want to be giving any deaths up, especially to someone like Svenskeren who's just flying ahead at 6-2-3.
And he did actually ward quite a lot already, putting up 3 around the Baron here. Not sure if he put all of them, but at least he saw put 2 of them from Darien here. So he's actually expecting to get further up in the lane so he can start pushing and then spot if someone moves up the river to gank him. But for now, Freddy's just keeping him this far down, so the wards will only try and spot if SK goes for the Baron.
On the other side though of the map, we see both teams gathering up somewhat, and I say both teams, it's mainly Gambit that are just moving out, trying to get some control back of their own jungle. Losing that inner turret in the mid lane is such a disadvantage when it comes to keeping a hold onto your jungle makes it so much more dangerous to actually go in there. And we see again, Svenskeren is waiting around that blue buff, red buff inside of its pit. Svenskeren is actually going to spot it, but he's going to be spotted up the side. Will he go down? Ace in the hole comes through, but Diamond turned around on completely. Here comes the ball from Orianna. Freddy has TP'd in as well. His ultimate is running. He's got the stun onto one. Darian's going to get finished off by Ro8, and the rest of the team can keep chasing here. They need to land one skill shot. They're not going to get that, but they're probably going to have a tower.
And Gambit, I'm not sure why they were looking for a fight here, trying once again to just start something in the jungle. Go straight up against 5 versus 5 against SK Gaming when they're so far behind. You don't have to do it. Just try and farm, stay back and wait for SK to either dive onto you, then you can take the fight, or wait for someone from SK to be out of position, punish them, get the kill. Don't go straight into them and just pick a fight here because they are clearly so much stronger than you at the moment.
See Freddy with that Ravenous Hydra as well complete, and there we see that team fight once again. Diamond going down so quick.
Yeah, he's dead instantly, of course. He can't do anything, especially also with how far behind he is compared to Svenskeren at this point. And then Darren teleports in. The rest of Gambit is already backed away because Freddy joined in, chased 2 of them, and Edward couldn't actually do anything other than what he did in this fight here. So Darren basically just teleports into his death.
Looks like they might get their first turret of the game though here, Gambit. Genja has gone alone onto that top lane, and he will take it down. First one of the game going to Gambit. Bit of gold back their way, but he's closing in on a 10,000 gold lead here for SK. That is not going to be easy to come back from. We saw there Darian in the middle of the fight really had little to no impact, was pretty much locked up and killed off.
Yeah, and was left alone, of course. He joined in when Diamond was already dead. The rest of the team were running away, so couldn't really do anything other than try and cancel the teleport and avoid giving up another kill for SK. But at least good job by Genja. Picked up some farm in mid, moved top lane, took some more farm, and then also took the tower, which of course is something they needed. Now Diamond is in trouble.
Diamond getting caught out completely in this one, and now they're on towards Darian. Flay comes in, wild growth quite late, but that may just keep Darian alive from this. He flashes a little bit deeper. Will SK keep chasing? That's a good 90 caliber net out of Genja to slow them down. Actually going to throw the ace in the hole through as well, which didn't really do all that much in the end. However, Candy Panda's low. He needs to life steal back up a little here.
JS is joining in with the team. They should be able to pick up this tower here for SK Gaming. I like the fact they don't even think about Baron. They just want to get these towers there. They want to look for fights as well. And because Gambit keeps going into the fights, they can get a kill, get a tower, and then back away. So we might see them soon start setting up a Baron here. Maybe try and bait Gambit to move out as a team, get the team fight they want. Or they can just say, you know what, we don't care. We can just keep doing what we're doing now.
And why not? He's definitely working for them. That 10,000 gold lead is there as Edward going to come straight through. This is real bad news for him. Ball is on top of Svenskeren. They won't even need it. Jesus is able to finish off that one. That leaves them at 5v4. Now Baron a real possibility.
Yes, went with the Baron bait here. Edward was moving up to try and ward to see if SK actually started the Baron. They're just waiting for him. Picked up another kill. Now going in towards the mid lane here. And Darian almost face checking.
Well, went in there, got hit by the Q out, releasing, got a shield from his teammate Nick on Lulu though. Well, SK are quite happy to sit in this position, knowing that Gambit are going to have to commit to something at some point here as the blue is stolen away. There's a shockwave coming on towards Darian. He actually managed to get the counter-strike off onto one, but not enough. Jesus getting himself another.
This should be the Baron. At least start up the Baron here, see if they can get another kill because Diamond wants to try and stop them. Maybe the rest of Gambit want to join in here. Let's see what they try to do. They have a lot of wards around here. Should be able to spot everyone from Gambit moving in.
How are they going to get even closer? And Rated will catch the 8 in the hole. Nick actually moving in from the side. The Baron down to less than 1,000. It is going to go up to SK Diamond. Going to be taken down. And now Nick in all kinds of trouble himself. The Colin doing most of the damage already. But here's Lulu able to speed himself up. But Jesus now moving around the side. He's got no shockwave to work with here. So Edward may still be able to get away. The Q from Svenskeren not quite got the range either. But they've got a free range maybe on this middle inhibitor turret. They're trying to keep Edward from actually going back, but that turret's going to be theirs.
Should at least be able to get a lot of damage. No, they will get it for sure. You're 100% correct, Joe Miller. Should also be able to go in towards the inhibitor because Diamond is still dead. And then just back away. They should have a lot of gold at this time.
A load of gold to spend if you look those kills now. Oh yeah.
3,000 gold on Jess, 2,600 on to Freddy here. Still want to go for the spot lane because the minions are there.
Minions are there, so why not push it? The hook even landing on towards Edward. Shockwave comes in, and Svenskeren gets himself another one. Actually kicking Genja away. Genja flashed behind him so that he wouldn't get caught up in that one. Darian in the middle of the team will get Wild Growth just as he jumps away from them. Not ideal here from Gambit. Nick falling low. They've spotted off Diamond on the top side. He'll be chased out as they kill off Nick. They can't really even get back to their own base here. They're going to lose a second in him.
Losing the second inhibitor. They might even look to try and finish for SK Gaming. 2 members are dead now for Gambit, and they got the Baron buff to heal up.
Baron buff regenning them constantly. Darian comes flying out. He's going to get a decent counter-strike off, but that's all because he goes down straight after. Svenskeren getting another kill. 8-2-9 for Svenskeren here as we see the first Nexus turret go down. Diamond's on the top side trying to hold them off, or is he really trying to hold them off? Probably trying not to die at this point. Edward's still inside of the base, but SK Gaming gonna do it in one swift move, go straight on towards the Nexus and win the game in 30 minutes.
Once again, SK Gaming, they show if they get a lead early on, they know exactly what to do. Not taking any chances, kept punishing Gambit over and over, picked up the Baron later on, and took the finish in 30 minutes. SK Gaming, they know how to play League of Legends.
That was pretty clinically done from SK in the end. As you mentioned, they baited and pulled them in 2 or 3 times. The fight by the red buff being one of them. They thought they'd caught Svenskeren, and rightly so. I think all 5 of them were pretty much all 4 of them, because Darian came a little bit after with the TP. They thought they caught out Svenskeren, but the rest of the team from SK just piling on in. Freddy TPing down. Then Gambit move away. They actually leave Darian's TP to all alone, and he goes down as well afterwards. Even alter, the area around Baron, they kept throwing him in one by one until they felt they got that numbers advantage to start it off. Draw Gambit in even further because they needed the Baron to come back and, well, just beat them again. And one thing that I really like from SK, we've said it before about them, that they've maybe struggled a little bit to close out games. Actually, I talked to Ro8 and he's like, actually, that's not really the case. We win games when we want to win them. It goes to plan.
Very safe.
But it wasn't. We've never seen them win, I don't think, quite as quickly as that with the single move straight through the base and finish off the Nexus.
It's basically just SK Gaming knowing exactly when they can do what. And also they know as soon as, or every time Gambit want to start a fight, they know we can win this one, so they take the fight. They never just run away. You always see them just move together as a group. As soon as the fight breaks out, take it, get a few more kills, get a tower, and they kept doing it over and over. And because Gambit kept going into these fights. I mean, they didn't want to just stay back and try and farm. They just wanted to fight all the time, wanted to catch SK Gaming out of position, and it didn't work for them. So simply, in the end, SK Gaming just kept picking up kills and got even further ahead, and therefore there was nothing Gambit could do in the end. As soon as they started baiting out the Nashor, or the Baron, sorry, that was about it.
And just want to give a quick shout out to Svenskeren, absolute world-class right from the start.
I'm playing against him in fantasy.
Ah, okay. It's probably a loss for you this week, my friend. Guys, we're going to check in with Shox, who's on stage with N-Rated, for some more insight into that match.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm Eve, your Shox supporter, as I said, joined here by N-Rated after that victory over Gambit. N-Rated, you guys suffered a defeat at the hands of Gambit back in week 1, so what were the main strategy points coming in to not let that repeat itself here?
I feel like we did so many mistakes that we were able to capitalize on that we just had to turn down. I feel our early game was very weak, and it shortly gets a lot stronger now. We just need to see long term how we can improve, and we're working on it, and it gets better each week. So we're just happy to keep improving.
Yeah, that's something we touched on specifically in you guys, that you guys play so good as a team, but that early game is a pain point. How specifically do you try and mediate that when it comes to you and Candy Panda?
Well, overall, it's more like we have turned down the scrim practice a bit. We try to get in more solo queue practice so everyone individually stands stronger, because we feel as a team we can improve, but it's harder to improve, and individually we have a lot of points where we can work on, so we're trying to work on that directly.
Finally, if you can summarize this game versus Gambit, what you did better than last time, and just it was very much all Svenskeren in that early game.
Well, I feel like we had a certain plan in this game. We knew how to play the lanes, and we kind of knew what to do in every single moment, and we didn't let anything slip out of our hands. And we kept pressuring them, and they didn't have a point where they could have turned anything. So I feel like we have just made a solid game plan and just followed that.
Absolutely. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have to head off the Rift for just a second, but when we come back, we're going to break down this game and the Copenhagen Wolves take on Millennium. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Please put your headset, guys. Ganja, hello. How are you? You know, I actually have 100% Renekton win rate, so please don't let me down, team.
to be very level as well as the Hog's going to land on towards Edward. Here is Svenskeren moving in. He's landed the Q, so the barrel won't make a difference. And Svenskeren will take down Edward. Ro8's going to be the first target. There is Svenskeren. They kick Diamond in. Not in range of the turret though. Damage is coming back. Is it enough? Yes, it is. They may get Edward as well from this one. Svenskeren, the one that's chasing. They've got vision in the brush. And there is the kill.
I based, but I'm running.
Go for Lulu, go for Lulu. I'm on Eve, I'm on Eve. I'm fine.
I TP.
Okay. Jax is here as well. Jax is gonna be here as well. Let's kill him, kill Jax, kill Jax.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Jax, nice. Jax. We're killing Jax. Nice.
Welcome back to the European LCS. I'm here with Lee D-Man Smith and Trevor Quickshot Henry to break down that game. Taylor Swift, Lee Swift, whatever. Anyway, SK Gaming coming out strong here once again. Trevor, what did you make of the team comps coming into this one?
Well, straight up, Gambit had a much later scaling team comp. They had a majority of champions that needed time to build up. Evelyn's great at flanking. She can do well early, but needs to get items to survive those team fights. Lulu and Jax, obviously, all the time in the world to get 2 or 3 items before they're threats. On the other side of the coin, SK just had all the early game champions. Orianna can do well, especially when you combo with a Lee Sin, a Thresh, a Lucian, and a Renekton. But the thing is, Renekton roamed very well, and SK played around their early to mid-game power spike. They waited 10 minutes, then just turned everything on and destroyed Gambit.
Yeah, and it's actually started very early on, and when you have Eve and Lee Sin, they can both put some pressure on early game, but it was Svenskeren who came out swinging.
Yeah, Sven was everywhere in that game. As Joe said just at the end there, absolute epic performance from Sven. Fantastically played. You know, every time Diamond tried to make a play, or Gambit were trying to make a play, Svenskeren was already there, waiting in the bushes, lurking, ready to counter. And I think he had like a 96% kill participation, something crazy towards the end of the game. Fantastic stuff.
Up until the last 2 or 3 kills, Svenskeren was involved in every single kill. And it was only once SK were like steamrolling the rest of Gambit that he missed a couple. I do actually want to show highlights of one of the plays that Svenskeren and SK pulled on the bottom lane. So if we pull this up onto your screen, it really just summarizes this entire game. 18 minutes in, SK have already got a 4,000 gold lead. Svenskeren is already 5-2-1. And what you want to look at is how low N-rate it is for mana and HP. He's burned his ultimate a few seconds ago, and Svenskeren is just baiting all of Gambit. Gambit continued to force things. They were under pressure, they were behind, so they kept trying to make these plays, and Candypan and Svenskeren they're just going to run Gambit down, grab themselves 2 kills. This was probably the 5th or 6th time we'd seen that exact set of circumstances of Svenskeren in the bottom lane finding kills.
I respect Gambit for trying to make it happen, but when the Lee Sin is 5-2 at that point, there isn't much you can do. Let's talk about Gambit a little bit. Talked about Diamond on Eve, which is one of his best champions historically, and sometimes the synergy between Nick seemed kind of off, between Nick and him.
Yeah, there was definitely a couple of times where they went in and just were not on the same page. Or maybe a Glitterlance missed, and honestly, I hate to be too harsh on the players, but Nick definitely missed a few crucial Glitterlances which left Diamond to die.
At this level, if you miss that skill shot, the person dies.
Yeah.
If you miss the skill shot, you either get the kill or get away. And in this circumstances, unfortunately, Nick just dropped the ball a few times. There was a few odd-timed wild growths as well. But I think you could also potentially put that on the pressure. They were behind SK. They were falling back. They'd given up so many kills. That's when your communication is really pushed to the limits. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out for Gambit.
Talking about communication, as we also heard in the bit there after the game, it is so on point from SK right now, and it just seems to be improving so rapidly. Everything we touch on, the week after, they've got it. They're doing it better.
Yeah, crystal clear, and that is really the hallmark of a team that knows what they're doing. You know, nobody's shouting over one another. You heard Freddie say, in base, going to teleport in. Next, he just sat back, went quiet, started teleporting the rest of the team, all talking about the move. Everybody knew their role in that fight. Instead, you'll see some other teams just shouting, just yelling targets. We've heard Impaler talking about Super Hot Crew's communications, and you know they're still second in the table or third in the table currently. They just yell the loudest at the target. It works for some teams, but you've got to think the clearest communications that SK just showed kept Freddy's 100% win rate on Renekton.
Yeah, it's also that clear communication that helps you when you're under pressure.
Yeah.
It's part of the reason SK always bounce back, because when they're a couple thousand gold down in the mid game, they're not freaking out. They're not yelling over each other. They're just like, bro, I got TP. I'll come fight. And they win the fight.
Final question, Trevor. I know we've heard you in the pre-show a lot saying how you think Alliance will end so well this season. How far do you see SK going? Because it seems like with this entourage and the way they're improving so rapidly, we don't know where they're going to end.
I'm terrified because I made a bold prediction that Alliance were going to win the split. And SK are making me go, maybe I'm not so sure on that. The one thing that we heard from Enrated right at the end there is he mentioned that the team's not scrimming as much and they're working on individual abilities. That shows for Enrated. His Thresh is fantastic. I never really liked his Thresh last split, and he's performed phenomenally this week on that champion. But when you've got that innate team synergy from playing together for 6 or 7 months, you've got the clear communication. You don't need the team-based play anymore. You've got that. It comes down to calling, communication, and adaptation on the fly in-game, which is what SK is showing every match.
And it's funny that you compare them with Alliance because both teams were in exactly the same boat at the start of the spring. Completely new teams thrown together with a purpose to win. And so far, it's looking like they may well be the top 2 for Europe once again.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, guys. And now let's send it back over to the Fishy Joe at the desk for our next match.
Thank you very much, Shocks. We're ready for that next face-off as Millennium take on the Copenhagen Wolves. Now, this match has traditionally been all about the Copenhagen Wolves after they took all 4 encounters in the spring split and the single match so far in summer. However, yesterday Millennium had a day to forget as they were absolutely destroyed by SK.
Right. It was the same thing we saw against Alliance for Millennium. They were out-rotated on the map and they just had no answer to anything. So SK Gaming picked up a very easy win. And we just have to highlight Curb on Fizz in this game here. He was last pick, so it was his own choice. They left Kassadin open. Jesus first picked it. Last pick in the entire game was Curb on Fizz here. He locked it in and then proceeded to go 0-5-0. Of course, the entire team had issues, but he died one-on-one in the mid lane on this Fizz here. He couldn't really do anything. And he said himself in the past, Fizz will lose to Kassadin early on. So I'm not too sure what the idea was for Millennium, but it clearly didn't work for them. And while we were talking so highly of them after week 1, where they picked up 3 wins and only 1 loss, now they're actually on a 3-game losing streak, and things are not looking too good for them, and many teams actually consider them to be on the same level as they were last split, which obviously is not a good thing.
No, but we can also say the same for the Wolves in terms of form. They've really struggled so far this split. They had a single shining light yesterday in the loss to Gambit, and that was their new AD carry, Ro8.
Right, Ro8 has really shown to be, I wouldn't say a one-man army, but in the last game he was definitely the one carry for Copenhagen Wolves. And they like to play around him as well, build some comps that can really protect him. We saw it in week 1, we saw it yesterday where he went 9-3-9 on Twitch, and he's really been performing so well. And Copenhagen Wolves, they know how to pick up AD carries. And then looking at the performance of the entire team, I'm not sure if we can still talk about building synergy between Airwax, Ro8, of course, and the rest of the team, the 2 new members here. It could be one of the reasons they're still looking a bit shaky, but they need to start picking it up here. They really need to start performing, and they have to beat the lower ranked teams in the league here if they want to move out of this relegation spot, because they lost to Gambit yesterday. They're playing Millennium now, who's also just 2 wins above them, and also, of course, Rocket under them, which they will play next week, I believe. So they need to win these very important matches if they want to move into the playoff spots, otherwise they're just going to be stuck down in relegation.
Critical game for both teams, that's for sure. And while the Copenhagen Wolves believe that shutting down Kerp and Cottonex will be the key to win, Millennium thinks that the Wolves suffer from the same problems they did last split and are going to look to take advantage.
Millennium, we played versus them once in Super Week when they went 3-1. And we're the only team who won versus them.
I guess we need to be more prepared. Like they had Evelyn last time that pretty much flanked us and killed us. So we need to be prepared on their picks and how to counter it.
Millennium looks kind of strong since, well, they're an AR replacement. The whole team got a new spirit. They're playing well overall. I think even in the games they're losing, they look like they can pull out some stuff.
Kerp is the best player at the moment in their team. He has good mechanic and good champion pool to carry the team.
They play around mid lane, I think, and jungle. So Kerp can carry. Bot lane is just normal Euro bot lane. They're not like winning lanes or losing lanes, they just go even.
I think like I can compare Copenhagen Wolves to us in the last season with poor decision making and just trying stuff and not really taking any advantage of it.
Copenhagen Wolves will probably be a bit easier. They seem to have the same problems as us, a bit indecisive and a bit lacking on the rotations. So I think we can easily beat them if we get our stuff together.
And we saw yesterday that a focus on Kerp, 0-5-0 on that Fizz game, can really throw Millennium off.
So we need to see if they actually want to bend towards it, maybe try and take away LeBlanc from him. Of course, they talked about the Evelyn pick. Millennium talked about the Evelyn pick for Airwax, where he was just so strong against him.
Yeah.
Could expect the ban there, of course. Maybe Kassadin is going to be left open. I mean, Millennium, they have first pick, but they don't actually play Kassadin. I don't think we've seen them play Kassadin at all. So I'm not sure if they want to leave it open or if Copenhagen Wolves want to leave it open and try and get it for themselves.
Well, let's see. First of all, we're going to check out these starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Millennium with Kevin in the top lane, Cottonex in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, and the duo of Creaton and J-Ree.
On the red side, we have Copenhagen Wolves, Youngbug is in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Kautar as the mid laner, Ro8 of course as the AD carry, Unlimited on support.
So as the players prepare to pick their champions, let's see how you guys called this game. According to LOLesports.com, 72% of you voted for Millennium.
Well, after week 1, I would agree, Millennium would be heavy favorites going into the game. However, they've looked very, very, very shaky the last few weeks. I mean, the losses to Alliance and SK, I know they are the 2 best teams in Europe at the moment, but still, they got destroyed. And also, we need to see how the confidence is. I mean, after you lose 3 games in a row here, and some of them you didn't really feel like you could do anything, we need to see how they feel coming into this game. I think it's more for 50-50, to be honest.
Well, you say after week 1 you would have said Millennium, but we heard it before that Millennium's only loss in week 1 was to the Copenhagen Wolves. So looking for a bit of pride back and to get away from those losing streaks here. We're going to head into Champion Select and see exactly how this one's going to go down. And bans coming in pretty quickly here as Millennium take away Yasuo and Twitch first of all. The Wolves removing LeBlanc and Jax.
So I like the LeBlanc ban here against Kerp. They talked about how they want to shut him down, make sure he can roam around, and Millennium with some very, very fast bans. And they actually ban away the Kassadin. Did the same thing last split, so it's very obvious for everyone they don't play it.
Kerp not a fan of Kassadin, which is a strange one for me, considering how long Kassadin's been strong. You also have to wonder, if you don't play Kassadin, is it even worth learning Kassadin at this point? Because he's just banned out so often, 86.7%.
But it is a ban you
far.
use. I mean, even on blue side, when you have to ban Kassadin every game, it opens up for a lot of different options for the other team now in the pick and ban phase because they know they don't have to worry about it.
Well, Nidalee was the 3rd and final ban for the Copenhagen Wolves. What are Millennium going to lock in here first? A first pick Teemo would definitely be a turn up for the bug. Probably not going to happen though. In fact, it's going to be Ziggs here. So as you mentioned, with a lot of focus on this mid lane. They want to take the Ziggs first of all.
For mid lane bans, of course, Millennium feel like we can go first pick the Ziggs, take it away from Cowtard as well, and we know Kirby loves to play it. Played it a lot in the last split, he also played in this one and actually did really well. I remember him against Selfie on Twisted Fate where he just destroyed him in the laning phase here. Evelyn is still open for Airwax in case he wants to pick it again. Lee Sin, of course, also open. And then if you look at the top laners with Jax being taken away, Renekton, Shyvana, Trundle could be the options. Both top laners actually play all of them.
Well, let's see. The Wolves still got 20 seconds here to decide on their first pairing. And we heard Millennium say that we have to watch out for Airwax on Evelyn for his flanks, which caused them so many problems last time around. They leave it open for them, and Airwax is going to select that, and they take the Thresh for Unlimited, who, whilst they've been losing games, his Thresh has really not looked bad at all.
No, he's actually been pretty good on it. Generally, when it comes to skill shots, I actually like Unlimited as a player. His mechanics are pretty decent. And also like the fact they take it away from Jerry, who of course loves to play it. Same thing here with Evelyn for Airwax. We've seen CottonX play it before, and we've also seen Airwax play it, and he's really good on Evelyn. There's actually games where he picked up over 10 kills on this champion.
On the other side then, CottonX also locking in his jungler this round as they take Lee Sin. And then we also see an AD carry choice for Millennium. Lucian, who's been picked pretty much every single game so far.
There's a very standard picks for both teams. We need to see what Ro8 wants to play. Normally the hyper carries really is something he favors. It's something where Copenhagen Wolves like to build comps around him. So as long as he gets some farm, he can be very strong in the team fights. And it's a hard tactic to pull off, to protect the AD carry. It actually died out if you just go like half a year back, if you maybe go a year back to CLG who used to do it with double lift and protect the AD carry. They stopped doing it, it didn't work for them. Copenhagen Wolves kind of picked it up, did the same thing last split with Forgiven. Sometimes it worked if the AD carry got to the 6th item point where he could just destroy everyone. If not, then it's hard to do pretty much enough damage just being the AD carry.
Well, he takes Kog'Maw this time around. Already seen him play Kog'Maw before this season. In fact, he had that game against Ro8 where he went 11-13 with the Kog'Maw. Fantastic performance there. And Twisted Fate for Cowtard in the mid lane.
Okay, so with the Twisted Fate here and the Evelyn, you're looking for a very strong pick combo already actually for Copenhagen, who was trying to set up some unexpected fights for Millennium where, of course, Evelyn pops out of stealth. TF teleports in for the fight here and quickly turns it around in favor of Copenhagen Wolves. And we could see Cowtard put a lot of focus on making sure Ro8 and Unlimited in this bot lane here get some kills early on, gets going, so you get Kog'Maw to his mid or his late game part where, of course, he's becoming so strong, he scales so well.
So for the top lane then, that was the one that the question was really left open here. It's going to be Aurelia for Kevin on the top lane for Millennium. They take Leona as the support along with Lucian for the duo lane. Now, where does Youngbuck go? We already talked yesterday about how AP top laners have just not gone his way. Played 4 AP top laners and lost all 4 games. What's he going to go here against Aurelia?
I mean, if he wants to lock in an AP top lane, Lulu could be the ideal pick because, again, he can protect Ro8, he can try and he provides a good wave clear with the Twisted Fate as well for Copenhagen Wolves. Otherwise, he could go for the standard tank. I mean, either he goes for the Shyvana Trundle if he wants to be able to do a lot in the late game, or he can go for Renekton if they want to try and shut down Aurelia early on. Twisted Fate joins in, ganks up to the Aurelia here, gets him rolling on Renekton and try to do the same thing SK Gaming did in the last game. However, that's going to be hard because, of course, Ro8 needs more time building up where Creaton on Lucian is going to be very strong throughout the entire time of the game.
So, looks like it will be Shyvana in that top lane for Youngbuck as the final choice for the Copenhagen Wolves. What I want to know here is, have they got enough to protect Ro8 when it comes to fights?
Well, they're actually not looking to do it this time around. It's pretty much just going to be Unlimited and then Cowtard trying to land a few stuns in the back here while he's setting up things, unless he plays it very aggressive, jumps into the backline with an Hourglass together with, of course, Shyvana and Evelyn flanking around here. So that's how Copenhagen Wolves could play it. We might see them try and focus more on either split pushing or just picking off targets from Millennium, but they need to be very careful, especially in the laning phase. Lucian, of course, very strong in the lane phase. Ziggs is very strong against the Twisted Fate as well. Lee Sin, we just saw it in the last game, how much you can do early on with a Lee Sin here. So Millennium definitely looking for a stronger early mid game compared to Copenhagen Wolves, so we need to see what they can do to actually get to this late game point.
Airwax on the Evelyn that caused them so many problems last time around, and as we said, was the sole defeat for Millennium in week 1, where they actually ended 3-1. But guys, who do you think has the edge after picks and bans? Tweet hashtag MILWin or hashtag CWWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll see who you think landed the better lineup.
For me, I mean, it's hard to say, but I really like the fact that Millennium has some good lanes and at the same time also scales really well into late game point. I mean, Aurelia is very strong in late game team fights, of course. Zex scales really well into the late game. Lucian, we always talk about how he's good all around. And at the same time, for Copenhagen Wolves, you want to get Woolite going, you want to get Twisted Fate going, build up a few items before you can really start to carry the game. And of course, Shyvana as well, we always talk about how she needs also to get to late game point. So I feel like overall, Millennium looking very strong throughout the entire game, where Copenhagen Wolves needs to get to the late game point.
And it's going to be interesting to see how Airwax and Coutard in particular really, I think, get this game going for the Copenhagen Wolves. How will they use that destiny, and with the Evelyn already in place to get this game in their favor. We're going to find out, though, as we head into the match. It's Millennium versus the Copenhagen Wolves for the second time this season. And, of course, it's the Copenhagen Wolves that lead the head-to-head at 1-0 in their favor. And both of these teams, to be frank, really need a win.
Yeah, both of them. Millennium, of course, want to bounce back from the losing streak, and Copenhagen Wolves want to get out of this relegation spot, want to get towards the playoff, which is everything these teams are playing for. Get to the playoffs, of course, try and qualify for Worlds, or at least secure your spot in the next season of LCS.
Keep your job at the end of it. That's a very important thing to have. And both these teams, the way that things went last split and the way that they look right now, something needs to drastically change, I think, on both sides of the coin. This match, though, is a good start for both of them, and will give either one a little bit of an edge and a boost of confidence that I'm sure both teams need.
Coutard actually started Ignite here on Twisted Fate. Often you actually see Ghost Flash, and just brings a lot of mobility. Also your ganks, because you can chase with the Ghost, is very, very strong. Decided to go for Ignite here, so really looking to try and set up some kills here, play very aggressive maybe. And of course, cleanse on to Woolite here because he's against Leona. He doesn't want to get locked down.
Once that's down, though, you got to fear for Woolite. We'll see, though. We'll see how this all works out as early ward comes down there on the red side ramp into River. And there's your vote, 53% in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves. So that vote as well, swinging a little bit after picks and bans.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to rely a lot on Airwax on Evelyn, and of course Coutard on this Twisted Fate. If he can survive the laning phase against Kerp here, who of course destroyed Selfie on Twisted Fate in week 1, and then actually start setting up some picks for Copenhagen Wolves, and therefore try and snowball either Youngbuck or Woolite.
So Millennium are invading here. That was already spotted by the Copenhagen Wolves, who themselves are heading towards the Millennium red buff. So looks like a simple exchange of red buffs, and then both junglers will be moving back onto their own side of the jungle to do the blues. In terms of lane swaps, we're seeing that two men, the duo lane for Millennium is headed to the top lane. The duo for the Wolves is staying down bottom, and the whole buddy system going on there as well, with the top laner joining the jungler on the way through the jungle.
And Copenhagen Wolves can actually be very happy with this lane swap, because Shyvana and Evelyn together can clear the jungle very, very fast. Both of them, of course, with AoE damage onto the minions here. Not farming together for now. Youngbuck just waiting at the blue buff for Airwax to join him, and then they can do the body system and clear the jungle.
Blue's going to be taken down here quickly. It leaves the option for both top laners and both junglers to join in with their duo lanes and maybe have a bit of a push onto these towers. We'll see if that will actually be the case. It also means that the mid laners are going to have a very much head-to-head game here as they just look for that farm. Early stages of things, Kerp doing a slightly better of the two.
Just pushing the lane up a little bit, and Coutard are going to push it back towards Kerp here, and both of them, of course, need to be careful, because you can get ganked by both the top laner and the jungler here early on with the new lane swaps.
You see Wave going to be pushed out, which offers a little bit more security to Kerp. Millennium, meanwhile, sending their top laner and jungler onto the top side of that Copenhagen Wolves red side jungle. It's J-Re and Cretan, though, who will be alone doing damage to the tower. Bottom side, there's no push onto the tower from the Copenhagen Wolves. In fact, they sent Unlimited top, but he's kind of walked back to base, and now he's walking back out again.
Well, so Woolite down this bottom lane decided to pull the minion waves when the very first one spawned in the lane, and therefore got it to push towards Copenhagen Wolves and just been freezing the lane now. So Unlimited, he's free to roam around here. Got level 2 down the bottom lane, then recalled, to make sure he can at least do something if a fight should break out. And now just a little bit of damage being trading back and forth here. Both supports also joining in. So 4 members around this mid lane.
That also gives us a bit of deja vu, or Ro8 in particular. Against Gambit yesterday, he had 15 minutes to farm absolutely alone. Oh, Youngbuck actually face-checking here into the tri-bush, but no one to join J-Re to put that in. But as I was saying, 15 minutes Ro8 had yesterday to farm without any pressure, without anyone in his lane, and so far it's going the same way.
And again, this is why Copenhagen Wolves can be so happy about the lane swap. As long as they can defend this top tower here, make sure this wave won't get frozen by Creaton, then Ro8 on a hyper carry who just want to get to the late game point can just stand down this bottom lane by himself and freeze it for as long as he wants to. Unless Millennium actually moves in to try and push the wave out, he can just pick up so much farm, get first item and get to the point where he can really start doing a lot of damage.
Difference in that game was that Genja, in the pressured of the duo lanes, we can call it, managed to actually keep up in farmers. Coutard going to take a lot of damage. Ignite goes down, mines come in and a flash away from Coutard. Will Kurt risk the flash? Bouncing bomb comes through. Coutard out of range, but he's going to have to recall.
And we talked about how Ziggs can do so much damage onto Twisted Fate here and forcing the flash away from Coutard and putting a lot of pressure. Airworks staying around there, still unspotted actually. Curb didn't see him. Should maybe just try and push out the wave here so Coutard can actually recall.
Well, Coutard's going to try and recall, but I've got a feeling that another bouncing bomb will be headed his way. Yeah, that recall was just cancelled out, and Curb can just do this over and over, but there is Airwax actually appearing out of thin air and will do a lot of damage back on towards Curb.
And notice down this bottom lane here, Kevin actually went down to try and push the wave out, and as soon as Copenhagen Wolves saw him, Unlimited, he just ran all the way down to the bottom lane, so there are 2 members again to try and zone him away from as much farm as possible. So very good move so far by Copenhagen Wolves. Of course, this tower up top is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Youngwood also taking a lot of damage there. Jerry had to tank 2 tower hits for the pleasure, but they've got Youngwood very, very low. May force him to actually recall with that wave. Finally, Millennium add a second man to this bottom lane as well to try and defend. There's a huge wave coming through here from the Copenhagen Wolves side of the minions. So Airwax again visits mid. Coutard has come back in there, and Kerp is trying to recall. Will be cancelled out. I think wildcards will have come through there to stop that happening.
So now Copenhagen Wolves finally getting some damage on the tower here. The top one we just talked about before is very, very low already. We're going to Kevin here.
It's a good hook, but not much.
A little bit of poke.
Oh yeah, it's actually decent amount of follow that they got onto him there. And as Kevin comes out for the minions,
look at Coutard, level 6.
Yeah, he is level 6, so he could come down to this bottom lane. They could dive this one.
They could dive it. Airworks joining in as well. He's down to 50% HP, so he won't be the guy tanking the tower. Kevin has been hooked. There we go.
There we go. Twisted Fate going to join in. Kevin's the one that's low. Unlimited tanking up the tower. The first blood going over to the AD carry, and can't knock the Copenhagen Wolves there on that one. They are going to lose this top tower for the pleasure, though.
Yeah, so they got first blood onto the hyper carry. They also managed to get assist on the 4 members from Copenhagen Wolves. Denied a lot of farm from Kevin here. Could even be forcing Kevin now to either go top lane if he wants to get some farm, or return here to face Ro8, who's so far ahead. Very good move, honestly, even though they lost the top tower.
Youngbuck will actually do a lot of damage here to J-Re. AD carry was already mid-recall as Coutard again feeling that pressure as soon as he goes back into that 1 versus 1. But that's the question that we really had. How good is Coutard going to be with this Twisted Fate? How is his Destinies going to shape the game for the Copenhagen Wolves? And so far, a kill for 1 Destiny used. Doesn't get much better than that usually.
Nope, and it's going to be all about his ult here because, again, it's such a risky matchup he picks here. And he knew, of course, going into the game, facing a Ziggs, especially Curb on it, would be very, very hard. So just rely on setting up kills for the team here. And of course, the first gank was a great success for him. And now, of course, they want to try and shut down this Kevin, who is behind. Level 5 on Shyvana, only level 4 on Kevin.
Now at level 6 there as well, so he has his ultimate available. Youngbuck must be getting a little bit closer to hitting his ultimate as well. But Airwax deciding, okay, Kevin's not going to come far enough out for us to be able to lock him up. Kevin's still got his flash intact as well, so no real pressure for them. However, this could be different as the blue buff going to be started off by Millennium, and Airwax is waiting with Smite available.
With Smite here, Cotnex waiting for Curb to come out and grab it. Should be able to Smite steal it. There we go.
Classic.
Nothing better.
Classic Evelyn move.
Yeah.
Moving in, and that, you know, it becomes even easier when the jungler says, okay, I'm going to smite it, and Curb, you just come along, throw a bomb in there,
thing,
and
man.
we'll take it away. But unfortunate for Millennium, and Kurt probably going to be slightly annoyed at that one. The fact that he's not going to get a blue buff, unless they, of course, challenge for the Copenhagen Wolves blue buff, with it, which is already up and in position.
Well, it should at least buy some time for Coulthard to actually get some farm here and don't get constantly poked down by a Ziggs, because once you get blue buff to Ziggs, it's just poke, poke, poke all the time. But because Coulthard is very low, Connex is level 6, feeling very strong. They actually want to try and go for this one, just too late, and Coulthard managed to pick up the blue buff.
In the brush as well, so not much that they could do about that one. Meanwhile, the duos are now head-to-head in the bottom lane. Nice little lead for Ro8 there, 83 to 74 CS, plus, of course, that first blood that they got earlier on, and now Airwax is coming down bottom as well.
And we saw last game how much you can do with the lantern here when you're playing in the Thresh, of course, and they might try and set something up. Airwax still staying behind. No pink ward, of course, to actually spot him out.
And that's the danger. Ward in the brush, but doesn't give you any advantage whatsoever because the Wolves have that Evelynn. They do, however, have Lee Sin around just in case that were to actually end up kicking off, and it is actually going to kick off because they go towards Ro8. Solar Flare comes down. Ro8 will use his cleanse and was able to walk a little bit further away from that one. There's the kickback. The bomb's coming through. The bomb, will he get anyone? It does. Creatine actually finishes off the kill there, and the Wolves going so low from that one.
And that was such a smart play by Millennium. Everything actually started in the mid lane here. Kirby pinged for the team to know that Twisted Fate wasn't in the laning phase, so they knew, okay, Copenhagen Wolves want to set something up here. As soon as Coulthard returned to the mid lane, they re-engaged because they knew, okay, now he won't be able to port down. Kirby could interrupt him, and therefore took the fight with the Lee Sin again and just destroyed Millennium on it. Oh, sorry, Copenhagen Wolves picked up a dragon as well and double buff onto Creaton.
Double buff on the AD carry. Sat 1-0-0, and Ro8, despite his initial kill, is going to find this lane a little bit harder to work with now with all that extra pressure coming his way. And again, J-Re setting things up nicely again, landing the Zenith plate, getting the stun off, a good Solar Flare. Ro8 using his cleanse, but not always enough, as we've just seen.
Twisted Fate with teleport. Walking down towards this bottom lane here. Airwax is there once again. They want to get this double buff.
They're going to go for it. J-Re actually moving a little bit far out. Will he kill off Unlimited though? J-Re actually in so much trouble. He'll be finished off. And it's Ro8 that actually gets the kill in the end.
So they managed to pick up a kill here. Pretty good timing because Kerb has recall in this mid lane. So Coulthard will be able to return and pick up farm as well. Good setup by Copenhagen Wolves. Using the Twisted Fate pretty well so far. But also very good communication from Millennium in the last fight.
Coulthard gonna spot himself a pink ward there. Extra bit of gold, and could do with some boots at this stage as well. I think it's taken him a while to actually walk into position to get those Destiny ganks off, although can't really knock him. He's done it twice and they've picked up 2 kills for the pleasure of it. Let's have a look down some of the items here as we get a bit further into game. Both mid laners got themselves that Athene's Unholy Grail. Kerp got a slight advantage there since he got that second Doran's Ring.
And also then this bottom lane here. Double buff, of course, onto Creaton. He managed to pick up 1 kill, but has 2 kills on the side of Ro8, so should be able to complete his Blade of the Ruin King very, very soon. Maybe even actually in the next recall. And then start building towards possibly a Trinity Force. Could really use it now where Copenhagen Wolves have a team who can't really protect him too well. The Trinity Force would give a lot of mobility for him. Make him, at least, make it easier for him to survive a fight where Millennium might jump onto him.
Well, that Blade of the Ruin King is done. Bloodthirster on the other side. Look at this, Airwax moving up to the top lane. They've got Lease in there once again, and Airwax is going to ulti down. There is Kevin right in the mix, and they turn things around. Airwax now on the back foot will actually flash back into the lane. The whole time Kevin's taking damage. Is Kevin going to fall? Is he going to die? He is going to go down. Youngblood gets that one. Can he finish off Carnex as well? Didn't dare to chase underneath the tower. 1 for 1.
And the flash from Airwax here actually secured the kill onto Kevin afterwards, because Millennium had to use so much time on actually killing him when the Sonic Wave missed, and therefore managed to pick up a kill in return for Youngbuck. So 1 for 1. Again though, Lee Sin always being the right place, finding the Evelynn, taking the fights.
And that's something that they said. We have to be careful of the flanks. Made me think maybe an Evelynn ban would come out, but obviously they've studied the paths that Airwax has been taking here, because Carnex is in the right position at the right time pretty much the entire time so far.
Yeah, and Kerb as well here, stealing away the raves from poor Coulthard.
Always a bonus.
Always a bonus, of course.
So, let's see, Pink Ward down in his own jungle. Get a bit of vision back. The Pink Ward on the back of the red buff is still there. That's something that Airwax will want to get away if he's to think about ganking up towards his top lane and moving across to the middle as well. But it looks like both teams are quite happy at this stage to get back into a little bit more farming. Youngbuck now has the level advantage and got...
Pretty much had it the entire time.
Yeah,
actually.
I mean, look at the CS lead that he's got there. He's pretty huge.
He's really been doing a good job with the lead he got from the lane swap. Now Cartard ganking onto Kevin.
And Kevin's dead. There's 3 of them right on top of him. Okay, I'm saying he's dead. I'm going to take that back because maybe he'll pull off something amazing here, but he's running off towards the execute. Is he going to be able to get it? Cartard, as I said before, needs some boots because he is slow right now. And now Kevin actually is moving south. He's going to try and get away from it.
He's going to get out. I mean, Lee Sin is there to help him. Curb could join in as well. So the very, very slow Twisted Fate. Again, this is one of the reasons a lot of Twisted Fate players actually go Ghost, because then they can chase on for the kill and, of course, also buy some boots early on.
And Kevin just TPs straight to the top lane and carries on farming. You know, I'm fine with being corrected when it's a nice little escape like that, but there were 3 men on top of him. You don't expect him to get away from it as
there was no flash.
Spectacularly like he did.
No, but still, at least we see, again, the idea behind the Twisted Fate pick. Every time the ulti is ready, Cartard is looking for the gank here. Samurai didn't work, and the bomb! Oh, Curb as well. Beautiful.
And that's the thing that we've seen over
Why didn't
and
Airwork
over.
smite it? He had smite. He knew the bomb would actually get the golem. I'm not sure why he was waiting for Cartard when he could see the bomb would land and smite it away.
Did you smite?
No, he used it afterwards on the wolf camp.
Okay, well. That's a question you're going to have to ask him later, Deficio, I think. Oh, Jerry almost landing the Zenith Blade onto Unlimited down bottom. This lane, despite the early pressure that was on it, is actually quietened down for now. And we heard in the pre-game video that Woolite said, you know, bottom lane, they don't necessarily win, don't necessarily lose, but they always seem to go even. But now we see the jungle pressure once again. Carnex and Airwax both going to be there. They're going in towards Unlimited as the culling comes through. Airwax kicked away. Here comes the TP down into the bottom lane from Youngbuck. Can they lock anyone up? Youngbuck's going to dive on right in the middle of them. And surely the range of Kog'Maw will be enough. No! Carnex gets away with hardly any help.
So Millennium managed to back away from this one. Dragon, however, is going to spawn in 20 seconds. Copenhagen also staying around here. Could get some wards and try and set up for the Dragon. No teleport, and Kevin, of course, had to use it after his chase. And I just have to correct myself from before. There was actually about 2 seconds on the smite from Airworks when the blue buff was stolen by Curb. So he did do everything he could.
So you answered your own question.
Yes, that was why he didn't smite it.
Because he didn't have smite. Dragon timer obviously wasn't there for the Copenhagen Wolves. They just walked to it thinking, yes, we got a kill, or almost got a kill. Alleviate the pressure, now we get a Dragon, but without the timer, that becomes a little bit harder. However, they've got wards down there, so they'll be seeing when that one and is now available for them. See what they're moving, because Millennium, of course, are all back onto the map.
But it's going to be Millennium moving for the Dragon. No teleport onto Shyvana here, up in this top lane. Kevin recalled, now running from base to this Dragon here. So Millennium are going to be 5 members. And Youngbuck, he's stuck up in this top lane.
And it's a long way to walk.
Moving
However,
down, though.
He is walking. We'll see if the Copenhagen Wolves can actually delay this one long enough. Stop Millennium from taking it before Youngbuck can actually get involved in this one whatsoever. There is the Destiny pop. Where is Twisted Fate going to go? Is he even going to use that Destiny? There is the Dragon going down in favor of Millennium. Good Lantern, but that may just leave Airwax to his death here down the bottom. Lee Sin will follow through. Creaton actually going pretty low from this, but Carnex gets up the kill along with the Dragon. Good move from Millennium.
Dragon 1 kill as soon as they saw Youngbuck actually recall from the Dragon before Kevin recalled himself and just ran from the base to the Dragon, knowing he was going to be there. Youngbuck wouldn't be, and therefore they could take it and also go for the kill. And poor Airworks, he's not lucky on the summoners. The flash was almost ready, and then he died.
Kerp again just knocking Cartard against the wall with the satchel charge. Done a fantastic job of getting his farm roll in this game. 194 to 157. 2 assists to his name. They'll be moving up towards that. Rabadon's Death Cap soon already got his needlessly large rod, as is the case, by the way, over with Cartard. We've only seen 1 tower go down so far this game. 18.5 minutes in. That may actually change here. Woolite onto the Millennium outer turret, and he just throws the damage at Creaton and takes a Lantern.
I like the way he plays, man. He's so manly just staying there, and Curb as well. A lot of damage onto Cartard.
Cartard in trouble. Actually, we use a flash, but the bomb comes through. Ignite!
Got him!
Ignite! One more tick there from Curb, and it manages to finish him off. And just as you think the flash was enough for him to actually get away, the bomb follows through. Brilliant again from Kerp.
Yeah, he really loves this matchup here. Again, he did it back in week 1 against Selfie, just destroyed him on Twisted Fate, picked up kills by himself, doing the same thing here against Kautrod. Ulti is going to be ready soon though for Kautrod, so let's see if you want to do something once he actually gets out from the base. The mid lane is being pressured, and now Cotnex coming down to the spot lane. Nice lands once again.
The way to safety. Is that enough here for the turret though? Down to hardly any HP. Survive. Just about. That lane manages to stay alive. And yeah, Ziggs performances, if we want to touch on that again. Pretty much Kerp has picked Ziggs when he can. If he's not banned, and if LeBlanc's banned, then he's going to be taking that Ziggs. As we see Kautrod again moving down to bottom. Destiny is available for him. But the turret is still there, and they see Kautrod down the bottom there now because of that ward inside of the tri-bush, so he will walk away. But we've seen everything from Kerp on Ziggs, stealing buffs left and right, stealing Barons even with the Ziggs bomb as well.
Yes, he really, really loves Ziggs, and it's funny because when you talk with him, he always is like, yeah, you know, he's boring to play, I want to play Fist, I want to play Assassin all the time, and then whenever he actually picks the Ziggs, he just does so well, every time.
Mastering, especially the satchel charge. He seems to always knock them against the wall, get that mini stun from it, and then really push through the damage. You saw, of course, the 1v1 earlier as Kautrod died to that last tick of Kerp's Ignite. See how passively Kautrod's having to play this lane, because if he comes too far out, Kerp's going to attack.
So there's no ward this time for Millennium on the blue buff, so Kerp would have to go for a blind stun. I don't think he's going to try. There should be a blue buff now for Kautrod. Again, ulti is ready for him, Flash is not. However, he did pick up some boots this time, a little bit faster. Not upgraded yet, however. We need to see where he wants to set up a gank. Every single member from Millennium with Flash at the moment, and everyone is actually in a fairly good position to avoid a gank.
It's hard to really set anything up when Millennium aren't pushed up really anywhere on the map at all. Bottom lane went back, top lane went back. Ziggs, of course, in the mid lane. He's going to be 1 versus 1. And, well, there's the kill.
Yeah, well, Airbox was moving around this jungle pretty well. And meanwhile, Cotnex just said, I don't care where you are, I'm just going to go dive the mid lane here. There was, of course, no flash on Kautrod, and another kill picked up by Kerp.
And maybe now moving down towards this bottom side. Kevin
coming behind
is
them.
going to use the TP. Warlock's in trouble. Takes a lantern, but the solar flare will land. Cleansed away from instantly. They want unlimited first of all, but Warlock will be the second target. Creatine is going to get the kill on that one. I think Warlock might be far enough away to stop this being a problem to him. He's already headed on towards the top side of his jungle. Millennium, they don't need to chase you. They can push the mid lane.
Yeah, and again here, using the teleport really, really well by Millennium, and also using the fact that Kerp is so far ahead in this mid lane here. We actually see the replay, the kill onto Kautrod, of course, Airworks is very far away. Kicks him straight into the ulti, that was beautiful. And then they use the fact that the tower is gone and Kautrod is there to just move around the bottom lane and then set up the gank. And now Copenhagen was looking for a fight.
Coming back in, damage coming towards Kerp. He will have to flash away, and there's a lot of damage coming back their way. Destiny's going to be used. Youngbuck dives in towards Kevin, but where is Twisted Fate going to go? He went off to the side, picked up the kill on Ziggs, and manages to survive through all the damage as well. So nice little reply from the Wolves.
Also managed to stop Millennium from killing the tower here. Picked up a kill, and now they're actually pushing now a little bit. Don't have enough minions or actually enough members to actually do it. Dragon spawning in 50 seconds, so still have to wait for it. Can just go back to lanes, pick up some farm, and prepare for the dragon.
So 22 minutes, 45 in. Let's take a look at where we are with gold. 2,500 is the lead that Millennium have. 3-1 up in turrets, a couple of kills going their way as well. And on the farm side, some areas it's looking good. Kerp, for example, in the mid lane is massively ahead of Kautrod, 250 to 187 CS. However, top lane goes the other way in favor of Youngbuck. 80 carries, pretty much bang even.
Bang even here, and of course Copenhagen was just waiting for Ro8 to scale up to the late game, waiting for Kautrod as well to pick up some items. Therefore, the fact you could actually get a kill onto Kerp was a very big thing for him. Ulti isn't ready now, so he can't set up a gank before the dragon, so Copenhagen Wolves just have to go down and start it straight up. Youngbuck from this top lane is running down, Kevin and Creaton actually running from the base, so at the moment Copenhagen Wolves just waiting around, also of course for Ro8 coming in. Could see a very big fight starting here.
Talk so often about how strong Ziggs is at controlling those mini waves, stopping the sieges or sieging up himself, but this is another one of his strong points, poking constantly in Dragon pits and what have you as that fight is going to kick off. Kautar's caught out, he's dead. Creaton picks that one up, and now they go for Airwax. He actually sidesteps the ultimate out of Leona, while they're going on towards the Dragon. Millennium. Kevin just completely taking Youngbuck out of the fight in the mid lane. Millennium again come later to Dragon, end up getting a kill, and then the Dragon, and they're going to have the tower as well.
Pick up the tower. Oh, onto Unlimited here. Nope, Kevin backs away. Didn't want to fight as soon as the rest of Copenhagen Wolves joined in here. But the engage from Millennium with Jerry first landing the stun and Codnex kicking someone from Copenhagen Wolves into the team here. It's just easy for them to get the first kill. And then because Kevin was fighting Youngbuck here and winning the one-on-one so heavily in his favor, Millennium just felt they could just go straight for the fight down here. Knew Kevin could join in later. Picked up a kill again, picked up a Dragon.
We see Trinity Force for Irelia. That's where Kevin now feeling a lot more comfortable and where he can absolutely destroy Youngbuck. There wasn't really much of a contest in that mid lane. It's more like will be gifted a red buff. So, that gold, I was talking just a few moments ago how it was about 2,500. That's jumped considerably. That's over 5,000 gold now in favor of Millennium. Here we see once again Cornex coming in, and the Lantern for the millionth time possibly this game, pulling Ro8 to safety.
So Ro8 actually went for the static shift instead of going 24 CS, and really relying a lot on his position and also on Millennium. I mean, if Jerry lands a stun onto him and Cleanse is gone, there's nothing he can do to survive. He's just going to get locked down and they're going to jump onto him, unless of course there's a Lantern from Unlimited. So he's putting a lot of faith into Unlimited, and also his own positioning and his use of Cleanse, of course, in these fights here.
Also did see in the meantime Kautar go down and finish off the outer tower of Millennium, and that was only the second tower pickup of the game for the Copenhagen Wolves. Is Youngbuck going to come out? They need to run away completely from this one because there are 4 men now, 4 Millennium gathering around. We've got Kevin down the bottom lane. Actually doesn't have a TP, but Youngbuck does. But if you've got 4 men in your lane, you can't do anything with the TP.
If they know Kevin is gone from the team here and there's no teleport, they're moving all the members of here that could start a fight. Millennium, though, wisely enough, just backs away as soon as they see Copenhagen Wolves moving because they know Kevin is so far away. This mid lane tower, though, taking a lot of damage from Ro8.
Yeah, he's being left alone on that one, and Millennium looking a little bit disjointed here. A couple of them coming back, a couple of them going back towards the top lane. In the end, they all go back top lane. Kevin still doesn't have... now, it just literally just came off cooldown, so he's got the TP. That means that they can actually stick around and do some damage and maybe take this inner tower.
Yeah, they were basically just thinking a little bit too far ahead here, so they just went up to the top lane to set up the whole push because they knew teleport would be ready soon. This wasn't ready in time, and therefore they actually gave up the mid tower for nothing. Copenhagen Wolves, though, this tower is already down to 50%. It's going to be hard for them to defend it.
Really going to go completely as Ro8 going to get connected onto there with the Q of Lee Sin, and actually he's gone in there. They kick Unlimited back though. That's a kill for nothing. Nicely set up again by Cornex.
Such a nice play by Cornex. They're going for Youngbuck though.
He's in the middle of nowhere. He's dead as well. Not really. I'm not really sure what he was trying to do in that scenario. Millennium all pretty much decently full when it comes to health bars. And now Millennium starting to back away. Airwax, is he going to face check here? Jerry waiting off to the side.
No flash.
Oh, and he comes in. There is Jerry flashing in. Stun card is pulled, but that won't save him. Cornex gets himself another one. 3-0-6. And for a second game in a row, Lee Sin coming up wonders.
It was like watching a horror movie. You just knew, okay, the killer would be there. He just walks straight into them. They go into him, and that's an easy kill. Millennium now onto the Baron, of course. And this fight before here, all set up by Cornex, and now onto Ro8.
Oh, that's a good flash, but flash into a culling nonetheless, and Creaton will get that one. Airwax in the meantime coming in. He gets bounced away by the satchel charge. Not sure that Airwax is living through it. Kurt gets that kill. Did the Baron reset? No, it didn't. Perfect. Kind of did start to regen, but doesn't really matter. It's going to be taken down. Unlimited's got to be some kind of crazy thresh hero. He's not even going to try. Baron goes to Millennium.
So all this here actually started with Codnex setting up a beautiful play up in the top lane where he jumps onto Ro8, trying to bait out a flash here from Ro8. Ro8 doesn't use it. Unlimited was actually standing further away. It's just an easy kick then. He doesn't flash because he doesn't expect to be the target. So Codnex just kicks him back to the team, pick up 1 kill. Youngbuck then was behind the team trying to flank around before Unlimited died, and it was just an easy pickup for them. Another kill, move down. Carter was the next target, of course. Ro8 as well. Millennium just taking one kill, another kill, another kill, and then they take the Baron, and then take another kill. So very, very strong play for them. As soon as they managed to set up this team fight here, it took so many kills. Everything set up in the start by Cotnex.
Kills are in such good places as well. Creatine on Lucian, 5-0-3, Trinity Force, Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, got a Vamp Scepter now as well. 4-1-6 in the mid lane for Kurt. We've seen his damage. No wonder. Death Cap with the Themes Unholy Grail, Void Staff, and another needlessly large rod as well. So hard to compete with that.
Now the question is, for Millennium, in the past we have seen games where they don't know how to close them. When they have the lead, they have the Baron buff and everything, and don't manage to do anything with it for like 20 minutes and therefore open up for the other team to get to late game, give them a lot of farm. We need to see now if they've improved and now can use the advantage to actually finish this game.
And especially with the Ziggs, that's what you'd expect them to do, to get to the tower, poke as much as they possibly can, and then, well, Copenhagen Wolves might just have to back away from it. But there we go, Destiny's going to be used. Airwack's going to flank around the side. Where are they going to go? It's Youngbuck, they're trying to get into the middle. Kerp is actually going to throw the bomb up in the air. Youngbuck will be finished off another back. Kevin is absolutely destroying everyone. Cullen comes through as well. And just like that, the Copenhagen Wolves try to find something in this game, and they lose 3 men.
Yeah, we had Hourglass on to Carter here, so he wanted to engage, pop the Hourglass, and hope for Millennium to just group on him, and then the Copenhagen goes to jump in with Evelyn, with Shyvana, of course, with all their damage and try and kill Millennium here. They're just pushing on. Inhibitor is gone. 10 seconds on Unlimited. He's the first member to spawn, so they're just gonna back away.
Almost forgetting that last hit onto the inhib there, but did get it finished off. So nice move once again from Millennium. They're regenning up with that Baron buff on, and this should be the final turret outside of the base.
So look at the fight here. Kautat engages in with Hourglass, just pops it instantly as he joins. Rest of Copenhagen Wolves comes in there. Ullard is stunned in the backside here, and down the bottom of it, Youngbuck is dead. And from here on, there's just nothing Copenhagen Wolves can do because they're so far behind. As soon as they engage, pretty much fails from Kautat because, again, nobody from Millennium actually bites onto it and just stays in a group. They instantly spread out multiple sides here, multiple threats, moving different ways. So Copenhagen Wolves couldn't shut anyone down instantly, and therefore Millennium just turned the fight around.
Damage from Kerp is becoming a little bit too much. Looks like they want to try it again. Cotnex is basically the human ward to spot Evelyn trying to flank this time around. And there is a bit of a scam. Are they going to be able to get onto it? One thing that they do have here, the Copenhagen Wolves, with Twisted Fate half an hour into the game, he's still got decent wave clear, but they just can't hold on to the damage as the bomb comes through. The Culling follows. It's not enough to actually pick up a kill, but they almost got 1, 2, maybe even 3 of them from that. They get this tower. They might not be quick enough for Wolves to come back and save the inhib tower.
I like this play from Millennium, being so aggressive, knowing they have so much damage here to just force Copenhagen Wolves back every time. Second inhib should go down here, and now they're just backing away. So very, very good use of the Baron buff for Millennium.
Gold galore probably over on the Millennium side of things. So again, 6-0-3 on Lucian, 3-0-10 on Cotnex, making the play similar to how well Svenskeren did in that last game. Millennium just back away, gonna take themselves another dragon. They've had all of the dragons so far. I believe that's their 4th. The Baron, they're 8-3 up in turrets, doing so well across the map. And you have to wonder, a couple of times the Copenhagen Wolves were first to dragon, but they were pushed away from it, lost 1 or 2 men in the fights, and then lost the dragon itself.
And also there was the time where they actually had a gank in bottom lane, used teleport, and dragon didn't spawn because they had the wrong timer, or didn't have the timer at all. So they actually went down, got nothing from it, then Millennium just moved down, picked up the dragon. Now trying to set up a little trap here, waiting for someone like Kevin to actually go up and clear the minion wave, and therefore manage to pick up a kill. Just expecting Millennium to go for this last tower up in this top lane here, therefore waiting. Let's see who's gonna face check.
J-Ree.
Well, he can do it.
He's got a Randuin.
Kevin.
Might actually be Kevin. Hook comes out. They're going to go for Kevin. They will take him down here as well. And the trap works out for the Copenhagen Wolves. Gives them 1 kill back, though. And I'm not sure if...
Seeing it.
They
all got it. No!
What is he doing? Face checking it. It's a good kick onto Youngbuck. That was a bit of a comedy of errors from Millennium there.
But still, look here. The base taking so much damage. Or the minions actually just going in here. Kautat wise enough. Ults back to try and kill as many as possible. Don't want to lose any of these towers here. So Millennium, even though they lost a member, still pushing up.
Pushing up that top lane onto the final inhibitor. And the super minions coming from the bottom lane. There's another wave in the mid lane pushing up as well. I'm not sure that the Wolves can afford to try and defend this third inhib.
It was actually a very smart ward by Copenhagen Wolves, because then Youngbuck with home guard, didn't actually have home guard, but anyway, Youngbuck could teleport behind Millennium and then just flank them and jump onto them. They saw it, cleared it with the sweeping lens. Well, he could have had home guard and do it as well.
You can TP him behind a home guard on off.
He could still TP behind them, so it was very smart they actually cleared it out from Millennium side.
We got you.
That's all.
That's all good. Youngbuck in the meantime is
Buy
down
home guard, please.
on that bottom lane. And Millennium, yeah, pushing up another wave in the mid lane. And Kevin's now coming back, probably feeling a little bit silly after getting caught out there by a full 5-man team of the Copenhagen Wolves, who are camping out nicely. And here is the possible fight as the Wolves sending airwax around the side. No Destiny, so Kautsard can't do the old Messiah trick of diving in there and using his Zhonya's as he did to little effect really in that last time that they did it here in the mid lane. Also, Baron's coming up in 30 seconds, something we should also keep an eye on.
Millennium actually just waiting for Wolves to engage onto them, because they are so much stronger. Don't really want to risk going in and poking too much onto the inhibitor, because hook from Unlimited or Airwax coming around from the side here could be very, very deadly. Still, Millennium are so far ahead and so much stronger.
One hit. What they got there is Airwax is going to come around the side. Youngbuck diving in the middle, but the bomb already goes off. They've killed off Unlimited, but there is a kill back here for the Wolves. This is definitely not over. It's a double, in fact, coming out for Kautsard as a good flash from Airwax. Gets him away from danger, but 3 men is still alive. And they're the 3 fed guys that I was talking about earlier, and they get the inhibitor anyway.
And this time, Woolite was actually left untouched in the backline, therefore he could destroy Kevin and then Jerry afterwards. Millennium then went on to Unlimited, killed him, and therefore on Youngbuck afterwards. Can I quote Kobe here and say that teleport really sucked?
Well, it was a Destiny #1, so
still a teleport.
Cooldown's not as long. I'm not really sure what Kautsard was hoping for in that moment. He obviously thought it killed.
He was trying to buy time for the team. No, he was trying to buy time for the team to chase up here, and he would then Sonya's once he came in, and they could join in and actually pick up some kills. Just didn't work for him because the team were too far away. But this is still risky here. Kevin though teleporting in.
Kevin coming in might just be enough, and he's going to be able to keep Cogmore away. The bomb lands. Kevin needs one more. Oh, flash away from Woolite. Left him on hardly anything. And Millennium in the end do get themselves the Baron. And another kill.
Another kill here for Millennium. So still very, very far ahead. Got a mid inhibitor down as well. Could go for the bot one now and then go up to top lane again, trying to finish the game this time around with the Baron. At least they are very, very far ahead. And still, I mean, Kautsard again, yeah, so it didn't work for him, but he tried to just delay Millennium here so the team could catch up, pick up a few kills, and maybe Copenhagen Wolves would have gone for the Baron instead. So at least he tried to do something. He knew they were very far behind and just want to try and make a play.
Not really much more to do trying to make plays. You have to take those risks at this stage.
Exactly, I mean, you have to try something.
The game's over anyway, so let's have a look. Morella Nomicon picked up. Also picked up on his last trip home.
Sounds very Danish.
Yeah.
Hodor.
So, Millennium, where are they going to go next? Bottom lane, of course, open inhibitor. Not much that can be done to defend that one. There'll be a blue buff as well for Creaton, who's 606 over the 300 CS mark. Actually picking himself up a bit of magic resist on his last trip home. They had, I think, between 1,500 and 2,500 gold a piece to actually spend the last time they went in there. And now they move again towards that open inhibitor. The Wolves going to start to get in. Youngbuck can't afford to take too much damage before a fight starts.
And this time Millennium plays the pink ward behind him to see Airwax when he comes in to try and flank around. They can take this inhibitor here. Youngbuck took so much damage, just had to back away.
Oh, Q landing onto Kautsard there. No follow through though. And Airwax will be forced to run away from this one. They're onto him though. Actually, they managed to find Airwax here. Cornex gonna kick him. Airwax though will take a lantern back into the base, but will that be enough damage for them to actually get back around? Kerp again knocking them all over the place with that satchel charge.
Cornex actually tried to kick flash Airwax here, but because he kicked him first and didn't flash in time, he ended up just kicking him, then flashing onto him, and therefore Airwax could just take the lantern and back away. Millennium though, it doesn't really matter, because they can just keep poking away here and pushing onto the tower.
Limited. Poked down instantly by Kerpers. Another wave gonna come flying through. There's more damage. They've managed to hook in Cornex, but do they really want that? Youngbuck dove into the back. Connect's actually going down, but they've locked up Woolite. They're going to dive straight in. The bomb comes through. Coulthard goes low, and right now that's a 1 for 2. Make that a 3 for 2, and this is going to be Airwax dying as well. Double kill for Woolite before he died. 4 men down on the Wolf side, only 2 on Millennium side. Coulthard's got to be the hero.
And again, though, it's Jerry setting up the stun, setting up the engage for Millennium. He's been doing it the entire game. Such a great performance by him. Super minions coming in here. Curb poking away onto Coulthard. Millennium should be able to finish this.
Oh, Coulthard possibly dead. He's going to Zhonya's, but that's not going to save him. The satchel charge was finished off. That's an ace in the end for Millennium, and they're just going to run straight through the base as the Nexus turret goes down. The Nexus will follow. A solid win, a much-needed win here for Millennium.
We talked about how Copenhagen Wolves were weak in the early game here. They needed a lot of farm. They needed some good ults from Coulthard and Twisted Fate to really get going. Wanted to get a lot of farm on Woolite, of course, where the Millennium lineup were a lot stronger in the early mid-game parts, and they used it to get ahead here, especially Curb on Zex in his mid lane. Credit to Coulthard, had some very nice ults in the early mid-game here, setting up kills for Copenhagen Wolves. Just wasn't enough because Curb got so far ahead, and of course Creaton on Lucian got so far ahead as well. So once it broke out to team fights, Millennium were just stronger and took full advantage of it.
And you see why pretty much more than half the games, Millennium's opponents have chosen to ban Ziggs against Curb. And when they don't, he always seems to put up big games. You can all remember that game against the Super Hot Crew. He finished 11-3-6 in this one. Just outdone himself. 11-1-11 he finished at the end of that game. So returning to his week 1 form.
Yeah, and yesterday 0-5-0. He made negative points in fantasy. Today is a completely different story if you have Curb here with such a great performance. And again, picking Twisted Fate into Ziggs, we've seen it before, it's such a risky move, and it just gave him pretty much a free lane to get all the farm he needed, get the kills, and use it to win the game.
And we saw so many people like Curb on the bench during week 1 when he did well. After week 2 didn't go so great, I wonder how many people put him back on the bench for week 3, where he's just gone 11-1-11. I'm sure there are a few of you out there that are quite unlucky with that.
I actually think Quickshot is using Curb now, and I'm playing against him in our caster league. He's actually dancing right now and really being a little bit annoying.
A little bit annoying. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, I'm playing Demon, so
easy win.
That's pretty much a got to win for me for pride reasons and all that. But looking back onto it, some great performances, not just from Curb. I want to touch on Cottonex like I did Svenskeren at the end of that last game because he made some fantastic moves with Lee Sin.
And it's one of the reasons all the teams here, most of the teams in Europe really likes Lee Sin as the #1 jungler, because again, you're so strong in the early fights. We saw him every time he spot out Airworks trying to set up a gank, he would join in and turn it around in favor of Millennium, of course, and just a very good early game performance. And then the bottom lane with Creaton and Jerry. As soon as they got a few kills, got the double buff onto Creaton on one of the ganks here, and Jerry with the engage in the team fights, it was just spot on.
And we heard from Woolite before that the bottom lane of Millennium never really win a lane, never really lose a lane, go even, and that was mostly true.
Yeah.
The laning phase itself did stay very, very even, but the problem is, as you said, Creaton ended up getting kills, got the double buff, ended up with another double, ended up 8-0-6 by the end of the game. So just showing, we heard from him earlier on in the season, and he said, I've played more solo queue in the last 3 days than he did the entire spring split. And we see there again that Creaton seems to be back having fun playing the game.
And I also like the fact, in this game here, Millennium, they had the lead, picked up the Baron. In the past, again, we have seen him just continue to farm or didn't really want to go too aggressive and just wait 20 more minutes. This time around, they went straight for the base of Copenhagen Wolves, got a team fight, picked up 2 inhibitors, backed away, waited for the next Baron, and did the exact same thing, except this time they actually finished the game here. So some new aggressive play by Millennium and really showing we have the lead here, we can win team fights, therefore we're just going to go full aggressive.
Yeah, that was always the question we had of Millennium and the Wolves, to be honest.
True.
They were both teams that we said, okay, they're in the lead, but can they win this game, #1, without it going for about 400 hours? #2, without somehow messing up, losing a Baron here or there, or giving a team chance to farm back up enough for it. But again, Millennium looked very, very convincing in how they ended up finishing the win.
And we need to see what this win can do for them going into next week. Because again, they lost 3 games in a row. Now picked up one against Copenhagen Wolves. Very, very strong performance. Use this move on to next week here, pick up some more wins, because again, they are actually looking pretty good in the standings, even though they played the last few weeks haven't been too impressive.
And that's the first time, just to touch on what we said in the pregame, that's the first time that Millennium have actually beaten the Copenhagen Wolves in a year, not quite a year, but in the spring split, they lost all 4 games. They lost the first one here. We saw with how close the European LCS was last split that these head-to-heads really matter.
Always, especially also because we have now SK Gaming and Alliance in the top, at least for now. So all the positions down here is where people can just rotate between each other, up and down, depending on who wins. And therefore, getting these wins, especially on the teams lower ranked than you, are just so important because it's what's going to keep you in the playoff spot, which, of course, again, is what every single team is playing for now. You want to go to Gamescom. You want to make sure you can try and qualify for Worlds.
Well, what about the Wolves? Because they themselves seem to be on a, I don't want to say a downward spiral. That might be a little too aggressive for the scenario that they're in, but they are not having fun right now by the looks of it. They are, I almost feel like banging their head against a brick wall almost every single game.
I feel like they're just trying to find a play style that really suits them. That's why we saw the AP tops in the start of this split here now. Twisted Fate for Kautak. We saw it a few times in the last split, of course. And again, he actually had a very good performance on Twisted Fate. Early on when it came to ganking, just his laning phase, big issues against Curb was expected when it was a Ziggs, of course. But still, it seems to me they mix up a lot of their picks and play style for Copenhagen Wolves every single game, except for the fact that Woolite will always pick something that goes into the late game where he can carry the team, and they put a lot of focus on getting him ahead early on. That's why we saw the ganks from Kautar, ganks from Airwax down to the bottom lane. That's the only thing that, for me, is set in stone with their Copenhagen Wolves tactic. So I feel like they're just trying to find what works for us. Once they find it, they have good players. I'm sure they can actually bounce back.
Well, we'll see. Still a lot of games to be played in the summer split here. But for now, we're going to check in with Shox and Quickshot, who are Rift side with Millennium's Kevin.
Thank you very much, Joe. First off, congratulations, Kevin, on that victory versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Let's break it down from the beginning. Picks and bans, late game components in both teams, and you going for your one and true love, of course, Aurelia.
Yeah, so pick and bans went how we thought about it. We got what we want to, and I think we kind of figured out what they want to play. We banned the Twitch, so Woolite is a strong player on Twitch, and we predicted that we will go for a Kokma, so we went instant for the just full engage hum comp. And yeah, Aurelia. This game I was more like food, but I wasn't the carry, but at least on my champion.
I'm happy to say that because I was going to say, not the strongest performance we've seen from you, Kevin. I do want to ask why Aurelia in this game? Trundle was up, we've seen that Jax was banned away. So what's the thought process in your head and in Millennium's head as to what goes, now I can play Aurelia?
All right, so they had Twisted Fate, Trash, and a lot of CC overall. So a lot of slows, a lot of stuff like that. So I was just like, okay, I have Shyvana and Case, but I don't feel too good right now on her. I feel I don't have impact like Youngbuck did here. He jumped in and died. So I feel the same. So I take a bit distance from her a bit. So yeah, Aurelia, just my favorite pick, and I'm always safe even when I'm 3 levels behind like this game. I will still go aggressive. I will still go hum, yeah, because I just know that I can survive and I know the limits of the champion.
Absolutely not the best early game for you, but we see that impact you can make in team fights, and we actually have an example of one of those team fights lined up for you guys. You can pull that replay up on the screen and you can walk us through the specifics of playing Aurelia.
So 29 minutes in, you guys are very far ahead, 8,000. This is one of the team fights where you actually had quite a nice play. So talk me through what the communication was like. I can see you in the bottom lane starting to rejoin. So let's roll this clip out and talk to me about your communication, your decision making.
So here we already kind of knew Evelyn is behind us, and she already engaged instantly with TF. We didn't expect the TF ulti, but immediately I tried to TP and help. And the call was just to kill the front line. They peeled perfectly for Shyvana. I could just really attack whoever I wanted, and that was basically it. Like, we wanted to peel for Ziggs because he was just super strong, and Kreaton had just amazing positioning there, so he was no danger at all. And yeah, we could just turn it around.
It worked out very well. You guys got control of the game and never let go. I've got a question about Kerp on Ziggs in particular. Do you guys as a team play a lot around Ziggs? Because it seems like when Kerp is on Ziggs, Millennium plays at a higher level than when Kerp is not on Ziggs.
I don't think we play more about Ziggs. It's just that if he plays Ziggs, he farms a ton. Like he roams really good. He does the bombs to help out the lanes in case they 3-man push or 4-man push. I think overall, I don't think we support him too much in mid lane. Of course,
don't need to.
Exactly, we don't need to. Like he's just overall a super strong player on it, and I don't know why, but he has the potential to kill even 1v1. So on other champions, it's a bit different because other champions has, of course, higher risk and higher reward. So Ziggs is just safe pick, and if Kerb plays on a safe and aggressive champion as well, then he's just really strong.
Well, let's actually take another step back because, of course, you guys coming in here, week 1, 3-1, all the hype for Millennium, Creaton saying how he's had this newfound enjoyment of the game. So what happened between then and the weeks after where you guys haven't performed at that level?
So after week 1, we felt good. We felt really good. But already in the scrims, we felt that the other teams improved really fast. They managed to fix the rotations, the level 1s, and the swaps really good, which we didn't at that point. So that was basically the key why we lost a lot of games like that in week 2. We had, basically we had struggles to fix the problems we had with the rotations. We still have. We still have to work on that, and if we can fix that, I don't know. We were just...
So as a final question, you guys seem to have the ability to just destroy when you hit everything. But you have lost a couple of games. So if we compare Millennium now with Cotnex in the jungle to Millennium with RNA in the jungle from the spring split, what is the mood and the feeling like in the team? Are you panicking that the same thing may happen, that if you don't fix things properly now, you may face a promotion tournament again?
So right now, of course, it's a bit of pressure because we are losing a lot, and scrims didn't went too well as well. So, but we try to keep a cool head. We know what we do wrong. The thing is just we don't have a exact person who just tells us how to fix it, and basically how to fix it. We see our problems, but we cannot just teach ourselves that fast. So I think that's the most important part. Why we are not that strong yet. And why we can't compete with such SK or Alliance. But the future will tell. We hope we can face them and destroy them as well.
Well, thank you very much. Always a pleasure. Kevin, as for us, we're going to go into a short break, but when we come back, what a matchup we have lined up. The Super Hot Crew as they take on Alliance. We'll be back in 3.5. Don't move.
Taco, burrito. I'm gonna stay.
It's a little bit further away from that one. There's the kickback. The bomb's coming through. The bomb, will it get anyone? It does.
So many just staying there on curb as well. A lot of times on the counter.
That's not in trouble. That's it. We use the flash, but the bomb comes through. He's dead.
Got him.
Go mid. Got him. Kick him. Combo. Combo.
Destiny's going to be used. Airwank's going to flank around the side. Where are they going to go? It's Youngbug. They're trying to get into the middle. Kerp is actually going to throw the bomb up in the air. Youngbug will be finished off another back. Kevin is absolutely destroying everyone.
One hit.
What they got there is Airwax is going to come around the side. Youngbug diving in the middle, but the bomb already goes off. They've killed off Unlimited, but there is a kill back here for the Wolves. This is definitely not over.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European LCS live in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and here alongside me is Trevor Quickshot Henry once again, as we head into our top-of-the-table clash between the Super Hot Crew and Alliance. During the spring team, these teams tied at 2 apiece. Both had great starts, in fact. It's not going to be good starts, so fantastic starts to the season. We should be clear on that one, because the Super Hot Crew, they are currently the only team to record a win over Alliance this summer. And after taking down Fnatic yesterday, this is a true test for the Super Hot Crew to see if they are one of the best teams in Europe right now.
Well, they're definitely performing that way, and if the Super Hot Crew get off to another good start like they did against Fnatic and make use of all of their strategic capabilities, I believe they can push Alliance incredibly hard. The key for us to watch this game will be how they handle their opponents in a one-on-one individual skill ability. Are they actually on par with Alliance's members? And then, of course, how long do they take to close the game? They took a long time yesterday, some might say an eternity, and they simply couldn't take advantage of the pressure that their minions afforded. I said that 1,000 times yesterday because it was really the only thing to keep eyes on, and the fact that they kept eating all of those spears from Peke. I think I want to see how they adapt to Alliance. They took a long time to adapt to Fnatic yesterday. I'm not sure they're going to get that same time frame against Alliance.
Yeah, on the other side, as you mentioned, Alliance, they currently sit atop the table, having played superbly so far in the summer split. Yesterday against Ro8, they were not so strong in the early game, but again, they really asserted themselves in the mid to late game.
Yeah, Alliance weren't exactly in control early, but they didn't fall very far behind. They did actually trade towers. They had a composition that was always going to scale incredibly well. They first picked Jax, was a surprise. They locked in a Nivea, was a surprise. They also added Cogmore, so they had late game in the bag. And it's an old school style of composition which did just work perfectly. As I said, you can't ignore the fact that Nivea was played by Froggen, or Froggen was played by Nivea, whatever you prefer. He once again went unkilled. He had an excellent showing on his signature champion. It's also interesting to note, the 2 times Froggen has played a Nivea this year in the LCS has been against Ro8 on the blue side. So just an aside for everyone.
And they really had no idea what to do against it, that's for sure. The Super Hot Crew, well, they know their last win over Alliance won't be easy to repeat, and they'll need to win a top lane and a strong support pick if they're going to take a spot at the top of the table.
Last game against Super Hot Crew, we let the game so out of control and we made a lot of bad plays.
We did some stupid mistakes in that game. I think our picks and bans were pretty horrible in my eyes.
Last time we won over them, but it was because we had a all or nothing combo where we had to win early. And if we got ahead early, we'd win no matter what. But if we would just get a little bit behind, we will lose no matter what. And that's something risky to go for, but it's something we as a team is pretty confident at, because we are pretty much sometimes all or nothing when we have to play these games.
I think our approach will be the same as we had before, because our strategy going into the game was correct. The way we want to play the game right now is we need to have a lot of vision control and be very focused on having vision control.
The bot lane is very safe, and Froggen is playing really well with Shook, so we have to win top lane.
Diff and me are definitely going to contest the trash pick, and I think both of us know that, and it's going to be about who has the balls to leave it open to the other one, but I'm definitely not going to ban it, for sure not.
It's going to get our revenge. This time we're going to win.
So we're going to see who has the bigger balls from these 2 supports. Who will get Thresh? And what else will they play?
I think it's clickbait. Failer's like, I'm definitely, you know, what I think. We'll see.
I'm definitely not banning that.
Liar.
We'll see how it goes. Let's check out those starting lineups for these 2 teams. Over on the blue side, it is the Super Hot Crew, and that means it's Mima in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie as the mid lane, Mr. Rals as AD carry, and We Will Failer on support.
Somebody needs to tell Selfie to get with the color scheme, because he's playing for the other side. On the red side, it is Alliance, Wicked up top, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, with Tabs and Nif as the AD carry and support.
A lot on the line for both of these teams, and you know, I mentioned it at the start, Super Hot Crew, if they win this game, they're going to be top of the league. And I have to talk about Mr. Rales from yesterday, because he played Twitch well, and in the late game managed to find an important kill on Peke, which opened up a crucial inhibitor turret. I feel like his positioning was strong all game, and he will need an equal or better performance to handle Alliance and Tabs.
I completely agree with you. Mr. Rales does have a few more deaths to his name when you look at their head-to-head statistics, but he makes up for it because he's got more assists. The one thing that is definitely more telling is just how much more involved Tabs is actually in his team's kills. When you look at the percentage total kills, it's 10% more of his team. So it just means he's roaming and grouped up more, and he's synergizing at a higher level with Alliance than Mr. Ro8 is with the Super Hot Crew. But you also got to remember that Ro8 and Super Hot Crew have taken down Tabs and Alliance once before, and Mr. Ro8 played Draven. It's the only game he played Draven. He said in the video, we go all or nothing. Draven is an all or nothing champion. We'll see if he does it again.
Yeah, it's got some great voices as well, that's for sure. You guys at home have been voting on which teams will win today. So let's check in to see who you think will win this match. 81% of you have voted for Alliance. No surprise there. Remember, it was 91% last time around these teams played. Super Hot Crew got the better from then. Can they do it with 19%?
We're about to find out. Before we get to Champ Select, there's a lot that I just want to throw out there. Yasuo was a very large reason why Super Hot Crew won the last game that these two teams played. In that matchup, they were even on gold, kills, towers, up till 35 minutes before Super Hot Crew went ahead. So it was super, super close. We know the Thresh pick is going to be contested, the Lulu pick is going to be contested, and the Nidalee pick is probably going to be banned. I just need to get that out there so we can see how it plays
everything is up for grabs.
I may or may not be excited for this game.
This definitely is the top of the table clash. SK Gaming, of course, already up there in the mix. They're in second place, but splitting them is Alliance in first and Super Hot Crew in third. Can they jump straight over them? Lee Sin being taken away. We've seen that in the first two games of the day. No surprise that one being removed when Impaler and Shug are on the board. Kassadin, we saw him picked up yesterday. Thresh, there is the Thresh. Super Hot Crew banded out. We will fail you. You're a liar.
It was bait. It was purely bait, trying to lull his opponents into a false sense of security. I am very interested to see how We Will Fail is going to perform on another support. He's played 5 games of Thresh, 1 Morgana, 1 Leona. And I do think his Thresh is in a much higher level than the others, but we've only seen them once, so I can't completely blanket limit those support champions.
So Yasuo was taken away. Of course, Selfie played that last time Alliance met Cassid, and Kale also taken away. So Lulu is open. Big pick for Alliance. Shyvana is open. Lucian is open. There is the Shyvana steal from Super Hot Crew for Mima. What will Alliance react with this one? Of course, it remembers Twitch is out there still. Big champion for Tabs.
It's very difficult to know what the teams are going to prioritize. If a Nidalee gets locked in, Super Hot Crew did this yesterday, where they forced Fnatic to lock in that Nidalee pick early on. Fnatic did it very, very quickly. Super Hot Crew said they anticipated it. They wanted Nidalee if it was going to be available. And there's a lot of discussion because of the fact that Alliance may be falling into a pick and ban strategy that Super Hot Crew have already won with yesterday.
I know for a fact Super Hot Crew want the Twitch Nidalee combo. I've spoken to them a few times, and I was talking to them because yesterday, of course, Nidalee was taken away by Fnatic, and I was like, do you really want that? Because we haven't really seen you play that. I was like, absolutely wanted to see if we could have it together. But of course, Alliance, as we mentioned, Twitch is a champion they are happy to pick up if it's available in the first rotation. They've done it every single time it's been out there. They generally pair it with Shyvana, of course, and now that's taken away. They're securing Elite to take that away from Impaler for sure.
Pick heavy champions. Tabs on Twitch has a 20 KDA. He's played it once. He's won with it in very dramatic style. The thing is, for the Super Hot Crew, they need to find a jungler that's going to work for them. With Elise being taken off the cards and Lee Sin being banned away by themselves, it doesn't leave a whole lot of those super high priority picks for them. In addition to that, if they lock in the likes of a Nidalee early on, it's going to allow Froggen to potentially counterpick. LeBlanc is still available and is a champion that both Selfie and Froggen have run in the past. Froggen ran a Nivea yesterday. It was into a composition that it worked with his team, but the theory is still there. The threat of it is still there if Super Hot Crew put together a number of champions that Alliance feel a Nivea would do well against.
Yeah, it's possible. Absolutely possible. And of course, that was alongside Cogmore, though. So Cogmore not picked up. Lucian was available. No surprises, Mr. Rallis is going to move towards that one. And as expected, Evelyn being picked in for Impaler.
So Impaler's going to go to that flanking jungler, looking to create picks, looking to come in from the sidelines with Agony's Embrace. Mima will be looking to do the same thing. The first pick, Shyvana, is super impressive because both Mima and Wicked have 5 games on Shyvana each. Denying that from Wicked means we're going to see him on something a little different. But it's been the Shyvana pick that's worked. 4 wins for Mima. Now Super Hot Crew and Alliance need to decide who their mid laners are going to be. Froggen is leaving it all the way to last pick. I almost wonder if it might not be the likes of an Orianna. She scales well, has very strong laning phase. There's no sort of hard counters to her if you want to play it safe. And the rest of those sort of dive champions from Eve and Shyvana, I don't know if there's enough peel to warrant Nidalee. Nidalee needs a lot of time and a lot of zoning in order to get multiple spears off. Otherwise, you just get collapsed upon and surprised.
Well, Alliance have generally gone with something that works with a lot of team synergy. Nif, of course, could be picking up this Nami, and Wicked, will he fall back to the old faithful? No, Morgana's going to get switched out for Nif, so that's a champion he's played a lot of in the last 2 splits. But Aurelia, well, no surprises. It's going to be Wicked this time around. He's been moved away from it onto Shyvana, but since that was taken away, Jax wasn't on the cards either because that was banned out, so he's fallen back to a tried and tested method.
Yeah, the thing is, he's got no wins on it this split.
Yeah.
Absolutely no wins on that champion. The Morgana pick I like for Alliance because it allows them to peel away when that Evelynn and that Shyvana dive onto you, throw the Soul Shackles down, and you keep people from, locking up Twitch. But there's a little bit of a disparity in Alliance's comp. Irelia and Elise want to be diving in. Twitch wants to surprise people and assassinate. And Morgana's kind of this defensive, reactive support. So their mid laner for Alliance is going to be very, very important to tie the whole group together. Super Hot Crew, on the other hand, they're still looking to lock in their last couple of picks, but, priorities are up there. Ziggs, Nidalee, LeBlanc, Orianna, all Sliver, even Twisted Fate, if they wanted to go for that sort of option. I almost wonder if Twisted Fate might not work for Alliance. They've got the makings of a very strong pick composition with their champions.
We'll see how it works out. Sona being locked in. We haven't seen a great deal of Sona over the summer split or the spring split, honestly, but it is a champion that fits We Will Failure. It's a champion he played a lot back when he was active in the LCS, and of course, we saw him with the Flash hooks yesterday. Flash crescendos work just as well. And of course, the Ziggs, well, we just saw again Kerp destroying another team with Ziggs. We know how strong Ziggs can get if he gets farmed.
First pick for the Super Hot Crew. So the engage power is going to come from that Flash Crescendo, like you've mentioned, with Shyvana and Evelynn running amok. If Super Hot Crew want to defend a siege or attack, they have got the sustain from Sona, they have got the poke from Ziggs, and there's a lot of wave clear between Ziggs and that Lucian, respectively. So I like the comp that Super Hot Crew put together. The only thing they need to be aware of is their hard CC is only with Sona. So if We Will Fail it doesn't lock somebody down instantly, they're going to be in trouble.
There was a lot of discussion over this pick. You can see this wasn't instantly locked in. You can see Froggen and the team having a lot of discussions, but again, Anivia locked in for the second game running for Alliance. The fan favorite, that's for sure, for Froggen.
Yes, Bird is definitely the word in the Alliance camp. And with the second day in a row, this is the third time we've seen Froggen on Anivia this year in the LCS. The reason I like this lock-in, it balances out the somewhat lack of magic damage from the rest of the comp. Every time we have an interview with Froggen, he talks about how his team comps will have to be well-rounded. They have to have magic damage, physical damage, etc. Anivia is going to give you all of that magic damage you're looking for. It gives you wave clear, and very, very importantly, the ability to segregate your opponent's teams. You put that crystallized wall down, Super Hot Crew are split up, and they either have to blow their flashes or their movement abilities to get around the wall. And that's going to buy all of those single target champions like Irelia, like Twitch, like Elise, time to find kills. A lot of importance on Froggen making the right plays with his ultimate and those walls.
And when I think about it, Impaler's one of the men that will go in and try and make those plays, and he could get called out easily on Evelynn. Well, now that we know the champions have been locked in, do you guys at home still think Alliance will win this one? Tweet at LOL Esports and use the hashtag SHCWin or hashtag AllWin, and we'll see if you've changed your minds. Remember, it was 81% in favor of Alliance in the initial vote. Now that the Bird's been locked in, you may even go higher.
I like both of these teams' compositions. I think they have so much utility, so many things they can do respectively. The Super Hot Crew need to avoid giving up kills early. If Elise, Irelia, or Twitch can accelerate ahead, they have all of the tools available to keep finding picks and shutting down the crew, so they can't run that risk.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The game is getting underway. Game 3 of the final day of week 3 here in the European LCS Summer Split. Super Hot Crew starting out as the blue team. Can they take a victory over Alliance? They've done it once before in the summer, but Alliance, if they can hold on and pick themselves up another win, will continue to stay atop the table. and they could go 7 wins and 1 loss. And more importantly, it would be a 6-win streak for Alliance. A fantastic opening to the summer, of course, which is the road to the Summoners Cup.
On the other side of the coin, this could be Super Hot Crew's 4th victory. They're on a 3-game winning streak of their own, and they're looking to be the 2nd, if not 3rd strongest team in Europe, along with SK Gaming. If you were going to, put those power rankings in place, we are going to see Mima and Wicked going toe-to-toe with this Shyvana versus Irelia. And if memory serves correctly, the last time these two teams played, Wicked also played Irelia and did lose to Mima during the laning phase.
Tams is known for his piano play, not so much the violin play or the crossbow there, which he was running on Twitch, but at the moment, it seems we are going to have a bit of a standoff. We did see, of course, Impaler went deep, got that very deep ward you can see at the top of the map. But will that give him any vision? Wicked is not going to pass by it. You can see it there, so he's going to have vision, know whether anyone's going to teleport back when they're going for the early invades, but it doesn't look like it.
I think Alliance are going to be playing this for the late game. Alternatively, they're going to be playing to get a item peak in sort of 20 to 35 minutes and then find picks. The reason I say that, Froggen's run Flash Teleport. He's not looking for lane dominance. He's going to be looking for map control along with Wicked's Teleport. And you can see with the votes, they're definitely believing in that Anivia.
Well, you say that. It was at 79%, so now it's swung a little bit at least to 75%, so a little faith in Super Hot Crew maybe being picked up there. Maybe the fact that Ziggs got locked in. Ziggs, of course, in this mid lane. You should feel will have, especially the early 6 levels, an advantage over Anivia.
Yeah, up until Froggen gets level 6, the wave clear and the pushing power is obviously in favor of Selfie, but Selfie himself has gone for a defensive summoner in Cleanse as opposed to Ignite, which is what we just seen Kerp running. And the trend for most Ziggs in the EULCS is barrier or heal, because they do want to rely on the long range. They want to rely on zoning more than anything else. So we'll see how that transpires and how it controls. I do just briefly want to touch on that Lucian Sona lane. With the sustain from We Will Fail It and the poke that Sona offers, along with the poke that Lucian offers, they should be able to punish Morgana and Nif as long as they don't eat too many Dark Bindings. On the assumption they dodge them, they should have the advantage in that matchup.
As you can see, the invade and counter invade have both worked out, so double buff picked up for both junglers. Let's see where they go from here. It is standard lane meta at the moment. We'll see whether Impaler does decide to take a swing by on Froggen. Remember, Froggen, even at level 2, will have that passive available all the way through this game, which will give him that second breath of life with the egg. He did get egged a couple of times against Ro8 yesterday, but did not die to it. It is going to be potentially the top lane target for Impaler, though, coming up around the backside of Wicked, but this will be a tough Wicked to pin down.
Yeah, it really will. Wicked does have his flash available, no teleport, and here comes Impaler.
Yeah, quickly dashes onto Impaler, showed himself way too early on those minions, and that was super simple. Didn't even need to waste a summon spell.
No, none at all. It is forcing Wicked to burn through his potions, so at the very least, Mima is going to have a effective hit point advantage in lane, but he needs to press that advantage. And we talked about Mr. Riles and We Will Fail having that stronger 2v2, which is why I think Shook is trying to give some attention to that bottom lane. It's interesting to see that Shook is doing that when you consider how often and how frequently he ganks for Froggen.
Yeah,
if you go back and watch the games, he always goes mid.
It was a little unlucky. Walked down just as the ward was about to time out, and it gave vision to him and then disappeared. So they knew that he was coming. It does mean that he's going to be able to invade and steal away the large Wraith and his little last 2, I guess, and leave just the 1 there. Selfie in this mid lane, as we mentioned, he should have that small advantage over Froggen. It is only a small advantage, 6 CS right now, of course. Froggen just a couple of levels off 6. That big wave should get cleared out by him. Doesn't seem like he's having too many issues so far in the mid.
I'm sincerely hoping Froggen can pull off a tell egg port like Reddit a few weeks ago, where you can actually get egged and make your way to safety. It would be very exciting in the LCS, and would definitely be first time at a competitive level.
And it's interesting that you say that obviously he's got that. We saw the Teleg port before, but
All-Star game, yeah.
It's something that Froggen has said many times back in Season 2, Season 3, that, you know, if you take teleport in the mid lane, you should be expecting to lose that lane. Good aggression from Wicked on Mima there, but of course, he's going to have mana issues as the levels develop.
It's such good game sense and lane presence. Wicked actually dashes onto Mima, gets some damage to the Siege minion, gets the reset on that Q dash, the Blade Surge, and then jumps onto Mima again. So just really, really smart play, getting the most out of the situation. But as you said, as long as Wicked's burning through his mana, he's going to have less opportunities to zone and force Mima down. Mima's going to need to buy an item before he can sustain. So that is one thing that Wicked does have in his favor. With no potions on either side, Wicked does have those hit and style life steal to get himself life back.
And you know, in talking about Wicked, Froggen gets a little satchel charge on the back of him. Impalable's off the side. Talking about Wicked, yesterday, he didn't feel he had that big of an advantage, despite the fact we could see clearly it was a 20 CS advantage. He had a level plus over him for a large period of time over Zazas, but he didn't feel he had that advantage because maybe, you know, obviously Jax, he's not played half as many games as he has on Aurelia. On Aurelia, though, you can tell he knows when he has that tiny advantage and can make use of it.
Yeah, when you've got so many ranked games under your belt, it's definitely going to help you out in terms of those micromanagement decisions. So we've seen both Wicked and Froggen had actually used their teleports very early on. Wicked has already come off cooldown because he's been laning for the whole time, and Froggen's just returned to that mid lane. He was under pressure from Selfie. Selfie was shoving him into tower and made him lose a small amount of CS, but thanks to that teleport and catching that minion wave and a half, he has got his chalice, he's got level 6, so his wave clear is significantly higher. Well,
Mega Inferno Bomb was just used, and we are seeing Alliance moving towards the dragon, so they noticed that ultimate was down, and while it looks like Selfie may head off towards that top. No, he's going to try and cover off, but Alliance are not confident about this one. They know that there's a ward down there that gives Super Hot Crew vision. They back away.
A lot of respect from Alliance. That was a level 6 Anivia with a full mana pool. Shook was obviously not at a level 6 himself, but they had the ability to zone Super Hot Crew away with the Crystallize or challenge with the Dark Binding and a Cocoon, and instead, Alliance opt to back out. They didn't want to run the risk of catching too many bouncing bombs from Selfie. And that's not the highest amount of damage that Selfie's taken. Froggen not getting the exact combo. That will work though.
That's a good combo from Froggen. He's simply protecting Shook as well. He was clearing out the pink ward. Did put a ward down himself so he can have that vision, but good protection work and a good chunk of hit points taken off that mid lane.
Yeah, so very just, you know, it's what we come to expect from Froggen. When he doesn't land those combos, we're more surprised than anything else. Shook has done a fairly good job of trying to get in Super Hot Crew's jungle, but it hasn't garnered him any big objectives yet or any massive lead. And CS-wise, it's pretty close across most of the lanes.
Yeah, but Wicked is still yet to go back and buy. He's sticking around, and we've seen him doing this a number of times on Aurelia. He goes back and buys a big item. At the moment we saw Mima, he's gone back, got himself the Dawn's Blade, the Giant's Bow. You can see nearly 2,000 gold stacked onto Wicked, so saving up whether he's going to go straight for that Phage. We'll see what he comes back with in the next time he backs off, but it's been a very long time. Now he's going to back off. We'll see where he goes. Blue buff goes to Selfie.
Yeah, you know, Wicked wasn't under pressure to back away and buy anything because his lane opponent purchased the Giant's Belt. So he's gone for tanky safety stats on Mima's side. Most likely going to be the Sunfire Cape. Dragon started once again by Alliance, and this is so smart. Super Hot Crew aren't there to challenge.
Yeah, very smart. You saw Wicked. That's what the delay clearly was. He was like, I'll keep hold of this teleport for as long as possible, see if it's needed. It was not. Alliance secure that dragon easily. Impaler does go for an invade while that's all happening. He will get the red buff, but it's a small victory when you lose out on the dragon and all of that global experience of gold.
Yeah, it is. At this stage in the game, it's not a massive amount of gold because it does, of course, scale with the champion levels, but more importantly for Alliance, they have the exact timer, they have the control, and they're making the proactive decisions. This is something that Fnatic didn't do as well against Super Hot Crew yesterday, and it cost them. It's why Fnatic lost their game. They weren't really able to force Super Hot Crew to react. So it's advantage to Alliance. We go back to this extended laning phase, and truthfully, it has just been about CS. It's been about the mechanical play, because neither team has made any real concerted efforts to secure kills or pressure their opponents out of lane just yet.
This is what you expect, though. When it's two top-of-the-table teams coming together, they are going to play extremely cautious. Nobody wants to make any early moves. Nobody wants to lose the game in the first couple of levels of a match. Nobody wants to go headlong into some blind face checking on bushes. And so far it's been very secure stuff.
So in 4.8, most of these super important, super high meaning matches have defaulted back to the straight up lanes. If you go back to the previous patch, yes, if you go back to the previous patch, we were still seeing the 3v1s, the tower dives, etc. Last week, SK versus Alliance, it was just straight up head-to-head bashing. We'll get to that in a second as Mr. Rolls and We Will Fail are pushing to the tower. Shook has Flash and Cocoon, and he has Flash Cocoon ganked before. Let's see if he's confident enough for it this time.
they back away. They're already feeling a little nervous. You do see the Dark Binding landing, gets on towards it. We Will Fail. There's the ultimate from Nif. That's going to catch out on towards We Will Fail. The Black Shield just enough. In comes Shook, gets it out on towards him. Tab gets the first blood. And that's a clean kill for Alliance.
Very smart play. Nif was just managing to land everything he needed to. Didn't even need to blow his exhaust because he flashed away from that last couple of auto attacks. Summoner heal kept his life up and just, I think, flawless execution from Alliance. Got the target they wanted, and that's what we said. If Super Hot Crew eat a Dark Binding, they will lose the matchup. Otherwise, they do have the tools to win it. Fortunately for them, first blood goes to Tabs.
Was a double flash blown out there. Tabs will clear out this wave, no problem.
Ooh,
you see movement in the mid lane, actually. Mega Inferno Bomb's going to come down. Nif's in trouble. That's going to land. Now Shook's in trouble. He's going to get caught out the side. Wicked's going to join in. Froggen manages to get on towards Mr. Rallis. Mr. Rallis goes down. Impaler onto Tabso. Can he land on towards him? A great stun comes out from Froggen. He gets himself in there. He picks up the double as well. It was a double for Impaler in the mid lane as well. They just trade positions.
So at the end of it all, they trade 3 kills for 3 kills when you go all the way back from first blood. The thing is, the kills have been situated on Alliance's carries. 2 of them on Froggen, 1 of them on Tabs. Look at the minimap. The engage from Selfie is what started it. He used that Mega Inferno Bomb, and because Froggen, I think, was very intelligent with that teleport, it not only allows him to control the map in the later stages of the game, but he can counter the roam and those Mega Inferno Bombs that Selfie throws down. Also, huge props to Impaler, just sidestepping that Flash Frost and really getting a lot of damage down to secure his 2 kills.
Not quite catching him out. Wicked having to use that ultimate up against Mima. Clears out that wave. No problem at all there. And now this is starting to become an issue for Mima. He's at equal CS. Well, actually, he just fell behind in CS after that wave got cleared out. Not backing away, he's going to interrupt him. Wicked should just be able to walk back to base. Went a little early on that one. Impaler is here. They could try and 2v1 the tower.
There's no Agony's Embrace, nor is there a flash for Impaler, so there's no room for error. Shook is reading the situation well and coming into potentially counter gank. So let's see if Impaler has spotted Shook out. This is going to be a little scary. Wicked's low on mana as well.
Mega Inferno Bomb thrown way too early, expecting that one, but I think the moment they saw Shook, they quickly cancelled that action.
I don't think the communication may have been quick enough. You are right that the moment Shook stepped in to range, he managed to get away. We're going to catch a replay of shenanigans in the bottom lane. Did Impaler go down? He did go down, actually.
Yeah.
Completely caught that off screen, so that's easy. Red buff for Nivea.
Well, you can't get away from Froggen. He flashed for it, though, but he got the kill. Now Froggen's in trouble, though. He's got that egg still available, and in comes Shook to help out. The damage on Impaler is huge. Froggen just about gets away. Gets caught out by the passive. The bomb's still coming in from Selfie. He's got no mana left. He's going to come back out of this one, may even turn on towards Selfie. Shook continues, takes the tower hits. Froggen continues to chase on there. Shook, he flashes away. Repels back on towards him. The satchel charge, and Shook finishes the job. Fantastic stuff from Alliance.
Yes, very well played. Alliance just landing everything that they need to. The rebirth is all that Froggen needed to get away. It's not over yet. Mima is looking for Shook. He's going to get caught by the cocoon, and that's Alliance with a 3-kill advantage. Just being in the right place at the right time. What I liked about Froggen getting the kill on We Will Fail in that bottom lane, he waited for exhaust to time out, then he flashed and went for that next auto attack and got the burst damage down. We Will Fail needs to sidestep those bindings. They're not helping him out at all.
Well, there was a good reason that Sana started to get played less and less. He was just not strong enough in the hit points in this current meta when the supports have just became death machines effectively. Nif, of course, throwing out that Dark Binding, landing every time is causing serious problems for this bottom lane. Misses it. A bit of a commentator's curse there, I feel. But nonetheless, it's a 3-0-1 Anivia once again for Froggen. Another fantastic performance, yet to die in the last 3 times it's been played since All-Star Paris.
Yeah, there's still a difficult situation for Alliances. How do they get past the wave clear of Ziggs? It's a 2,000 gold lead, which is great, but it hasn't necessarily afforded absolute control. And this next dragon will determine how strong Alliance are with their team composition against Super Hot Crew. Teleport's available for both top laners, but Mima's lower on HP, and it looks like Alliance have got better positioning and will be looking to start this off. So we need to see if Super Hot Crew are going to challenge, or how quickly Alliance are going to play this one out. Cocoon and Binding are scary.
Cocoon lands, Dark Binding lands. You do see Twitch getting in there, but they do step away from this one. I feel they could have followed through there. They did have a 3-on-3 situation, but they'd already used 2 of their crowd control spells.
The problem is, if Alliance had committed to that, the strength of the counter engage through Crescendo may have been enough time for them to lose a member. Elise is not super tanky right now, just working with that Spirit of the Ancient Golem and a single Ruby Crystal. So going for a tank build. And up in the top lane, first major items completed. Mima with Sunfire Cape versus Wicked with the Trinity Force. The question is, what does Wicked go next? Does he want to go dueling split push Zephyr, or does he want to go Randian's Omen team fight? And we'll see what he opts for. Tabs, he thinks he scored 3.
Rat-a-tat-tat coming straight in there. Impaler turns it back around. A great crescendo comes out. Tabs gets locked up and flashes away with that heal. Now we see Shock. He comes around, gets into a Mega Inferno Bomb's going to come in. It will miss its target though. And now Impaler's in trouble. Froggen gets on towards him. He gets himself another double kill. He's now 5-0-1 on Anivia.
They've got Selfie.
Oh, he's going to try and satchel charge away from this one. I don't think we're going to see a repel follow-up, but Froggen will continue to pursue.
Froggen on Anivia is immaculate. Another brilliant teleport. He threw his hands in the air after getting a double kill in just massive celebration. The heal from Tabs and that Blade of the Ruined King was huge. It really was. Mr. Oz and We Will Fail It thought they had him. They thought they'd killed him. He managed to flash away to safety, and just the damage follow-up from the rest of Alliance. It gives them a 5,000 gold lead and such great control. Take a look at Tabs. The mechanical play, he hits 2 or 3 members with rat-a-tat-tat, and this is where we touched on how powerful the crescendo is. That's 20 hit points. He flashes off the 1 more auto attack, and a well-timed exhaustion impaler as well, just prevented that last hit. I think just flawless execution from Alliance.
Yeah, Nif, of course, with his ultimate, getting the double stun as well on Impaler and We Will Fail It. Everything being executed so well for Alliance, and the fact they got away without any deaths is outstanding. Of course, we're still yet to see these top laners get engaged in any of these fights, as has become commonplace, I feel, but Mima, well, he's going to try and be that tanky member, but Wicked, he's going to be very confident. The fact that he's now just teleporting back in towards that top lane, got the Triforce in there, Spectre's Cowl already built up. We're starting to see him getting involved in the team fights as and when needed, but for now, he's continuing to split, and as everybody on Twitter is mentioning, the fact that he's just going to have to start drawing bans once again on Anivia. It happened so many times throughout Season 2 and Season 3. It may have to happen again.
We have literally gone back to Season 2 and Season 3. Playstyle, champion picks as far as Alliance. I mean, Sona's back. See Bird fed, of course. Great tweets, thank you for those guys. But I think Wicked has done a smart choice. We're talking about his items, and he's going to catch Mima here.
Mima having to run away from that one. Cannot get involved in a straight-up 1v1 fight with Wicked anymore.
Considering the amount of magic damage that Ziggs, Evelynn, and actually Shyvana does put out when she's in her dragon's form, going for that early Spectre's Cowl, potentially Spirit Visage, is very smart. Mima potentially getting dived, but he does have Flash, does have Dragon's Descent, so he really needs to have a misplay if Alliance are going to catch him out. Tower should go down as well. So first tower of the game going to Alliance around about 1830.
Yeah, that's going to be easily picked up. Wicked, of course, letting the minions die out to that tower. Selfie caught out in the mid, has to flash satchel charge, but you cannot escape. And Tabs this time picks up the kill.
And that's what we talked about. The power to just force the movement of Super Hot Crew. With the crystallized wall from Anivia, he's not necessarily using it to do anything other than predict movement. You force a champion to go to the direction you want, and they just shut him down. So a good roam from Tabs. Super Hot Crew do at least get some global gold back, but they've hit the point now where their item differential between individual champions is already apparent, and if Selfie can't defend when Alliance begin to siege, I think that's what Super Hot Crew have to be banking on. Those bouncing bombs and those minefields, keeping Super Hot Crew's map playing in their favor.
Well, to use the words of Super Hot Crew, they feel the top for the support is where it's going to have to count. The fact is, We Will Fail Us on 0-3-0 and Nif is on 0-1-7. Definitely working out in favor of Alliance there, but they didn't seem to count on that bird in that mid lane at 5-0-2. Mima caught out once again. Wicked not worrying about that minion wave, going to continue chasing on. Their blade surges on, and Mima cannot stand and fight with Wicked at all anymore.
Role reversal from the last time these two met. Mima's behind on CS. He's completely behind on presence. He's lost his tower, and we haven't seen top lane teleports being hugely effective because it's been Froggen and his mid lane teleport Anivia that has completely dominated that bottom lane. He's jumped in and got 2 double kills thanks to the use of that summoner spell, and it will be available very soon. And there's of course the Froggen standard, I'm afraid.
Well, when Alliance are playing, we kind of expect a pause. This time around, it is the Super Hot Crew, so they're holding up. Looks like it's Selfie's mouse. You can see it's it's not working. I can't move it. That's what he's saying to the ref. And the ref's like, I can move it. Look, it's working fine for me. I don't know what the problem is, mate.
So we need to see how Super Hot Crew bounce back from this. I think this is the first time we're going to see Super Hot Crew in a position where the goal difference can technically be brought back around. If you look at their items, you look at the gold, you look at the champions, they actually have the ability to make up this ground. They have the ability to defend and hold off against Alliance. But the question is, do they have the psychological fortitude and the experience to make it count?
Well, when it's 10 kills, 2-3, it's a big advantage for Alliance, the fact that those 2 towers have fallen. And of course, the map is opening up. As you mentioned, 7,000 gold. It's a big differential. Just look at the wards, of course, across the board. Both teams knowing that they have to get that vision control. We heard Froggen talking about it at the start in that feature, saying how vision control is so important for Alliance. They've been making good use of it, you know, having the hints from Korea, taking everything they can from that. They've gone with a very Season 2-esque approach in terms of team stats. Of course, I mean, just look at it. This is CLG EU all over again. Really Wicked is. On Aurelia, Froggen on Nivea. This is fantastic stuff, and it's working well. And they're almost going back to comfort picks. And across the board, you only have to put Yellow Pete in there, and Snoopy and Crepo, and you've got CLG EU again.
There is something I do want to highlight. In order for Alliance to actually take more advantage of this lead, when they begin sieging, they can't run the risk of having Elise and Aurelia dive forward and getting flanked by Shyvana and Evelyn. If Mima and Impaler get into those back lines, they can run a wreck. You can kill Twitch if you stick to him. You can kill Anivia if you stick to her. But that's the goal. You've got to stick to it. You have to get past those 2 frontline champions. And that's where Mima and Impaler will be looking. They need opportunities. They need to find weaknesses in Alliance's movements. And they have to punish them, or this game will be lost.
Alliance have certainly known how to close games out in the past. They do take their time. They'll play it very cautiously. They're not ones to just go for the jugular. And at the moment, they are taking and biding their time. As we mentioned, all those wards that they had there, the Dragon is up in 1 minute 30, so it may well be the next objective focus. Bottom tower is still up, so expect them to start stacking down there. There's a lot of pings at the moment. They're seeing Impaler there. Froggen is making his move in towards him in quick fashion, but he's going to have to sidestep some of those bombs. Shook was there. It's a flash crescendo, and Froggen's going to get caught out. The egg is down, and he's not getting out of it. That is the first death on Anivia since Paris.
Very well played by We Will Fail. Very, very well played indeed. That's the first death, I actually think, since the spring split, if memory serves, because he went unkilled at Paris as well. Hard engage. Flash Crescendo connects. It allows Super Hot Crew to get the kill. The reliable, safe wave clear from Alliance is not there, so Super Hot Crew should even get a second tower as well.
Yeah, fantastic play that's working wonders. They are going to lose that bottom turret, but they don't care about that. The middle inner turret is so important. Top turret's also being pressured. And we can see Wicked is up on that one down in the bottom corner. They're continuing to chase. Teleport's coming out. Mimon's going to get in there. He'll defend out the turret. Great play by the Super Hot Crew. Great flash by We Will Fail.
So it was around 6,000-7,000 gold. It's gone down to about 4,500-5,000. Super Hot Crew need to have more of those plays. You'll notice We Will Fail has gone for the Boots of Lucidity. Get that cooldown, have more crescendos available more often. It's already 50% more available. 50% less cooldown. I don't know how to say that. But 50% of the cooldown has already been burned through, which means he's going to have the opportunity to make that count. I'd like to see him go Distortion as a boot upgrade, so we can have even more flashes on a lower cooldown as well, because of just how important that is to Super Hot Crew. It's the only hard CC on the side of the team. So Dragons Respawn, Alliance have got perfect play. There's no one around for the Super Hot Crew challenge, and that should be the third of the game for them.
Easy Dragon pick up there. That continues to keep their gold in their favor. Still 6,000 gold. Tabs is going to get himself a minion wave down that bottom lane as well. Uncontested, no problem there. But the one is contested is this top lane. Once again, Impaler coming around. They really want to get under Wicked's skin, but frankly, he is playing so well at the moment. So safe. And now he's got Nif coming up in support. This is not going to work out as a dive.
I think Impaler has tried to put pressure on Wicked at the wrong times. Wicked has already built up a lead, which means it's a risky dive, and there's not enough minions. You see how easily Wicked turns around the damage onto Mima? Had they dove under the tower with a couple of hits on the right target, Wicked could potentially even get a kill in that 2v1 tower dive because of how strong he is right now. Also, Impaler is just trying to force that because of how far behind Mima is. We'll see how it transpires, because again, Mima and Wicked have not necessarily been massively impactful in the game. They have been stuck on their island. They've been, you know, farming like monsters, but it's Wicked that's come out. 250 CS in 23 minutes. That is a phenomenal amount for this stage in the game.
Is a very good score. 259 as well for Selfie. Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb coming in. Not going to quite get it this time around. We saw, of course, Kurt doing the same, stealing away that blue buff in the last match. This time around, Selfie not as lucky. That was blind as well, I believe.
That's, yes, for the record, that was a blind, almost steal, and that was very, very close. So Selfie's still, he's definitely still got his finger on the pulse of the game. And we do see Mima again being jumped on. So because he's forced away, and Super Hot Crew have very little support, and the Mega Inferno Bomb is down, that's opened Alliance up to siege this turret. They know they've got that window of opportunity, and they're doing it very, very smart.
Yeah, and you can see Super Hot Crew way too late to the party. Mima's the only one here. Now the rest of the team are going to join in. Mima pounces in there. They didn't quite get the tower down, Alliance, and they will simply step away. Safe play once again, but that tower's very close to falling.
It is very close indeed, but what I like from Alliance, they instantly realized the safe wave clear spell is no longer there. We have a couple of minutes to play with, rush down the tower. They force all of Super Hot Crew to react. Super Hot Crew stop playing their game by farming the jungle camps and the minion waves, and they respond. They do hold on the tower, but it won't be very long before Alliance take that one down. So it's still up to Alliance to find those opportunities, and the only way that they can break Super Hot Crew's defense is to either kill Selfie, or ideally make him use that Mega Inferno Bomb in some way.
The one big thing I noticed here is the fact that Alliance are the ones making the plays. Super Hot Crew having to simply be reactive to every play, and that consequently moves them. As we look at them on the minimap right now, moving them in bulk. They're all going 4 members at once, everywhere they go on the map, and that's of course going to limit the experience. It does buy Mr. Ro8 some time, but he does not want to go that far down that lane to take that wave.
No, and he can't afford to. Because of how strong Tabs is on Twitch, he's got all of those dragons to play with. He's got a Last Whisper, Phantom Altar, and Blade. He can assassinate basically anybody on the Super Hot Crew with the exception of Mima. And he's done it once already. So for Super Hot Crew to pull themselves back into this game, we do see those distortion boots on We Will Failure. He did get the upgrade we were expecting. And we need to see him just find those opportunities. We need to see those flash crescendos. If you look at Alliance's positioning, they run the risk of getting hit by a multi-man crescendo, which would be devastating because of the damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Gonna come around the side, they don't quite catch the stun. Mega Inferno Bomb whiffs and doesn't catch anyone. It's a good call-in though. Froggen takes a good portion of that damage. There's the flash crescendo. They catch on towards Shook and Nif. Shook taken so low from this one, but Wicked goes back around the side. Tabs is on him as well. We Will Fail is gonna drop Rat-a-tat-tat, running through them. Flashes to try and catch back on towards the team. Oh, the ice wall is gonna block Alliance rather than the Super Hot Crew. And for once, it's Froggen that makes a wrong play.
Just very, very small misplays on the side of the Super Hot Crew. They didn't synergize or capitalize on the Crescendo and the Mega Inferno Bomb together. So because the damage didn't stack up, Alliance were able to back away. But you've seen how quickly Froggen lost his HP. Mr. Rolls is dealing so much damage. That was also quite an early Agony's Embrace, so it didn't necessarily hold everybody down, and unfortunately for Super Hot Crew, Shook gets away on low health. Oh, now
Selfie caught out. He's not going to satchel charge you way away from that one. Tabs moves in, assassinates him. You know, going back to that play a moment ago, that shot, Crescendo that came out from We Will Failure was so close to catching Frog, and if it had, it could have turned that fight very much in Super Hot Crew's favor. As it is, with Mega Inferno Bomb down, Selfie down, they're going to make the move for Baron.
Mima does have teleport. It looks like Super Hot Crew are aware. They've got Wicked or Impaler.
Oh, Impaler's getting caught out there. Wicked and Froggen double teaming him in the bush. There's no doubt about that one. Easily caught out. And well, once you're completely locked up by that Glacial Shroud, gets jumped on by Aurelia, there's no way you're going to escape. So with the jungler down, it's an easy Baron for Alliance.
Yeah, very safely secured. The zoning power of Anivia in those situations is massive. The slow from his Glacial Storm, the ultimate, the walling potential to prevent anyone getting in and out, it just guarantees a victory in those tight corridors. So Super Hot Crew need to be placed safer around the jungle. They need to make sure their vision is kept up, and again, they have to come in from the sidelines on Alliance. They can't afford to get locked into those places. Look at the gold differences between the lanes. Every single member of Alliance is several thousand gold ahead of their opponents, which gives them this massive room for error in team fights as well. If they do get caught out, they've got the additional combat statistics to help them win those fights.
And you can easily compare Alliance and SK Gaming together, but the difference is Alliance do tend to win that early game lane phase. They're both incredibly strong in the late game. They both know exactly what to do and when to do it. And if you listen to the communications, generally, they are both pretty clear. Alliance, now and again, have been pretty loud.
They get excited.
They get a little excited. That's going to be another dragon picked up. Every single objective so far, every single dragon picked up by Alliance. You can see it, 4 for 4, 1 Baron, complete control now for Alliance.
And look at their vision. A moment or two ago, there was 6 wards in the blue buff side of Super Hot Crew's jungle. That was all in anticipation for the Baron play. What I like from Alliance is they didn't dilly-dally. They didn't dance around Baron. They knew they had a lead. They knew they had a composition that could safely secure Baron, and they knew they had a numbers advantage, so they rushed it. They didn't wait for Super Hot Crew to react. Gonna grab themselves an uncontested tower. Wicked, with that Randian's Omen, he's gone for the tank, he's gone for the team fight style build, is a very scary front line for Alliance.
Mima takes the top turret down, but it's a small win for Super Hot Crew, honestly. It keeps them just 5 to 4 in turrets, but you saw their Alliance, even with the culling being used, they weren't too worryful. They went straight in. You have seen some teams panic a little bit once those minion waves get cleared out. Nobody wanted to tank it up, nobody wanted to take those tower hits, even if it's just a couple. But with Randy and Zerman complete, of course, for Wicked, no problem there. Now, Mima, he's getting collapsed on. I think he's going to be safe, though.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to go too far in this one. Tabs coming around for that red buff, but it's not there.
So same story for Super Hot Crew. The saving grace is the wave clear that Ziggs will offer. Alliance, however, do have champions that can tower dive. Wicked's got a lot of damage. Shook, while he's built tank, he's got himself that Haunting Guy, so he does have some penetration in his base numbers, which is very high. So if Selfie is even remotely forward and either the Mega Inferno Bomb or Crescendo has been used, I think Alliance would tower dive. I don't think they would tower dive through a Crescendo because the risk is very high. But they do have Baron, they do have a massive lead. And see, they've caught Selfie.
Selfie caught out once again. Dropped where he stands. Mega Inferno Bomb does next to nothing, simply used in panic. Even the Rat-a-tat-tat being used to take down half of that turret's damage. So Tabs catching them out. And again, you know, we talked about it with that wall. If someone gets caught the wrong side of it, they will be dead.
Too far forward. Selfie could have used the bouncing bombs much more effectively. Just use the range to his favor. Unfortunately, a minion wave in the top, so now Culling goes to defend, and they've called Mr. Ro8.
Oh, Mr. Ro8 is in trouble. He's dead. Doesn't stand a chance. Quickly zipped on Wicked. Finishes the job there. The wall locks up with Mima. He flashes away. Froggen taken low. He's got the egg. Manages to flash away and get the heal from Tabs. They still don't take that tower down. Wicked finally comes in to tank it. That's the inhib turret going down.
Alliance landing every skill shot they need to. Every single time they look at a tower, a member of Super Hot Crew presents themselves as a target, and Alliance just hits it dead center. So Selfie gives up the inner turret, Mr. Ro8 gives up the inhibitor turret. We Will Failure had both Flash and Crescendo and opted not to use that until very, very, very late. I don't think he wanted to fight. I don't think he wanted to actually even commit to that one. I think Super Hot Crew did a slightly admirable job at defending the inhibitor, thanks to the Crescendo and thanks to the damage Impaler put down, but it does feel like it's just not enough. Alliance are so far ahead.
Yeah, and they know it as well, that's for sure. You can tell ever since Froggen got that double kill down the bottom, took his hands off the keyboard, cheered to the crowd. Absolutely delighted with the start for Alliance, and they have continued to chase and push and pressure onto Super Hot Crew of just simply not being able to respond in any way, shape or form. Every time they try it, they get caught out. Glacial Storm just wipes out those minions from Froggen, no problem anymore. The wave clear from Alliance is huge. Super Hot Crew trying desperately to make a play. They did manage to get his middle inner turret down, but they cannot push it deep in towards enemy territory.
They can't run the risk because Tabs can just pop out from behind them and kill somebody. Wicked is split pushing. He has teleport available. Alliance have got good pick potential. They have good siege, good defense. Everything Alliance wants to do, they can do. But what I like is how proactive they are. They haven't waited for Super Hot Crew to make a mistake. Alliance have forced their hands.
Wicked may get caught out here. You can see just waiting in that bush is his froze position for a very long period of time because they saw Impaler was to clearing out that ping ward. Alliance have responded. They tried to push some pressure back down the bottom into towards the middle, draw them away from Wicked, who did not back off. He's still up there with that minion wave, and remember, it's an exposed inhibitor in that top lane.
It took Super Hot Crew another 25 minutes to try this 1-3-1 style of push against Fnatic yesterday. Once Super Hot Crew had a big lead against Fnatic, it took them a long time to finish because they couldn't break that inhibitor line. Alliance are already splitting Super Hot Crew's options, splitting the defenses. And because Super Hot Crew can't cover everything at the same time, Alliance just grabbed themselves another uncontested tower. I think they could even play the Baron bait. Super Hot Crew would need a steal from Selfie really as the only option. I don't think they should even try to force a team fight if Alliance goes for that objective.
563 ability power for Frog, and that last purchase was a Zhonya's Hourglass, so he is completely safe. Of course, his passive is back available as well, so double the life for himself. 30 seconds on that Baron. You can see Alliance already setting up for this one. We did see Super Hot Crew desperately trying to get in there. They got a couple of wards down, but they've all been cleared out now. There's no vision anywhere near that Baron pit, so they are running blind right now.
Yeah, Alliance have just made this so good. If you look at the ward placement, I mean, that is just a ring of red dots throughout all of Super Hot Crew's jungle. There's nothing that the Super Hot Crew can do that Alliance won't be aware of every time they leave their base. And even with 3 sweepers on the side of Super Hot Crew, it's going to take them a long time to clear out that vision. So Alliance, second on the Baron. You see it's respawned. I think they're trying to pull Super Hot Crew out. Super Hot Crew are split. Oh, good flash from Fela.
Good flash, but you see this Mega Inferno Bomb does not land. We already saw the mines being used by Selfie to try and catch them out. It's Tabs flashing in. He does manage to pop that ultimate on towards him. Does not take anyone down, but now Alliance have complete positional control. They're just going to waltz straight up the mid lane and clear out the base.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do this. They had 11 wards in the top half of the jungle. Alliance are still trying to interrupt Super Hot Crew's recall. Super Hot Crew realize the mistake they've made. They should lose this turret, probably the inhibitor as well.
Yeah, you can see that's going to be the turret going down. Remember, the top one is exposed as well, so they're just going to rotate straight back towards that top lane. It's going to take a long way around.
I think Baron.
I think you're right.
With the amount of wards they have, they can just go straight back to Baron. If they stall this out long enough, Super Minions will then get on the steps of Super Hot Crew's base. Alliance can force the fight or play the bait game and then instantly win. Super Hot Crew are toying with their lives right now by leaving the base. Here come Alliance. Oh, this is scary.
Straight back into it. They check it, but they get caught out. They do manage to lock in towards Impaler. It's a good heal. Mima gets in amongst them. They're trying to do desperately anything they can. Shook's taken very low. This is a good fight from the Super Hot Crew, but they don't quite have enough damage. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. It takes Alliance very low. Super Hot Crew, they're rushing for the inhib.
They're trying to get as much map presence as possible. This is a risky inhib if they go for it. They should just clear out the wards or go for a very quick Baron. The thing is, Alliance all need to run, but look at the home guard boots being picked up. Now they can't do it. There's not enough time for Super Hot Crew to take this down before Alliance can commit. Tabs hanging out on the sidelines and a teleport for Wicked and Froggen.
Double teleport comes in for Froggen and Wicked, making sure that that Baron does not happen. Oh, they've caught Selfie out. He's dead. He's not going to get out of this one. Satchel charge! One last hit from Wicked, not quite enough. What an absolute perfect Satchel charge. Is he going to get away? Wicked with one more ulti. Oh, he dashes straight in, spoils the party, and Wicked just walks away. Impaler's going to try and cover him off, but he's in trouble. Froggen comes around. There's the Ice Blast. Wicked safe.
Froggen manages to get those swag points, gets in there and gets out. Thanks to the kill and the teleports, Alliance grab themselves the Baron. It's not over yet. Super Hot Crew and Mima, he's trying to interrupt it.
They're trying to hold out for as long as possible. It's a 40-second death timer on Selfie, so they have to do some serious work to keep this Baron interrupted. Super Hot Crew will step away again. I think Alliance are realizing this is too risky a play. They're just going to keep on back towards the minion waves.
Yeah, you have to give props to Mr. Rolls in that previous team fight in the grass, because he got so much damage onto the front line of Alliance that once Wicked and Shook were on low HP, the call was to back away. The risk was too great. Even with that very big gold difference, Super Hot Crew still have enough damage to actually secure those kills or potentially secure them. Unfortunately, because of losing the position and losing Selfie, Alliance will actually pick up an uncontested Baron. Range on Mega Inferno Bomb, I don't know if, I don't think Selfie can do it.
No, can't get close enough. He's not anywhere near. We're not going to get a curb steal this time around. So Alliance secure themselves the second Baron of the game, and now they have themselves a 18,000 gold advantage, 8-4 in turrets. Big advantage for Alliance. Can they close out this game and secure their top with 6 wins in a row?
Well, they certainly have shown they can do everything else in this game. They've had good team fights, they've had good picks, They've had very good map play. And the best thing that I like from Alliance is just how quick and decisive their decisions are. The moment there is an objective available, or the moment there is a key spell down from the Super Hot crew, Alliance do engage. Had that river bush fight, the Dark Binding of the Cocoon actually hit a target, Alliance would probably have won the game. But very importantly, it didn't, so they got away. And Alliance are just going to reapply all of the vision. Look at all the wards. I mean, Spooky Ghost is even picked up for Nif, so he's got that CDR, he's got the movement speed, and he's going to catch members of Super Hot crew in place.
So Alliance finally decide to return back towards this top lane. They didn't manage to get the inhibitor down last time. The middle one's actually going to be respawning shortly. So Alliance, if they do get this down, should be able to just move on straight around. They only really need 1 or 2 to go in there. Flash Crescendo is available for We Will Failure if he could land the perfect crescendo. I'm still not sure there's enough damage.
It would be scary. What Super Hot crew need to do to win a team fight is hit 3 or 4 members with the crescendo and instantly kill Twitch or Frogger. They're going in.
Mega Inferno Bomb, it lands on tabs, but it's just not enough. It got blocked off quite well by Nif's shield. It does take them low. Flash Crescendo is still available with that big ultimate down. This is now a serious problem for the Super Hot crew. It's good poke though onto Shook. They're going to let this inhibitor go down. You can see Alliance are going to rotate. It has just respawned in the mid lane. Alliance will take that one as well.
Yeah, look at the minion waves for Alliance in the middle and bottom lane. It's going to be pushing into the base of Super Hot crew. Alliance have got the regen from Baron, and they've got all of the control that they need with Anivia and Morgana to force the following team fights. And I think Alliance are looking to finish the game before this buff wears out. They're playing very brave around Super Hot crew's towers, but again, Flash Crescendo is the only tool that Super Hot crew really have to work with here. They're zoning just for the tower.
Everything working out. They managed to clear out that wave. Mega Inferno Bomb almost off cooldown. Shook still taken low. I think Alliance may start stepping away from this one, but that was an ultimate used to keep that wave clear. Alliance still sticking around. The Super Minions starting to build in the lanes now as well. Don't forget, the top and the middle have been taken down. Alliance just buying time to push in.
Alliance don't need to do anything other than wait. The moment a member of Super Hot crew defends those Super Minions, because there are 2 waves pushing in, that's the go signal. Alliance aren't even waiting for the minions to get in the base because of how tanky and scary their squad is. And another Mega Inferno Bomb. Super Hot crew got in.
Impaler's gone out. He's going to go down, but it's going to be a great crescendo if only the Inferno Bomb followed that up. But it's not going to happen. That's going to be Mima getting taken down. Alliance in complete control. Flash comes in from tabs, a little too aggressive there. Doesn't quite pick himself up the kill. They still don't get the tower.
No, tower's not up, but look at the Super Minions. They're on the Nexus turret already, with 2 members down of the Super Hot crew. It's surely so close, just a matter of time before Alliance get the 3rd inhibitor and look to take the Nexus turret.
The culling not quite enough to take Froggen down there. That will be the 3rd Nexus inhibitor turret going down. The 3rd Nexus, well, they may need all 3, but it's not going to work out for them. There's going to be 1 Nexus turret going down. Wicked's tanking through this one, quite happy to take it. Alliance are going to sit atop the table once again. They are 6 wins, 1 loss already. This is going to take them to 7. What a fantastic performance by Alliance once again, proving they are the best team in Europe right now.
Undoubtedly, D-Man. Talked about the 3rd Nexus. It's the 3rd game of the day. That is the 3rd Nexus of the day. And from the opening minutes, Alliance just grabbed control and never let go. Teleports from Froggen were just phenomenally good. All of Europe, hell, maybe all of the world needs to open their eyes. The bird may be back.
Well, we asked him while we were in Paris whether the bird was back, and he was like, not quite yet. There's a few things that still need to change, and everything appears to have aligned for the Season 2 team that managed to make it to Worlds, make it to the finals of the OGN. Are they back in a new form as Alliance with their new members? This super team has risen. They are now 6-win streak, 7-1 in the league. They are looking unstoppable so far. Even SK Gaming, the only team that is close to trying to take them down, struggled in the late game against Alliance.
Yeah, really struggled. And Alliance at this point are going to look to challenge Fnatic's winning streak at 6-0. If Alliance pick up 2 more wins next week, they're going to match that winning streak, 8 or 9.
They already did it.
Yeah,
if you remember, in the spring, of course, they had that great finish to the season in the spring. They managed to get 8. Can they go a step further? Can they chase down something like Cloud9's record? It's a long way to go, a very, very long way to go, because I think it was 13-0 wins, so we are way off that one right now, not even at the halfway mark.
I do think that the performance from Wicked on Irelia is also outstanding. While he had just a 25-30 minute laning phase, we've seen him do very well in Shyvana, and it's always been a concern with Wicked. Is his champion pool big enough? He's gone back to that Irelia and did such a good job. Every single team fight, he was finding the right targets, he was applying damage in the right areas, and it just, his presence was definitely felt.
I think the biggest thing for Alliance as well is the fact they do have analysts now. They're getting
Secret
input.
ones.
Yeah, secret ones. They're not allowed to officially announce them, but we all know who they are. They're not allowed to, you know, they're starting to take input, starting to listen to what is going on. For now, though, we're going to get over to the stage. Shox has been joined by Alliance's Wicked on that stage. So let's see what he has to say about Irelia.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Yeah, of course I'm going to ask you about the Irelia and, of course, Anivia coming back in again. And also after picks and bans, you were very animated, talking about a lot of things with the team. So what were kind of the main focus points with that comp?
So the bans completely surprised us. They banned one of the champs we wanted to ban. And I actually wanted to play Kill this game, but they banned it. And we were like, why did they ban Kill? We didn't want to play in any other position with me, and no one knew I played it. So that kind of sucked. But Irelia and Anivia together is really good. Sadly, I didn't manage to do much with Irelia this game because it was 1v1 all day.
So I also saw that you guys ran the double teleport. Yesterday there was a lot of talk on social media about that teleport and the strength of it right now. Why in this game? Did you have something to prove?
We didn't have anything to prove. I felt like Frank probably just wanted TP, and that's why he took it. I don't know why. We didn't discuss it or anything.
All right, then tell me about the game in general. You guys at the top of the table is doing so well, but the Super Hot Crew, a hard egg to crack.
We wanted revenge against Super Hot Crew because they're the only team to beat us so far. So we put a lot of effort into this game. I think we used 3 hours or something like that on pick and bans just to make sure nothing went wrong. And I think we managed to do that well.
All right, then tell me how you feel playing top lane in general. There's also a lot of talk about that, but across all season, you seem to be extremely consistent in all that.
So right now I love top lane because I think it's skill-based. Like, it's a one-on-one, and you're not only tanky items, so people can actually die now, which is nice. This game, I didn't have much of an impact because, sure, it's maybe 20 CS up or whatever, that didn't really matter because my team had already won the game on the other side of the map at that point.
Very humble here. Well, congratulations in any case, Wicked. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're going to go over to a short break, but when we come back, Fnatic takes on Ro8. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The most toxic is Failure, then Impaler, then Selfie, then my one with me.
What?
Let's ask Reddit about it. Let's ask Reddit.
Rallis.
Pick them.
Froggen, what can you pick where we would actually win teamfights here? I don't think there's anything.
Anivia did.
Nip's in trouble, that's going to land. Now Shook's in trouble. He's going to get caught out the side. Wicked's going to join in. Froggen manages to get on towards Mr. Rallis. Mr. Rallis goes down. Impaler onto Tamso. Can he land on towards him? A great stun comes out from Froggen. He gets himself in there. Rat-a-tat-tat coming straight in there. Impaler turns it back around. A great crescendo comes out. Taps gets locked up and flashes away with that heal. Now we see Shook. He comes around, gets into a Mega Inferno Bob's going to come in. It will miss its target though. And now Impaler's in trouble. Froggen gets on towards him. He gets himself another double kill. Making sure that that Baron does not happen. Oh, they've caught Selfie out. He's dead. He's not going to get out of this one. Tattoo charge! One last hit from Wicked. Not quite enough.
Their squad is another Mega Inferno bomb.
It missed.
Super Crew got in.
Impaler's caught out. He's going to go down. It's going to be a great crescendo if only the Inferno bomb follows that up. But it's not going to happen. That's going to be Mima getting taken down. Alliance in complete control.
Leaguers. I'm here with Joe and the Fee Show to break down Alliance's win in that game. Let's start with the mid lane matchup because so excited to see that Anivia coming out again, this time versus Ziggs. What do you guys make of the matchup?
Well, obviously we saw Froggen bring teleport because he knew it was going to be a hard laning phase, and then he could focus, on ganking other lanes instead of putting all the focus on trying to beat Ziggs all alone. And the Anivia pick itself just really worked well for Alliance because they had Elise as well, and they had Morgana. So you have Binding, you have Cocoon, you have Anivia stun as well when you actually siege on the tower. We saw them use it with the wall, of course, from Froggen just to catch out targets and take kills.
Yeah, speaking of catching out, I actually don't think this was the best showing we've seen from Selfie. This split, he's definitely got a lot better, but this game he got caught out 3, 4, 5 times. The bombs were either too early or too late a lot of the time. We saw he'd throw the bomb, then the crescendo would come, then Evelyn would run in there. It was all just a little bit disjointed, and I don't know how much we can read into this performance because Super Hot Crew definitely looks a little bit off.
Yeah, another pick I actually wanted to talk about is seeing the Thresh banned out by the Super Hot Crew, and I was kind of wondering, what will We Will Fail or do honor the champions? It was the Sona coming out again. What did you make of that? Him on Sona, and on the other side, Morgana for Nif.
Right, so he had a weird diff, of course, early on to Froggen where he tried to stop the recall, but the Sona pick itself, or We Will Fail on Sona wasn't the issue. It was the Sona pick itself that was very easy for Alliance to punish. That's why they had so much focus on teleporting to the bot lane with Anivia, ganking with Shook, because with Sona in the laning phase, or just in general, you're very immobile. I mean, there's no jumps, you're very squishy. So as soon as they teleport in behind her, it's just an easy kill every single time, and they really used it to get a lot of early kills.
I think later on, though, crescendos, we saw a few very good ones out of him. The flash crescendo to actually kill Froggen the first time, I think that was really well done. Also in one of the very last team fights, I think he got a 4 or 5 man crescendo, but again, they'd already used the bomb. The rest of the team were already backing away.
Yeah, too little, too late in there. When we look at the game in general, early game standard lanes again, is that because this was such an important matchup and they were kind of maybe shy to jump the gun and bring out too many fights in the early game? Did they just want to take it slow?
Not at all, in my opinion. It's just how it went. Nobody went for any early lane swaps here, and that's fine. You don't have to lane swap. If you feel confident you can beat people in the laning phase, then it's the best tactic to use. And of course, Alliance, they've shown time and time again, standard lanes are just fine for them because they are so strong. The teamwork with teleports were great. The early dragon control with Shook on Elise as well was perfect. They kept starting dragons early on. Every time Super Crew moved, they stopped until the one time where Super Crew were out of position, picked up first dragon, got the next one, and kept getting all the dragons throughout the game. So Alliance, I mean, they're just showing we can play lane swaps, we can play minion control, we can play standard lanes, everything works for us.
Yeah, I think that's the big point, that they've got a lot of variety in their tactics because we saw a lot of TP last season in Season 3, and the thing is, it works. If the bottom lane is too far up, you can make it a 3 versus 2 instantly. If the mid lane, especially if it's an Anivia with a wall in there and a slow and a stun as well, we'll see. I think we might see more of it.
Finally, let's maybe take a general step back and look at Alliance as a team right now and maybe compare it with the team that is closest to them, maybe SK Gaming, and kind of the differences between those two, Defisho.
Well, last time we saw Alliance versus SK Gaming, it was pretty much the same level when it came to map movements, when it came to mid-late game points, except Alliance slowed down a little bit, gave SK a chance, but the early game was the big difference. Rated talked about it after the SK Gaming game match, how they've been working on playing more solo queue, need to improve early game individual performance, because that's where Alliance beat them and were the better team. And we saw the same thing against Super Hot Crew right here. I mean, standard lanes and slowly just pull ahead, do some good ganks, great use of teleport, and just take full control of the game. So Alliance, all around, are just looking like the best team in Europe.
And that's the thing, right? They were put together because they were individually skilled players. So that's the side of the game that I think they always had. But they slowly, tactically, and the teamwork that they're managing to get together, the right calls, I mean, they still scream a lot. I think their communication in game could still be better, and I think that'd actually give them a bit of a boost if they worked on that, but they look frightening right now.
Absolutely great plays made by Alliance once again, and actually that's also what we've asked you at home. You've been tweeting to us at LOL Esports because we picked your brain on who is the biggest playmaker in the European LCS and why. And here are some of your answers. The first one is from at LOL Personality. The biggest playmaker is Expeke. The guy has a play named after him. He's a smart, experienced player as well. So that's a little double for me because that was a while ago.
Of course, I mean, we can't forget the play, and it, for me, just shows what kind of player Expeke is. He likes to make the big plays or try to make them. If Fnatic falls behind, of course, it becomes harder and harder. So while he's been a bit inconsistent, of course. When he had good games, he would make the big plays still, and therefore have to agree.
The second one is from Hussein Ahmed. Impaler has been making sweet plays so far in the summer split. His Lee Sin was a bit cold in week 1, but now it's super hot. Too bad we didn't see it here.
Yeah, and Impaler is another player that's only improved as we went along. If we remember back to the spring split, he was like really struggling to find his right kind of champion. Then all of a sudden he found Pantheon, and he was like, okay, he's getting better, he's getting better. Then he had a bit of a weak phase, but I honestly think that Impaler is a player that's really grown overall, and a bit of British pride as well always helps.
The last one is from @GetLoaded. That has to be Nif. His hooks and solar flares are always turning fights into Alliance's favor, and Morgana is also pretty good.
Well, we have to agree, Nif is great in making plays. With the rest of Alliance, the synergy with Shook, we always talk about it. For me though, I always think back to the promotion before the last split, of course, where he played for SK Gaming actually. Pretty much the same lineup here, just him on the team instead of in Rated, where against Super Hot Crew, SK Gaming was 2-2. Last game he picks Leona and he just makes plays left and right, carries the team into the LCS, joins Alliance and keeps making big plays, of course.
Yeah, it's absolutely coming together for them. Thank you for sending those tweets in, and keep the in-game chatter going by using #LCS in your tweets. We're going to send it back to Demon and Quickshot at the desk, but first, let's hear from Ro8's Jankos about Fnatic's poor start to the split and what it means as they face off in our next match.
Yes, I think Fnatic is underperforming. I think usually they play very good, but they are inconsistent, and at this point they are pretty weak. I mean, they seem not as good as always, but we don't as well. So maybe we'll be able to win that matchup.
Some very interesting words from Vander there. Fnatic are not that strong right now, and you can't argue with that, honestly, right now. It is time for Fnatic to face off against Ro8. This was a battle that went 3-1 in favor of Fnatic during the spring split and is currently 1-0 for Fnatic in the summer. Both of these teams came out with losses yesterday, though. Fnatic had a long-fought match against the Super Hot Crew where their backs were against the wall the entire game.
Yeah, the problem for Fnatic, they just played so scared. They played super afraid. They had this great sort of poke/pick style comp, which was able to contain the Super Hot Crew for a long time. But the problem is they had very little proactive gameplay, and they had no way to handle the crew's map control, which was afforded to them by those minions, which I spoke so excessively about. Fnatic, they just played that defensive game for over an hour, and Pekka was largely responsible for that. He held off and defended many objectives. His Nidalee Spears had tracking beacons attached to them. It's his second time he's played it, and I'm not expecting Nidalee to make it through picks and bans based off of yesterday's performances, and also knowing that Overpow is a Nidalee player himself.
Absolutely. Well, Ro8, they are now rooted at the bottom of the table with 1 win and 6 losses. Yesterday, they played well in the early game, holding level with Alliance, but once again, they struggled as the match moved into the mid-game, and they were easily controlled from then on in.
Yeah, so the problems for Ro8 don't seem to be letting up. Their game yesterday showed stronger signs of life than many others, as they did have that good start to the game. They pushed towers, they were finding kills, but I think from a picks and bans perspective, Alliance just surprised Ro8. They didn't show an understanding of what to do against a triple late game threat of Jax, Anivia, and Kog'Maw. Ro8 focused all of their efforts into shutting down Wicked's Jax, but he still went even on CS, so it just wasn't enough. As a team, they're just really struggling. You've just seen their stats there. 2.23 KDA. They've got the second lowest out of all European teams. They've got the second lowest number of dragons secured. And that's very important when you consider how strong they were last split in terms of dragon control. They were up there on par with Gambit. But all of these things are very serious problems for them to solve. Just very quickly, I don't know what they need to fix these problems, because individually they're being outmatched, and strategically the game seems to be moving and evolving faster than Ro8 can adapt.
Yeah, and I mentioned it yesterday, how everybody expected this team to kick on. I certainly did, and everybody expected Ro8. They had a 3rd place finish in the playoffs. Fantastic performance. Didn't happen, hasn't happened so far. Can it happen now? Let's check out the starting lineups for these two teams. Over on the blue side, it is Fnatic. That means Soaz is in the top lane, Cyanide in that jungle, smarting a new haircut, by the way. Peke in the mid lane, Reckless as AD carry, and Yellow Star in support.
He looks lovely. On the red side, it is Xaxus in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Selivar playing AD carry, and Vanderlife as your support.
I believe Defisher would call him a very attractive man. That was his words last time in the opening cast as well. Let's check in to see who you think is going to come out on top in this game. According to the votes, well, no surprises. Fnatic, 82% over on LOLesports.com. Not shocked, really. The Fnatic fan base holds strong.
Yeah, and even with both of these teams underperforming, Fnatic are still looking better than Ro8. Ro8's had momentary glimpses of positivity. Fnatic are still putting up good fights. But unfortunately, we're seeing misplays. Yesterday, for example, they were forced to early pick in Italy. They didn't want to give that to Super Hot Crew. And they could have played around it. They had all of the tools to prevent every single team fight with that Trundle, with that Nami. But they just couldn't make it stick. So we need to see how they handle Ro8, because Ro8 did have an aggressive start yesterday. So if they get early game champions, they could look to do the same.
And, you know, despite Fnatic's terrible start to the season, they are still 4th.
Correct.
That's the end of the day. They are still in 4th place, so all working out well for them. Here we go. Picks and bans about to get underway. The final game of the day and the final game of the week. Let's see how this one turns out. Fnatic starting out, obviously, as the blue time with the first ban, and it will be Kale Kassadin also taken away. Bog standard bans so far for these two teams. Thresh taken away. Don't want to let Vandalife have that one through.
Yeah, and also Yellowstar's not necessarily the biggest Thresh player. He has got 2 games under his belt, but he's significantly stronger on reactive champions like that Morgana and Nami right now. Keep in mind, Yellowstar did also have fantastic Leona and Annie play last split, so they can go for an aggressive support if their comp allows.
Yeah, that Nidalee ban has come through, as you mentioned. Didn't expect to see that sneak through. Jax also taken away. It's actually Fnatic that banned that one away, which tells me I wonder if they want to focus on maybe a top lane first pick.
Could be Shyvana first pick again. It is something... Shyvana's probably the strongest top laner right now in the team's eyes, and it's not going to be that one instead.
No, because Morgana got banned out when leaving Twitch open. Of course, Salava doesn't play Twitch, but Ro8 have banned Twitch so many times so far in this summer split. I kind of expected that to be the final ban. As it is, of course, Salava, the Lucian player, well, we'll see what he goes with, but Twitch getting snuck through for Reckless, that's not a bad start.
Definitely not. As an aside, Ro8 have banned Twitch in 6 out of their 8 games. This week, they have not banned Twitch. They've transitioned away. So we know Salava isn't a Twitch player. The one thing to note is that the 2 games that Reckless has played on Twitch have been phenomenal. He's got a 440 gold per minute average with a 9.7 KDA.
Per minute?
And it's he's just going to carry with it. He's going to roam if he plays that route, and we'll see how effectively he can get off to the starts.
You can see Shyvana, Leona were locked in quickly. Fnatic locking their 2 in, keeping Ro8 on their heels. Ziggs in the mid lane for Peke, and Cyanide locking in his jungler. It is going to be Evelyn once again.
So Fnatic have got the makings of a pick and a zoning composition. Twitch and Eve can roam around the map. They can find solo targets, isolate them, and Ziggs can zone your opponents away from towers. Ro8 have got the makings of a very dive-heavy comp. Elise is still up and available and is a jungler that Jankos has played several times already. Unfortunately not accrued a win this split, but it would synergize with the rest of the champions they've got locked in. The question is, where does Overpower go for a mid laner? LeBlanc is still up in terms of damage, but he needs something that can deal with that Ziggs in the mid lane. I would even consider an Orianna for this setup. You've got so much AoE and dive potential. You throw an Orianna ball on top of any one of your 3 diving champions, and you do have the makings of a great wombo combo, as Ro8 would say from the last split.
We saw Selavar getting his standard champion. Didn't look too happy about it, I gotta be honest, but it has been locked in nonetheless. That's Lucian, and of course Lee Sin.
It's going to be Twisted Fate. With Flash and Ghost on Overpower's side, and the fact that he's run TF twice already, also does a similar job. Well, not really a wombo combo style, but it'll give them map presence. Twisted Fate will also be a great pick against 2 stealth champions. He can throw down that Destiny, get vision of both Twitch and Evelyn in those team fights, and mitigate some of that power that Fnatic will be accruing for themselves.
It's going to give him vision as well of those 2 stealth champions. Lulu getting locked in. That's a Lulu in the top lane for Soaz, because Nami will be alongside the Rat down the bottom for Yellowstar.
Yeah, so we do see Yellowstar on that reactive champion like we talked about. We were anticipating the Morgana or the Nami. Morgana banned away, so he's going to go to the zoning and the kiting power of Nami. What I like about Fnatic's comp is they can do a lot of things effectively. They have disengage, they do have flanking power with both Twitch and Evelyn, and they've got very good zoning and kiting with both Ziggs and Lulu. Ro8 are going to have a tough time breaking through a Fnatic defense because of how effective their wave clear is. So if Ro8 do play the split push game, I think that's where they can get a lead. I'm just not 100% confident in Ro8's strategic decision-making when it comes to playing the map. I don't think, as a team, they are capable of winning through split pushing at this exact time.
Well, Ro8 have got a composition that very much fits the spring split.
Yes.
They haven't appearingly moved with the times, as everybody else has. We'll see how it works out for them. Fnatic, though, as you mentioned, heavy pick comp, could dive on towards anyone.
Yeah.
That is generally, for me, when Fnatic are at their best.
I agree. It allows them to set up those very trademarked Fnatic death pushes.
Yeah.
And that can give them strong leads, especially when you consider that there's actually 3 fairly squishy champions on the side of Ro8 with that Lee, Twisted Fate, and Lucian, especially in the early game. And whenever we've seen the Ziggs versus Twisted Fate matchup, Kerp has decimated his opponents. And he's just done a very good job. We need to see if Pekka can have the same situation when he's got the aggressive summoner right now, and Overpower's got those utility, mobility-based summoners. But if Fnatic are ever grouped up and spotted for the Shyvana Leona engage, that's it. I mean, they're tickets. They're going to be in a very difficult position to get away from. A lot of pressure on Soaz to time his wild growth correctly.
Well, we'll see how this one works out for us. We're going to see who you guys at home think has come out ahead in the picks and bans. Tweet at LOL Esports and use the hashtag FNCWin or hashtag RockWin, and we'll see if those lineups manage to sway your votes. For me, Fnatic have got the edge.
I think the composition from Fnatic will do stronger during the laning phase and will also afford them an earlier spike to make plays. Because of the fact that Shyvana's going to need to get some split pushing items and Twisted Fate's going to want, and Athene's maybe get some split pushing power going, it's going to take Ro8 longer, I feel, to hit that power spike. And we'll see if they can survive. Also, lane matchup. I mean, they got Leona in lane. It's going to be difficult against a Nami, who's going to be able to bubble you, predicted from the Zenith Blade. So let's see if they go for straight up head-to-head.
Well, we'll see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of the day and the final game of the week here in Europe about to get underway. It is Fnatic starting out as the blue team up against the might of Ro8 in the red team. Who will come out victorious in this one?
And I think you can see Ro8 once again committing for a slower laning phase. Overpower has gone for the Flask, Crystalline Flask to start. Going to look to regen and sustain through the poke that Pekka is going to be putting down. It is also not going to offer him combat stats, so he can't afford to make misplays or get overextended. Fnatic with the first potential move. They do have that living ward in Cyanide, so he can try spot someone from Ro8. And, Aqua Prison could send somebody to the death chamber.
Well, I don't expect Overpower to step off to the side. We are seeing Sonic Waves being thrown out from Jankos. He wants to try and get vision of someone. He's pretty certain that they are there. Fnatic are still holding ground, that they are looking to go for that red buff invade, though.
Yeah, definitely a delayed invade from Fnatic's side. If Reckless goes for the ambush, there's going to be 2 stealth champions that can move into the right position. But that's a good ward from Ro8. It's actually going to reveal the Fnatic invade. So Ro8 have all the information to work with. I think Gambit have been one of the only teams that have challenged to defend their own red buff. They did that last week.
Ro8 want to fight
and
this.
Did well. And wow, that's a big vote.
Well, that's for sure a big Fnatic vote. It's kind of what I expected. Ro8 do want to fight this one. Soaz might get caught out of position here. Gold card pulled, forced to flash already. Soaz there, precautionary flash, and absolutely was required as Ro8 moved in full force.
Look at all of the vision that Fnatic have put across the jungle. Ro8 have got that sweeper, so they've cleared out vision on the red buff, but the top lane matchup, no champions walk past it. Ro8 are going to look for the lane swap, so Fnatic going to decide. We'll see how they react to it. They've sent their AD carry and support bottom lane, and if Jankos does not punish Soaz without his flash in the next few minutes, that is a big misplay. We've seen every other jungler in the LCS in the opening weeks punishing the people who blow those early summoner spells, and Jankos has got the perfect champion to make that happen.
Well, we'll see where Soaz goes. At the moment, he's shadowing Cyanide, passing through that mid lane, so it looks like they're going to go for an invade here, actually, towards the opposition blue buff. So a double blue buff still potentially for Fnatic.
Very smart play. They have the numbers advantage on this area of the map. Jankos is trying to get a blue of his own, almost anticipating the steal, but he's too late to the party. Fnatic started smart. They secured their own blue. They've got AD carry and support, and Pekka is very extended.
Pekka is deep, but he's got the satchel charge. It blows him in towards the tower, but he moves back towards his teammates, and you can see that steal is already well underway. That's going to be Cyanide that gets himself the second blue buff.
And there's such smart play from Pekka and the rest of Fnatic. They take advantage of the lane swap. They're in an advantageous position. Jankos is going to try grab the big wolf. He does have smite, and this is a little risky, but at the end of the day, Peke, he was pushing very deep. Jankos gets the camp. But what I really like is Peke forces the hand of Ro8. You delayed Jankos, you denied him a buff, you slowed down his leveling process. And it's going to reduce the threat of that dive on Soaz, because look at Soaz, he's got all the support in the world.
Well, both these AD carriers have had themselves some free reign in both the lanes. You can see the pressure they're putting down to it. Teleport comes out from Zazas. He's got the wave pushed up. He doesn't want to make sure he misses any of that CS or experience, but it's going to be potentially a 4-man dive from Fnatic.
So this is going to be 4v3. You can see Vander's in the right place at the right time. Salivar's left alone in the top lane. Nobody is challenging him, so he's going to have time to theoretically pull ahead in CS. We need to keep tabs on how effectively he does farm. Yesterday we seen Ro8 from the Wolves having a completely uncontested lane for a long time, but he didn't have any significant lead over Genja, so a lot of pressure is going to be on him. And I also think Salivar may have a tough time against Alulu in lane. The glitter lance and the auto attacks and the shields may give Lulu the chance early on.
Peke in trouble here. He's got flash available, but he's got 3 members on towards him. There's the Zenith. He's going to completely locked up. That's first blood. It goes to Jankos.
So well played by Ro8. They got off to another strong start. They actually secured some early kills against Alliance yesterday as well. But they need to convert it. They need to do it more. Zazas is going to take a lot of damage.
Aqua Prison lands on Zazas quickly. Finished off by Reckless, putting some damage down towards him, contaminating towards the end. So Zazas taking low. Ooh, Vander feeling aggressive, it seems, with that Zenith Blade whiffing past Soaz.
No flash on Soaz. A third of the cooldown still available. Jankos is looking to go for the dive. He's going to face check into Cyanide. Cyanide has done a pretty good job of this one. Look for the Zenith Blade or the Sonic Wave. That's going to start it.
Or they're going to go towards Soaz. They don't realize that Cyanide is there as well. It doesn't matter because Soaz just gets dropped. No problem there. Salivar gets the kill.
And as predicted, Fnatic with a somewhat awkward invade at level 1 loses Soaz his flash. It directly leads to another kill for Ro8 several minutes later. So someone's going to give Jankos a high five. He started well for his team, 2 successful ganks, and actually extend that high five to Vander because he's the one that's landed that crowd control with Leona with the Zenith Blade. Avoided the weak matchup in the 2v2 and instead roamed to help get his team kills in the gold lead.
A lot of damage being done towards that bottom tower though for Fnatic. They're keeping that pressure down. You can see it's almost gone and Fnatic are continuing to keep that pressure. It seems that they want to get that 2v2 lane back in action, it seems. Soaz returns himself back to that top lane, will finally get himself a little bit of CS, but doesn't want to push the lane too hard. Zazas keeping as much as he can away from that tower. You can see that burnout running on everyone, but Fnatic, they're just going to work down that turret. First one of the game will go down for Fnatic.
So that's going to even out the gold and, more importantly, open up the AD carry and support from Fnatic. Once we see Reckless getting items, then we might see him roaming. But for the time being, I think he still needs to farm himself up.
So, bottom lane pairing back away. Let's see where Reckless heads after this one, after he buys. I tell you what, he didn't. He cancelled his teleport back, and he will return and...
Can't miss the siege minion.
And he can't miss any CS at all, which is what he's trying not to do. He has got slightly the edge over Salivar, of course. Salivar with that kill has already backed up and got himself a Vamp Scepter. Coming back in towards that mid lane is Vander. Will find that pink ward. Peke and Cyanide are nearby, but they're not going to do anything to prevent this ward going down.
No, there's nothing that they could do. Fnatic are still showing a tendency. They're happy to continue CSing and farming. Ro8 are using this roaming support. We've been seeing more supports moving around the map and supporting their top laners and making ganks at earlier stages, but it's usually Threshers that have been doing it. I think Vander's got off to a strong start this game with his Leona, but we need to see how it transitions to the mid to late game because he's about to find 2 members of Fnatic.
Vander warding out on getting knocked back here. Peke going aggressive. Cyanide comes around the side. They pull the ward down, turns it back around. Zenith Blade goes in. Vander has yet to get his bomb off. And Yellow Star catches the Aqua Prism beautifully.
Yeah, red card rather, was pulled by Overpower, so he couldn't even stun up a member of Fnatic. I don't think it would have made a difference anyway. Fnatic grabbed their first kill by finding a somewhat overconfident Vander, I feel. He just wanted to put a ward down.
A bold
very
move.
Deep
when he wasn't already at 6, he didn't have that solar flare. If solar flare was available, maybe I could see him going in there, but a very bold move when you don't really have vision, and you know everybody's already backed away from those lanes because you saw them teleport back. You know they're coming back with items. Soaz getting into Grest stock. Good culling coming out from Salavar there onto Soaz. He hasn't got much hit points, only got that Doran shield on there, sorry, blade on there. Destiny comes out, Soaz is going to try and run and hide. He got interrupted in the mid lane, and that's going to keep him safe.
So Overpower doesn't manage to close the kill out. That's a 2-level advantage that Salavar had over Soaz. He was just shredding through Soaz's HP. He's missed out on so much XP and gold thanks to that gank, thanks to not having his flash. You compare top laners to top laners. Xaxus has double the CS, 2 levels advantage, and if Xaxus does return to a 1v1 against Soaz's Lulu, he should be able to start winning those trades.
You can see Fnatic going to try and fight for this one. Blue buff is available. Remember, Fnatic got the invade and stole it away, and they're moving in full force. Cyanide caught out, bit of damage on towards him. They do get wall placement down.
So there's no Destiny available from Overpower, and Jankos has not hit level 6 yet. So jungler v jungler, Cyanide is ahead of his opposition. There is the threat of a steal corner smite by Cyanide, but it looks like they're going to back away and play this one safer.
Inferno bomb's available if he wants to try and steal it away with that. Instead, they're more focused on that mid lane turret, which is taking some serious punishment from Fnatic, actually. You can see Xaxus doing what he can to keep them away, and will clear out that wave.
So Xaxus is just playing defensive duty. He's got the middle lane held off, but he's got his teleport available, no tower to fall back to in the bottom lane. And again, Ro8 just playing super mobile. Jankos and Vander have moved around this map an inordinate amount, more than we're used to seeing from this level of play at the 10-minute mark. And Soaz does have his flash available. Vander's only level 4. You compare that to Yellowstar, who's level 5. The roaming is costing Leona time. He's not got access to that solar play yet.
It's costing time. That mini wave is going to get wiped out. That wave will go down, but nevertheless, Ro8, of course, only needed 2 hits on that tower. They were again trying to position themselves to gank onto Soaz, who's been focused fairly heavily. And you know, you talked about how you know, obviously it's costing Vander, but it's definitely costing Soaz as well. He's fell behind in levels, and of course quite heftily in terms of CS, 13 CS behind Xaxus so far.
This is also a trend we see against teams, 4 teams that play against Fnatic. They do invest resources into trying to put Soaz on tilt. We know he's an emotional player. We know that when he has a tough time, he sometimes struggles to come back into the game. So at 0-1-0, he's down on CS. He does have a utility champion that, even if he doesn't have that many items, the glitter lancers are still going to be powerful. The wild growths are still going to be effective. So that is a positive for Soaz. Even though he's, you know, behind in levels of gold, he's still going to offer a lot to his team once he starts grouping up and starts getting involved in the bigger objective team fights.
So there's a problem like that right now for Reckless, who hasn't got a lane to go to. You can see he's actually going to make his move in towards the mid lane instead, because that bottom lane has been held by Salave. He's been keeping it there, which is why he's going looking for Overpower. Does not land on towards him. Is it going to quite be enough? He's going to tower dive, and Reckless has got the power to take down Overpower.
And he grabs himself the blue buff as well, so these next few minutes, Reckless can just punish anybody that's out of position. There's still no solar flare for Vander. He's only level 5. Not a lot of minions to work with. Ro8 should successfully defend this wave, thanks to the late addition of both Salavar and, of course, Jankos from the sidelines.
This is exactly what they did yesterday. They had no lane to go to. Instead, they weren't looking for a kill. They found it once again. Fnatic started to try and uncover any of those problems that they had back in the spring split. Xaxus going aggressive on Soaz, testing, see how strong he is right now. Both have even farm. Soaz has caught back up on that one, but he's had to go double Doran's ring. He's had to try and sustain himself, whereas Xaxus, you can see, went straight for that giant spot. He's going to have an item.
They've caught Reckless.
Reckless a little out of position. He's going to get caught with the Zenith Blade. Quickly gets locked in towards there. He's going to go down. Overpower gets the revenge.
And that's the power of Destiny. Even though Reckless was super close to getting that ambush up, he was revealed thanks to Twisted Fate. First kill secured there for Overpower in the mid lane. It allows Ro8 to grab the first dragon of the game. And when we highlight the fact that Ro8 have got the second lowest number of dragons in the league, that is a very positive start for them. They once again regain the gold lead, and they're not done yet. Solar Flare's available.
Solar Flare's available. They're going for Peke. Can they lock on towards him? There's the double shot. They've got no vision. He flashes just at the right time. Going back to the dragons. That is the 4th dragon for Ro8 this summer split. That's quite big.
That is a massive, that is a massive change when you consider how strong they were in spring. In the spring split for most of the regular season, I would say that Ro8 were the strongest dragon fighting team. I think they did better than Gambit did last split when picking their objective fights. As the split went on and Ro8 did lose some of their level or performance ability, obviously that did go out the window, but some confidence in that area may go a long way. I just want to touch on the fact that Soaz has actually picked up a third Doran's ring. It is something we've seen him do in the past on that AP Lulu when he's feeling under pressure. And there's a double gank. Overpower in mid as well as the top.
Mega Inferno Bomb does not really find its target. Overpower nevertheless is in trouble. Cyanide's going to pick up that kill. A double combo. And I think there was no assist. Did Pekka get an assist? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, Pekka did grab himself.
Just clipped him with that Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yeah, manages to get an assist, and that was just running Overpower down. Tied away from Yellowstar, doing a good job at zoning him out. We did see Jankos and Zazas go aggressive on Soaz in the top lane while that was happening, but nothing came of it. Soaz is able to just wild growth himself, as you can see the cooldown, and it was enough to get away safely.
So Reckless this time around going himself him. A free wave in the bottom. He's going to get joined by his support. Jankos is going to have to head this one off and try and get across there. He's going to go for, looks like, the white across on the right-hand side. Going to get vision in towards that Tribush. Actually continuing to go aggressive on this one. Does he think Reckless is on his own? He's going for it. Doesn't realize they're both there. Destiny comes out. Yellowstar gets focused. He goes down. And now Reckless is in trouble. He's going to run headlong in towards Sullivan. They're just gun him down where he stands. And that was a simple double kill for Ro8.
Very well played by Jankos, managing to find the duo of Fnatic. I think Fnatic a little bit brave, recalling in the river. You know, they felt that they had vision control, the sweeping lens, and I believe been used. Overpower looking. That's not the card you're looking for.
Ghost used. He goes for the red card, dodges out towards the Mega Inferno Bomb. Vander comes in, flashes, gets on towards him. But on the backside, we see Cyanide come through. Pekka's in trouble though. He's going to get locked down, and now Cyanide needs to run. Have they got the stun to catch on towards him? Sonic Wave gets in there. Jankos can't get either side of him. Has to safeguard away. Teleport comes in. Soaz joins the party. He's going to be very, very low. Aqua Prison catches on towards Vander. They're going to dive this one. The tower's going to go down. Vander's got nowhere to run. He's going to escape. Fnatic back away because the teleport comes in from Zazas. He chases on towards Yellowstar, and everybody steps away from the battle. But back and forth action between these teams.
Ro8 were incredibly lucky to get away from that engagement, only losing their tower. The potential for more kills was very, very big. Both top laners blowing their teleports. Take a look at the minimap, because this is where all the drama starts. Overpower gets run down by Cyanide, as you can see. And you can immediately notice Soaz has started to back away. He didn't want to potentially be interrupted while channeling teleports, even though I don't believe Zazas actually had his Dragon's Descent. And I think this is just a brave Ro8, but they overcommitted. Much like they did yesterday when they played as well. They just overcommitted to fights. It was yesterday or last week they played against the Copenhagen Wolves. They just kept going deeper and deeper and deeper, but at different times and on different pages. They cannot do that against Fnatic, who have got such strong pick champions, and they're going to get caught.
Oh, that's going to be Overpower. He's caught out. He's going down. Reckless gets himself a revenge. Back on towards him. But Fnatic, well, they're going to keep on pushing on this one. They got 5 members in the mid lane. The wave is coming. Ro8 are nowhere near this one. This could be an inner turret.
It looks like it will be. Solar Flare is available for Vander. We see Zazas moving into the sidelines. Unless they fully commit, this is going to be a tower trade. 1 for 1, but Fnatic come out ahead because they picked up a kill onto Overpower as well. Overpower's going towards what looks like an early Lich Bane. So I do think there is going to be a focus on map control and split pushing from that Twisted Fate and from the Shyvana, and I think that's the right call. Because in that regard, they should have an advantage at trying to contain, like either Lulu or Ziggs, force their hand to wave clear or use the Mega Inferno Bomb, and then look for the team fight once you know those abilities are down.
And you know, you mentioned the Ro8 game, of course, against the Copenhagen Wolves. I think it was 6-1 they were up ahead in the lane phase. That was last week, last Friday. and then they just seem to get a little bit chaotic, and it didn't really work for them. But they're up against Fnatic this time around. They are the kings of chaos. They are completely excel when these games get a little reckless like this, and it seems to work well for them. Mega Inferno Bomb again saves out that mid lane. We just actually ironically talked to Alliance after that game, and you know they were very happy that despite the fact they were up against the Ziggs, they closed the game out inside 40 minutes because they didn't feel it was possible. Normally when a Ziggs is there, we just saw the wave clearing capability that they have. That Mega Inferno Bomb stops any push in its tracks.
It really does. And unfortunately for Selfie, I think his Mega Inferno Bombs are a little baited. They're more reckless.
Reckless caught out again. Overpower is this time not. Yes, he does. Gets it with a wild card. Back and forth. They've killed each other twice now.
Look at Reckless's face. He's not happy with himself. I mean, that is a very frustrated, disappointed look. But unfortunately, the composition that Fnatic are dealing with, Ro8 can find those picks over and over every time Destiny's available.
When was the last time you saw Reckless die 3 times? I mean, he just doesn't die that often. He's got caught out, and he's having, as you mentioned, a bad play here. Zaza's now caught out by Yellowstar. I'm not too sure who should be chasing who here, but he's just going to pull him away. They have the 3 members in the top lane. Dragon will get picked up by Ro8. As you mentioned, second one of the game now for them, but Fnatic, they're still pushing.
So I do want to say it's not necessarily Reckless playing bad, it's just that Ro8 are really focusing resources onto it. When that Destiny is available, Overpower is looking for Reckless. They're trying to shut that Twitch down. This tower's going to drop in the top lane. Zazas has done nothing but aggravate the Fnatic members. And in a 2v4, Celebi and Zazas are looking for the engage. And that's what we talked about with the Glitter Lance. Even though Soaz is, you know, not in a power position with a Morella Nomicon, he's still got all of that utility. And thanks to the rest of his team having damage, he doesn't need anything more. And they've caught Jankos.
They're going to try and go in for this one. Destiny is not available, sorry. Sullivan's going to try and catch out. Zazas went way too deep on that one. They're going to continue chasing Fnatic. Can they turn this one around? Zazas is trying to escape. Cyanide's going to lock him down. The bouncing bomb comes rattling in there, and Cyanide locks up the kill.
Ro8 were just not connected enough, and because there was no frontline protection for Celebi, that was an easy teamfight win for Fnatic. Vander was looking for the bit multi-man solar flare, didn't connect, didn't work out, and Fnatic grabbed themselves a relatively safe kill, and they can steal the red buff away.
I gotta wonder why Ro8 decided to chase for that one. They didn't have their mid laner with him. He did not have Destiny available because he just used it to get that kill on Reckless earlier on, yet they all seemed to run towards it. Overpower had the chance to take down that middle turret. If they all they had to do is delay them recalling, delay them back in, they had no vision on that river, they could have taken a tower. Instead, they went chasing kills. It backfired on them. Fnatic still in the lead in towers, 5-2.
Now, this is something Ro8 does when they're behind. They force fights and force... they force skirmishes, is the words I'm looking for. Now we do see the wave clear from Pekka, and Cyanide's running in.
That's not going to work. It worked very badly. Jankos, though, does manage to land the kick square on the jaw of Cyanide, forcing him away. And Ro8 escaped safely there. They tried to tank out their middle turret at the Mega Inferno Bomb for their favor.
Yeah, and that's just the power of Ziggs, like you talked about. The wave clear is strong. Ro8, to go back to the earlier point, when they lost the game to Alliance yesterday, Alliance got a lead, and Ro8 just forced objectives in the jungles. Forced fights, like chased individual targets. That is theoretically a way you can bring yourself back in the game. But when you've got a Lee Sin, Shyvana, and Twisted Fate that can all go in very deep, very quickly, Ro8 have to be on the same page. If they're not communicating effectively, they're going to overcommit to fights. And Fnatic, they found a cheeky amount of time to get some auto attacks on this turret.
They managed to dodge the bubble. Solar Flare locks on towards Peke. Zenith Blade follows it through, but he's clean to get away from this one. It's going to be Reckless they focus on with the gold card, but he gets away. Zazas pounces in there, but doesn't get close enough. And Fnatic have escaped this one clearly. Destiny being used. So as it's separated, Overpower comes in, but eats an Aqua Prison straight away. Now they're locked up. This is a messy fight, but it's Fnatic that are turning it back around once again. Yellowstar, Mega Inferno Bomb lands on Overpower. It's not quite enough. Cyanide's going to keep on chasing. He gets the speed boost from Soaz, but it's not enough to lock on towards him, and they will escape. But now a 1-for-0. Fnatic with the minion wave coming, they're going to go for the tower.
If Overpower's going to play that aggressive, he needs Zazas to be closer and also needs Zazas to have some damage. Because Zazas has gone full tank, he's not really going to be able to kill people on Fnatic's side. There was no hourglass for Overpower either, so he committed to a 1v4 in the hope that the rest of his team was going to get there quickly enough. And that is the problem that Ro8 have right now. Their decision-making and their team-fighting ability is not on par with what they're looking to accomplish. The team wasn't there quickly enough. They didn't have the builds or the damage, really, to close that fight out. And because they didn't pop somebody instantly with the Solar Flare and Twisted Fate combo, it just allowed Fnatic to kite and fight and win.
Despite the 6-2 tower advantage that Fnatic have, remember Ro8 have picked up 2 of the Dragons so far, which is what's kept them close in this gold. It's just 1,000 difference. That's going to level itself out. Now 500 gold as they do get themselves the 3rd turret of the game. So all out is now down for Fnatic. Ro8 have managed to get themselves small advantages in certain areas. The question is, who will go down in the next big fight? Dragon up in 1 minute 30. I wonder if that will be the focus.
I think Fnatic should be comfortable to fight now. They've hit some very big item thresholds. You can see that Reckless with his Phantom Dancer and Blade of the Ruin King completed. Yellow Star's got some more tanky stats with that Negatron Cloak built up. They have not contested a Dragon yet, but the vision around Ro8's jungle was pretty solid until Ro8 have just started clearing it out in this last minute or two. So I feel like Fnatic could look to challenge. They could look to push up. There's nothing for Ro8 to defend other than the inhibitor turrets. They've got no objectives to hold on to on their side of the map. And Reckless, he's looking for Vander.
Reckless is going in, he's found him. Mega Inferno bombs in there. Reckless gets the kill on Vander.
And that's the item threshold. Phantom Dancer plus Blade can burn through even this fairly tanky Vander with that Solar Eclipse stat. There was unaffected. The rest of Fnatic, they want Xaxus.
Xaxus caught out, standing on a ward. They're going to go for Overpower instead. That's going to be the Wild Growth knocking him in the air. Xaxus now locked up. The wave comes through, not quite catching on, but the Aqua Prison down well does, and Xaxus goes down to Soaz.
Yeah, when you get bubbled, you're in so much trouble, and that costs Xaxus his life. Fnatic with 5 members, minion wave backing them up. They've set their sights on inhibitor turrets.
Minions coming in, they can push on through. Just 3 members to try and defend this one. It's not going to be though. Fnatic going to take this tower down. Sullivan do what he can to take those minions out, but it will be the inhibitor that will fall to Fnatic.
Yeah, it's risky. There's 2 seconds left on Overpower. He's respawned, but he does
going in.
Guards.
Solar Flare goes down, locks onto Reckless, but there's 0 follow-up there, and that's an easy kill again for Reckless. This time around, they're going to keep on chasing. Jankos man lands the Sonic Wave, but he's not going man mode. He's not going to follow that.
Like, I don't understand. Why would Vander go in? In order for Vander to jump into a team fight, the Culling needs to follow that Solar Flare, or Xaxus needs to jump in on top with you. Yes, the Solar Flare was good, but it didn't equate to anything. Reckless, he's found Jankos now.
Jankos just kicks him away. Not too worried about that. Mega Inferno Bomb, not going to quite catch him.
Close.
Taken low there. I think he did actually catch on towards him.
That's Dragon. That is such smart play. Fnatic was going for Dragon, sniffed out Jankos looking for position on Dragon himself. And because Jankos, even though they didn't kill him, they forced him away. That is a completely safe Dragon for Fnatic, and they just accelerate into control of this matchup.
I kind of feel Reckless, despite he got focused on a little bit early by Ro8, maybe you've got a little bit angered by that and has turned things around. 5-3-2 from 2-3-0. Definitely turning things around for Fnatic with the help of those Mega Inferno Bombs. Every time Fnatic go for someone, everybody piles onto the same target. Their shot calling right now seems to be on point.
Compare the fights that Ro8 have started and their targeting to the fights that Fnatic have started with their targeting, and it's night and day. Fnatic are on the same target simultaneously with all of their abilities. And the moment Ro8 are overextended, which they have done multiple times already, Fnatic punish them for it. That is also the power of the Lulu and the Nami. It allows Fnatic to disengage. And all the while, the kiting and the disengage spells being used, Reckless and P.E.K.K.A. are landing the damage. So we do see Fnatic are probably going to start this Baron dance with the amount of vision they've afforded on this half of the map. I think it's a logical and easy thing to do because super minions can push middle. So get your dancing shoes on, because I think we're going to be in for a little one.
What kind of dance will it be? Will it be a waltz? I don't know. I'm not too sure. Saliva's going to go in there, trying to get a bit of poke down on towards him. Cyanide's going to be the focus target, but the wave comes back on through. Doesn't really catch in there. Teleport comes in. Not too sure that's where Xaxus wants to be, but it will be where he ends up. Cyanide is the focus. Taken pretty low from this one. Not a bad fight by Ro8 in all sense of purposes, but Cyanide, he's going to have to step away, and that's going to slow the Baron down.
So aggressive play from Fnatic. This is what they didn't do super effectively yesterday. They jumped onto Ro8.
Oh, that's the Destiny used and wasted. They have no vision. They had to make it count. Fnatic, though, not going to go for this one. They're going to hold off.
Because Ro8 have no vision of that Baron pit, the Destiny was used to predict Baron. They've seen that Fnatic were not rushing it down, so they're playing it fairly slowly and safely. I think they're assuming Fnatic won't run the risk of going for Baron, and that does seem to be the call. If Fnatic back away, Rocket are going to have time to just clear out those wards, and I think this is the smart decision. Fnatic have complete control of the area for the moment, and if they had left and uncontested this objective, it would allow Rocket and their 4 sweepers to regain vision control. Rocket have to get vision superiority right now, or run the risk of that same fight happening again.
Fnatic forced to back away, so they're not going to step completely away from this one. Jankos eating a couple of bouncing bombs as he sticks around in that side bush. Pekka yet to go back either. They're going to make sure these waves are cleared off. Big wave being picked up by Soaz. Going to be much needed gold for him, who's honestly caught up nicely. This could well be the Rabadon's death cap completed for him once he wipes that wave out. Overpower will get himself the blue buff. Everybody's starting to stack up on the items, but with the 5,000 gold advantage built up by Fnatic, they are edging out Rocket.
I feel like Rocket have wasted an opportunity. Rocket anticipated and almost pushed Fnatic away from the Baron pit, but they have been so afraid to move into the river to clear out the wards that Fnatic have still got just superb vision control of the Baron. So if Fnatic want to play the dance and want to play around the objective, they've got the ability to do so. They were not punished for giving up control of that area. Rocket have 4 sweepers. There's 3 pink wards down. We'll ignore that for a second. But, you know, I really feel like that is a missed opportunity from Rocket, and we'll find out shortly if it does come to punish them. Finally, Jankos is using that sweeper and trying to clear out some of the vision, but it's too late because I feel like Fnatic can group up fairly quickly and defend their last few line of pink wards.
Oh, big bad Yellow Stars bullied them away from that river right now. The 3 members step away the moment they see Yellow Star. That's the power and fear that Fnatic are holding over Rocket so far in this game. And he really was the only one anywhere near it, but because they've got no vision anywhere else on the map, no one's showing in the lanes, they really don't know where they are. So, Overpower's headed down towards the bottom half of the map and quickly steps away the moment they see Peke showing in that Baron pit. Does get caught out by a single Baron hit though. Destiny, of course, is available, but can't cover half as much ground as it used to, so has to try and stay close. Wildcard will be used to clear out that wave. He's going to show himself. Now they know he's there. They ping on towards him, and they're going to try and lock up on towards that bush.
Yeah. Rocket are running scared now. If you look at the positionings and the way they're playing, they haven't tried to push Fnatic away at all. They're simply reacting and trying to play defensively. The risk that they run into is if Overpower takes damage or is out of position, he is Rocket's primary wave clear. So he needs to respond quickly. He's going to also need to use Destiny because Fnatic are getting this Baron down very, very quickly.
Yeah, half the hit points already stripped off this one. Jankos is going to have to dive in and try and steal this one away. Instead, Fnatic are going to pounce away. Oh, Zazas has down pounced in there a little too soon once again. He's going to get caught out. That's going to be a Mega Inferno bomb locks on. This is pretty close, though, in terms of damage because Fnatic took some punishment from that Baron. Rocket do step away, but Zazas, he can't get involved in the next fight.
So Tidal Wave prevented Rocket from continuing the fight, and the Solar Flare defended Rocket from Fnatic getting more kills. Fnatic have peeled away from Baron, have got a better position to make a run on this inhibitor, and remember that a lot of those ultimates from Rocket are not available, so Rocket have to run the long way around. I think they're going to lose their inhib.
Yeah, of course, there's no tower there to defend it. They took that one down earlier on, so this time around, look at that. The wildcard's coming around the side, so as might get picked off at the side here. The rest of Fnatic have to try and move into position. Overpower flashes in, catches on towards Cyanide. They lock him up with the Zenith Blade. Wild Growth being used to save his life. Fnatic backing away from this one. Rocket all fully healed on this one. A lot of damage going on towards Zazas once again, but they hold on to the inhibitor. Celavar out of position, could land a good culling.
Yeah, they need to be careful. If Celavar does get caught by any crowd control, he will go down. Inhibitor's down to 20% of its HP, and Overpower no longer has that Ghost or Flash to engage or look for a fight. Celavar's made it back into the base, but look at the respective HP bars. Rocket are lower than Fnatic. It's not over. They
Aqua Prison on towards Overpower. That's the Mega Inferno bomb following through. Cyanide gets the kill down towards him. Vander in trouble. The shield's not going to be enough. Solar Flare lands down, but he goes down to Peke. There's the inhibitor going down. They could finish it here.
It's not going to be over yet because of the risks. You do see that Zazas, Jankos, and Celavar alive. That's a lot of damage on the side of Rocket. If Zazas commits and gets a squishy target, Fnatic will be in trouble, but this is smart. very big minion wave in the top lane. They're going to take advantage of it and try just get the tower or potentially another inhibitor.
20 seconds still on those death timers. You can see that inhibitor taking 30% the health down towards it, completely gone now. They're going to push on through. The tower down. Yellow Star catches it. Aqua Prism on towards Salivar. Do not follow through this time around. They're a little bit more cautious. They don't have the damage. Jankos goes in. Great kick followed by a Dragon's Descent, but quickly Destiny comes out. Where's he going to go? Comes off the side there. Wildcard can catch all 4 members. It does. It wilds on through. Ro8 got so much damage going down here. You can see Yellow Star in all sorts of trouble. Vander's going to get the Zenith Blade back up in just a few moments. Salivar, he can dash once again. The Yellow Star's going to be the sacrificial lamb, but it's not quite enough. Beke caught out. Jankos goes down. The ace could come through. Baron's available after this, and Ro8 are running for it.
They have to go for Baron now, with the very big death timers on the side of Fnatic. Ro8 are going to end up trading their inhibitor in the mid lane for a tower in the bottom lane and the Baron buff. The fight was very, very good for Ro8. We talked about how risky it was for Fnatic to stick around. They couldn't have gone for the finish because of the fact that the 3 damaging champions for Ro8 were still there. Xaxus and Jankos did a good job of buying time for Overpower to join the fight. Baron secured, they're going to defend the Nexus turrets, and Xaxus is going to get himself... Oh, this is risky. Oh, I didn't see the respawn. So Xaxus gets a lot of damage on the inhibitor turret, but doesn't actually close it out. 30%
of the health left on that inhibitor turret. Fantastic turnaround from Ro8. We mentioned so many times that the gold wasn't that separate. It wasn't that far apart. Now with the Baron buff on Ro8, the gold advantage that gives you in terms of ability, power, hit points, regen, that is now the favor for Ro8. They're 8-4 in turrets down. They've got an inhibitor down, in that mid lane and a turret down in the top. But they could turn this around.
So this resets the game. With Baron buff on, Ro8's smaller misplays in most of the team fights can be counted out. But Fnatic took a page out of Ro8's book. They stayed overextended for literally 5 seconds too long. And it was that small margin of error that gave Ro8 a near flawless team fight. They ran Fnatic down. Actually, it was a flawless team fight. I'm going to call it that. They got all 5 of them. They got the Baron. And they've hit a giant pause button on this matchup because Fnatic can't run the risk of another overextension. They can't run the risk of being in that position. The inhibitor turret is down to like 20-30% hit points in the bottom lane for Fnatic. So if they lose another big fight like that, Xaxus could grab the bottom inhibitor, which would give map control back to the Polish.
One thing's for sure for Ro8, they're not likely to catch 3 members in a kick with the Elite Set. 3 members with a Dragon Descent for Xaxus, and 4 members with a wild card from Overpower. All of that damage accumulated was fantastic. But Ro8, what will they do with this Baron buff? Was it a Baron of opportunity, which, well, it was. Will they make it count? It seems right now they are playing defensive duties, of course. Super Minions pushing up that mid lane. They have to hold these waves.
Yeah, and something that you also noticed with that team fight, Fnatic didn't have any of their disengage spells available. You know, they got a few of those glitter lancers down, but the tidal wave, it had been used in the previous fight. So when Fnatic want team fights, they want their wild growth. They want their glitter lancers hitting multiple targets. And when they get surprised and shut out from multiple angles, it reduces the effectiveness of that disengage power. Now Ro8 have not made an aggressive play for 15 or so minutes because they've been defending the Fnatic siege. They do have a number of towers down, but they've got to get the top and the middle inner turrets. And they need to get much better vision control. Their warding just sucks right now. So much more wards on the map to counterbalance the aggressive plays they'll need to get back in this game.
They have managed to shove all of the waves just over the halfway marker, which you see Xaxus doing right now. That Baron buff, well, it's got around about a minute left on it. Reckless zipping around speed mode. Looked like he was in fast forward there because of the speed he was going coming out of that ambush with the extra speed the Phantom Dancer offers as well. You can see the damage he's got. Infinity Edge almost completed. Has also switched out to the Scrying Orb for Fnatic.
I'm so glad you said that because he did the same thing yesterday. Did exactly the same thing yesterday against the Super Hot crew. When we get to these later stages of the game, I love seeing the Scrying Orb because it reduces the risk of whatever play you want to make. You want to make a play around blue, red, dragon, Baron. You've got that information to work. Reckless, he's found Salivar.
Stealth Bomber coming in. Salivar going to get caught out. The damage is just about enough. The flash finish from Reckless. Takes down the AD carry. It's a 50-second death timer.
That is very, very high. Ro8 were able to defend with a lower number of players previously, but the circumstances are different. Fnatic have all of their key ultimates available to them. Wild Growth is there if they need it. The Tidal Wave is available if they need it, and they get an uncontested in-hit.
Big, big plays. We saw Mr. Rales doing the same thing against Peke yesterday as well. That unlocked itself an inhibitor. This time around, 2 inhibitors picked up for Fnatic. They're going to back away, take themselves great objective control now. They are in the driving seat once again.
And all of that vision that Ro8 did not have comes back to bite them in the butt. They needed better pink wards. To be fair, Celebar was also fairly overextended. He was down to the river with not much support, super close by. And one single death on the side of Ro8 gives Fnatic now utter map control. Super minions in 2 lanes will allow them to push the bottom wave once their minions get to the bases or to the steps of Ro8's half of the map. So let's see how they do it. I mean, Fnatic now have got all the time in the world. They've got a few minutes of uncontested map control.
Well, they were forced to rush away from that just for a moment there. Ro8 showing signs of aggression, of course. Baron not available to them for a few more minutes. Maybe Ro8 are going to try and move in and get some of that vision control that you mentioned there. They have got themselves a good portion of the map to try and get through. Pink Ward is just in that death bush, which they can clear out. So Ro8, they're trying to push through. They're trying to get some of that vision, and they need it because the next Baron in 2 minutes' time could be vital. They've got super minions, though, pushing up the middle and top lane. They have to hold off, and you can see Fnatic, they're pinging the bottom lane. They don't care about Baron.
Yeah, I think Ro8 have done a pretty bad job of vision this game. They finally got a ring of wards towards that Baron now in anticipation of it respawning. But one thing I also want to note is that 40 minutes, we're still not seeing any damaging items on Xaxus. Yesterday, Youngbuck did a similar thing with his Shyvana. He just built full tank against Gambit, and it offered nothing. The only damage threat from the Wolves yesterday was their AD carry. Ro8 are at least supplemented by Overpower, but even then, I don't feel like that's enough of a threat because the 2 of them alone are not going to get through Wild Growth, heals, Mikhail's Crucible, Summoner Heal. You know, there's so much that you've got to burn through if you're on the side of Ro8. A Blade of the Ruined King would have been very, very important. Jankos, looking for an aggressive play, may get caught out. Fnatic, with their superior vision, have read this well. They know exactly where Lee Sin is, and they're making a calculated move.
They're going to try and pressure him off the side there. They know he's going to pincer his way through. There's super minions in that mid lane, which are going to have to be dealt with as the wave comes up the middle. They're going to try and tank this one out, get some of that damage down. And remember now, of course, with all that damage the Ro8 have stacked up, Teleport comes in around the back. Dragon's Descent on towards him. So has taken down half heal. Points, we can see Cyanide just at the top of your screen, taken low. That's the Guardian Angels. Going to get popped out. Ro8 still very low coming from this one, though. Cyanide does not get taken down. Fnatic escape with their lives. Jankos comes around the side. Can't get a Peke. Quickly shielded out by Soaz. He survives. Aqua Prison lands as well. And Ro8, they have to run defensive duties. There's super minions on their Nexus turret. It's taken so low. They're going to get it. That's going to be the Nexus turret going down. Fnatic, they're going to back away, but they've already got themselves a turret with minion control.
I rest my case. Xaxus teleports in behind every single member of Fnatic, instantly throws down the Dragon's Descent, and needs to run away because he has no damaging items to apply pressure or threat to the members of Fnatic. I must admit, it did draw enough attention to allow Ro8 to focus down Cyanide. So in that regard, yes, going full tank is buying time for the rest of your team. But unfortunately, the damage sources of Ro8 could not kill Cyanide. The Wild Growth, the GA, the heals, it kept him up. Fnatic are going to sneak Baron. I don't think Ro8 can get you quickly enough to challenge. This will be the second one of the game, going to Fnatic.
Yeah, they had vision of it just towards the end. We can see Mega Inferno Bomb coming from Peke as well, just to add that extra edge to the damage. That will go towards Fnatic. So, Baron picked up by them. Control is in their favor, of course, and it's the first Baron of the game for Fnatic.
Second of the game, right.
With the inhibitors going to be respawning in around about 30 seconds time. You can see there's the middle one already up. Top one's going to be coming up soon. So Fnatic, they're going to hold on for a moment. Still far from clear securing this game. It's not been easy for them, despite the advantage they've had throughout the game.
So Fnatic have faltered at the steps of Ro8's base twice, and that's because of the team fighting power that Ro8 have. The moment Fnatic are locked into this very narrow corridor or narrow lane, the power of the Shyvana, the Leona, the wildcards, etc., it does get amplified. It's easier to land the targets, and it makes Fnatic's life more difficult because they have less room to kite away while fighting. The thing is, Fnatic have just once again been the ones making the plays. Every time Rocket have had chances to clear vision or get vision or go for aggressive plays, it hasn't worked out, and I do think there's been missed opportunities on the side of Rocket. But they're holding out. 40 minutes in, they've had some good team fights, and they're definitely looking to be stronger than they were last week, for example.
Oh, we'll see whether Rocket can try and flank around Fnatic once again. Those inhibitors back, and Fnatic are looking to take them down once again as Reckless and Cyanide make their way through. It's Cyanide running as basically a mobile ward to get himself some vision in there. It's a couple of pink wards down though from Rocket. They're going to get vision of him very quickly, and they're not going to get caught out by one of those stealth assassins coming in. Salavar, of course, was the last man to get caught out by that. It's only kill, but look at that. Skrydor going down to get themselves full vision of the base. They do see that pink ward just off at the side. They're going to keep on poking towards this inhib.
If Rocket want to surprise Fnatic, at those steps is where they need to do it. Zaz, look at the damage he's taken. Reckless has got an Infinity Edge built up, and with the culling being wasted and not doing anything, it didn't even kill the minion wave completely. I think Fnatic should just secure this completely uncontested. They can do the same on the top lane.
They've only got one Nexus turret to fall back to as well. Remember, that got taken down by the super minions. Fnatic rotate back up towards this top lane. Another pink ward thrown down, but it's not going to be much use. It's not going to get defended, therefore it's going to get taken down so quickly going around. Vander does want it. He locks on towards Cyanide. He may be enough, but the wild growth, the wave comes through. Mega Inferno Bomb, everything just multiplying in damage for Fnatic. Reckless comes in, gets the kill, flashes for it. Jankos goes down. There's the double for Reckless. This will be the game for Fnatic. They're going to punish Rocket in the base.
There's no front line for Rocket to rely on, and Vander just held onto that solar flare for far too long, in my opinion. Wasn't able to get it up. Fnatic have done it.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Fnatic go 4 for 4 right now in the league. It was far from convincing, but it's a win nonetheless, and that is all that counts in the league.
Positive play. Distraught faces on the side of Rocket. Jankos not looking happy with that game, and you know what? Fnatic, they took charge of the game. It's something they didn't do yesterday. They didn't make enough plays against the Super Hard crew, forced their way into a strong position, but today they did, and it worked against Rocket.
Well, Rocket now 1-7 in the league, and I mentioned that they were rooted at the bottom of the table. They put up a good performance this week. They held on lane face, worked very well for them, very well against Alliance, very well against Fnatic, but again, the problems persist, which is ironic because if you think back to the spring, they were strong in the early game, weak in the late game. Sorry, weak in the early game, strong in the late game. This time around, it's completely flipped. They focused so heavily on the early game, they forgot what to do.
I still feel like they're making overly aggressive decisions. I think they're trying to force their way back into games by getting kills. And every time they force it and they try, weasel their way into situations that they shouldn't, they get punished for it. So I think a level of calmness needs to be imbued on the team, because unfortunately they keep getting, the red mist takes over and they get punished.
Yeah, Fnatic took good control despite being rocked a couple of times by Rocket there. Of course, that ace in that top lane led to that Baron. That was their chance. But as we mentioned so many times, when there's a Twitch out there, they have the ability, especially when the Blade of the Rune King's complete, the Last Whisper, the Phantom Dancer, there's a lot of damage there. If they sneak up on you and catch you out, generally, you're going to die.
What I would also say is Fnatic has clearly demonstrated their focus on preferred team comps this split. Nunu in the jungle, Nidalee. Yesterday, Trundle, Nidalee, Nami. Again, Lulu, Nami. They want disengaged compositions. They're not looking for hard engage. They're not looking to create team comps that can jump on, pylon, and blow you up. They want to be backing away, forcing you to come to them. So Fnatic are playing a style where they are encouraging their opponents to make mistakes and taking advantage of it. It is more difficult to make plays with those styles of comps, which does explain the passive play style. But it's definitely something I think teams need to cotton onto, because it is a very clear focus.
So what do we make of the league so far? Clearly, obviously, big difference between the top and the bottom right now. Alliance at the top, 7-1. Rocket down the bottom, 1-7. A lot of teams in between. But I feel the power shift is already starting to show quite clearly this summer. A big difference between the top 4 and the bottom 4.
I agree. I'm going to say the top 2 the middle 2 and the bottom 4, because I do feel that Alliance and SK are simply outperforming everyone else that we have seen. The games that they are playing, they are winning much more convincingly. I do think that the Super Hot crew are sitting in that sort of third hover spot for me. And there's a little bit of room for error for the rest of the midfield. But I think those are definitely the top 3. And it is a stark contrast from the spring split where it was Fnatic and Gambit all the way, to the end of the split where Ro8 and Alliance and SK did level themselves up.
Yeah, this is a big, big problem. We'll see how it works out, of course. Many more weeks to go, but for now, we're going to send it over to Shox and Officio. We're standing by with Soaz.
Thank you very much, D-Man Officio. And I are indeed joined by Fanatics of Soaz after that win. Soaz, break down the picks and bans for me from your perspective, because yesterday we saw that maybe you didn't get anything you wanted. This time, Twitch in the first rotation immediately. Was that the biggest priority for you guys?
Yesterday we kind of wanted to have Twitch as well, but we were like, oh, they didn't first pick it, we can wait next rotation, and it was our mistake to leave them Twitch Nidali. And yeah, we pretty much have something in the champ select yesterday, so yeah.
All right, so Lulu top lane. Your build is a little bit different from what we normally see. Triple Dorans into Morello and Omicron. Can you explain it to me?
I don't really like the Athene build on top lane, especially. I think Morello is a bit better. The problem with Triple Doran is that you don't have much ward, but I just sold one Doran a bit earlier than usually. So the main problem of this build is about warding, but otherwise than that, you have a lot of damage, you have cooldown, so...
How come, again, Morello and Omicron, why do you take it over Fiends? What is the difference for you?
I just prefer Morello for laning phase and just the passive against like heroes like if it's Renekton, for example, or other heroes. The passive of Morello is just better for me.
True.
And tell me about the game in general, because you guys built up a lead, not too big, and then in the top lane it went really bad for you guys, that fight at one point. It seemed like it could go the other way.
Okay, so on top lane, we were like, okay, let's get the turret. And after I say, can we actually get the inhib or not? And no one replied, and we just keep focusing the inhib. And we should have just back off after the turret. It was really bad.
Final question for you guys about the state of Fnatic in general. Usually we see you guys being really happy after you win. Not this season, though. It might be the hardest season for Fnatic that we've seen so far. What are your general thoughts about the state of the team?
I think it's a bit the same as before. We just need to get our flow and know how we want to play in this current state of the game. And we just need to do better rotations, of course.
All right, well, thank you very much. Soaz, now let's send it back over to Demon and Quickshot at the desk for an update on the standings.
Thank you very much, Shox. After week 3's 8 matches, here is the current table in the European LCS. We're actually starting to see some daylight between the teams as some of the ties get broken, but of course, the big story is Alliance. They are now at 6-game win streak, I should say, and they remain at top of the table, 7 wins and 1 loss.
Yeah, very strong performance from them. On the opposite end of the table, we do have Ro8 on an entirely different streak, with a 6-game losing streak. They're now sitting at the bottom there, 1-7 all alone. And like we talked about, it's just those tiers. A very clear distinction between the top 2 in Europe and everyone else.
We're starting to see how this one works out, but for now we've put together a squad of our own OP players that really impressed us this week. In the top lane for us, it is Wicked. He's had a great start for sure for Alliance, and he's been instrumental in some of their wins.
Definitely. He surprised me yesterday by first picking Jax. Definitely caught me off guard. I wasn't anticipating it. Played very well. His Shyvana game today worked out great. And his Irelia game, rather. He's synergizing very well with the rest of his team. His engages are good, and he picked up a win on Irelia, 1-for-1 in the split.
Well, in the jungle, we've gone for the man from SK Gaming. It is Sven Skeren. Fantastic kill participation, especially today. 68% over the week, but today I think it was about 96%. Incredible stuff. 9 assists. It was crazy.
It was all the Sven Skeren show. He was so largely responsible on his games of Lee Sin, and he's finding a way to do it every single game. If you compare Sven from last year to this year, it is such a big upgrade. Very big impact player for SK.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Who else would we go for in the mid lane? It's got to be Froggen, of course. Double Anivia games this week, and Absolutely incredible. 21 KDA.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed he gave up a death. You know, it's his first death on Anivia in his last 3 showings. I do think he has room to improve on that.
We'll see how it works out. Alongside him, well, it's another member from Alliance. It is Tabs as the AD carry. Crazy stuff. Only 1 death with 9 kills and 2 double kills this week.
Yeah, and very, very good play. We did see him play Cogmore as well. I like the fact he's pulling out a wide array of AD carries, and his team has got such a good synergy that his stats are always great to back it up because he's never in trouble.
Well, it's the team that keeps on winning. Nif is the support as well. Another fantastic show for him. This time around with Morgana and Nami.
Yeah, so in this particular time, managing to get 22, being involved in 22 out of his team's 27 kills, it just speaks volumes to Alliance's playstyle. They are not about winning the lane to only win the game. They group up, they push as a unit, they win as a unit.
And of course, from those 5 players, we have selected Sven Skeren as our MVP for the week. And 11.5 KDA, highest of the jungler in one week this split.
Yeah, and again, he's just a very high impact player. He finds kills all over the map all the time. We do have a clip that actually illustrates his performance on Lee Sin. He's going to be able to ride this Thresh Lantern, grabs wards, he hops all over the place as soon as we get that clip up on your screen. And generally, Lee Sin on Sven, it reminds me a lot of how powerful he was on Pantheon in the last split, just finding all of those kills and doing a really good job.
Yeah, and it really has been amazing stuff. Here's the replay.
Yeah, so you know, we touched on that a moment or two ago, and it's just Sven Skeren finding kill after kill after kill. This was the first of many, because he did that about 6 more times in that bottom lane. He made Genji and Edward's life a misery.
Kept that big smile on his face throughout the game as well, because it was a fantastic performance. 16-2 yesterday as well, of course, for SK. Dominant performance from them and Alliance so far. The North American LCS will be kicking off their Week 3 tomorrow with Team Solar Mid versus LMQ, and then it will be Evil Geniuses facing off against Cloud9.
Then Team Dignitas will take on Counter Logic Gaming, followed by Complexity facing off against Curse. Those matches do begin at 9 PM Central European Summertime, which is 12 noon Pacific.
The European LCS will be back next Thursday with Week 4. We'll be starting things off with an El Clasico between SK Gaming and Fnatic. That, of course, will be followed by Ro8 versus the Copenhagen Wolves.
The Super Hot Crew will then face off against Millennium, and Alliance will square off against Gambit. It's the last LCS game of the day.
So we'll see you back here for those matches on June 12th, right after a new episode of the preview show at 5:30 Central European Summertime. That is 8:30 AM Pacific. But for now, it is time for the final European Challenger Series quarterfinal match as H2K face off against SK Gaming Prime in a best of 3. Over to you, Freak and Zyrene.
Thank you very much, guys. What's up? Welcome to the 2014 European Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. David Freak Turley, alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. How's it going?
It's going really well. I'm ready to close out the round of 8 for the EU LCS who makes it to the semifinals.
I'm glad you're so
Challenger
invested.
Series.
I'm glad you're so invested in this series. Well, today we've got a good one for you. The former Cloud9 Eclipse, now H2K Gaming, the 2nd seed, goes up against 7th seed SK Gaming Prime.
Yeah, and the name has changed, but H2K Gaming is still the team with a target on its back. The Challenger Spring Series, they finished first, and even though Jungler Ko left and for Ninjas in Pajamas, and former support Voidal is also gone somewhere else in the Voidal, this is still a very good team that everyone wants to beat.
Exactly, it's pretty much top dog. So this squad is composed of top solo queue players all around Europe, and now they're being joined by jungler Trashy, who carried Reason Gaming to 4th place last split to replace Ko, as well as a new support in AOD.
And on the other side of the battlefield is SK Gaming Prime, who have looked good so far in the Summer Series 1, with mid laner WTFox and top laner Smitty leading the way in 2 seemingly easy victories. But tonight, they will definitely be tested against a team who has already competed for a spot in the EU LCS.
Yeah, we saw them, and they didn't do super hot against the Super Hot crew, but hopefully they do well here in Challenger.
Don't blame them, though. They went 3-0 against Super Hot crew, who upped their game and are now top 3 in the EU LCS currently.
Yeah, so it's forgivable to lose to one of the best teams out there. So guys, to earn the opportunity to compete for an LCS berth, you must first traverse our Mighty Challenger Series bracket. Here's how the Summer Series 1 tournament is unfolding. The first round of the quarterfinals happened last week, and Ninjas in Pajamas came out on top against Unicorns of Love, 2-0. They're going to face Gamers 2 in the semifinals, who also bested Chantal Machtwau in 2 games.
And the other semifinal match will be set after today, with yesterday's winners Loveland Shore going up against either H2K Gaming or SK Gaming Prime.
And now not only do winning teams move in the bracket, they also are rewarded points. The teams who made it to the round of 8 were awarded a single point. The squads who have since won their quarterfinal matches got several more.
And Gamers 2, Ninjas in Pajamas, and Lublin Shore all have 4 points, with the possibility of more to come if they win their semifinal matches. And everyone else is tied with 1, but of that crop, only today's teams have the ability to earn a higher score in Series 1.
And if a team doesn't have an asterisk, that means their score's locked because they've lost so far in Series 1, but those points still carry over to Series 2 if they're able to requalify. Now, gotta ask, Zyrene, it feels like your hand's bothering you. What's going wrong?
Yeah, I like to take really extensive stats and notes on these teams. And, my hand is starting to cramp sometimes.
You know we track those things at loesports.com.
Really?
Yeah, it's really handy. You just click the Leagues and Tournaments tab at the top of the page. Lets you, you get everything you need to know about the Challenger, about the LCS, all season long, so you can be at ease with the pen.
Thanks, Freak.
You're welcome.
I don't know what I would do without you. You're very handy yourself.
Yes. So. Well, you would have to solo cast, and I'm here to help. Well, guys, it's time to get to the games. The last quarterfinal matchup of Summer Series 1 is just about to begin between H2 Gaming and SK Gaming Prime. So, Zyrene, what's up with these teams?
Yeah, we got H2K, which is formerly Cloud9 Eclipse. We have Odwamne top. You have Trashy in the jungle, formerly of Reason. And you have Febiven in the middle, Yernin in bottom, and AOD, who's a new support. Now, this team is a team that everybody's been looking at for a very long time. But then we also have SK Prime Smitty in the top lane. In the last 2 games, he averages about 90 CS more than his lane opponent. So in the round of 10 and round of 20, SK Gaming Prime have relied on Smitty's consistency in the top lane to out-duel his opponent. I don't know how that's going to hold up against Odwamne, though.
True.
Because he is renowned for just winning the lane and then spilling over into more team fights.
Yeah, and that's really the thing with teams that have been together for longer is their coordination to get around and make these plays across the map is a really big thing as well. And that's kind of the story of H2K, right? When they were apples to sour initially, when they were picked up by the Cloud9 organization, they're like, yeah, we're like the best players individually. We can compete with LCS teams, but we don't know how to close out games very well, right? We don't know the teamwork just yet. Our shot calling still getting learned. And since this team's been around for a while, it's going to help them out.
Yeah, they have that synergy going for them. And speaking of synergy, we also have that mid lane matchup here with Febiven, who's been on the team, and he's very up high in solo queue, so he knows how to hold his own, but this team is also #1 in the Challenger ladder.
Yep.
So they were also working together for a very long time, and he is going up against WTFox, who currently has a 28 KDA because he hasn't died yet. So WTFox, Dylus. He's deathless. Dylus.
English is our first language, guys, if you believe it.
Yeah, I know, right? He's deathless, but I don't know if that's going to hold up against such a high-caliber opponent in Febiven.
Exactly.
So that lane matchup is something I want to keep an eye on because Febiven, in his previous matchups, all throughout the Challenger Series last time, was just the dominating mid laner. Basically, if you're from NA and you're watching, it's kind of like how Xiao would out-duel his opponents and then show up to team fights.
Yeah, but the interesting thing about H2K's Febiven is that he's a really big assassin player generally. Like Riven was like a permaban throughout Spring Series.
That's his main for the longest time.
Yeah.
And he loves the AD mids, like you were saying.
Yeah.
Zed, Yasuo in his champion pool, very high up there. And he loves just building AD and taking it to you.
So we'll see how that's going to pan out for these guys. Kha'Zix, Jax removed away right now. Odwamne losing out of one of the top lane hyper carries there. Kha'Zix removed away from Gilius. This is still 4.8, so this is the damage reduction Kha'Zix getting removed away. Next week's games will be in 4.9, so you'll see how those changes shape up for the pros here.
And Braum.
And Braum will be available, yeah. As will Shen and Rengar, I believe. They'll finally be unlocked, so see how those go. But that's all in the future, so not going to dwell on it
Predicting
too much.
it now.
Yes, we will potentially see them in champ select. Lulu also banned away, and again, you wouldn't, great, ban the AP mids because Febiven's going to play something else.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't dip into his champion pool, and it just hinders what WTFox is going to bring to the table. And WTFox has played some Yasuo himself, so that's a contested pick between the 2 mid laners currently. But he also dabbles in the Nidalee. He also plays some Zed, some Yasuo, he actually does play some, just a little bit of the Riven himself. It's not too high up there, but I don't think they're going to try to take it away. Yeah. Honestly, they're probably going to leave their mid pick for way later for H2K just because of their style. They want to be able to counter pick. SK Prime will probably leave their mid lane pick for much lower down unless they're going to prioritize something like a LeBlanc here that's been left open.
Yeah, that was going to be my one tell is
the
actually
caveat.
Yeah. As Fabiven's been playing more AP assassin types. He's got like Fizz, Cass, and LeBlanc in there, and maybe that's the contested pick you look for. Now Twitch is up right now, as are all the conventional support. So if you want like to rush pick a Morgana or something, that's available. There's actually, I feel like there's a lot of cream in the crop up right now because people have been like the tier 2 of most of the roles right here.
Yeah, the thing here is I think they'll probably first pick a Twitch because... Okay.
No.
Okay. They're going to go with it. They leave Twitch open in the 1-2 spots here for SK Gaming because Zeiss can just go ahead and pick that up himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
I completely understand that because Lucian's banned away. Now you're going to force Yernin onto something like a Jinx, which he does play a lot of.
Sure.
And he's still really good at. But up against a Twitch, she's very assassin. You can get on her.
Oh, yeah.
She can't get away.
You get ahead on Twitch, Jinx dies.
Yes.
Yes. That's going to be a risk right here. And of course, Elise is there picked up for Gilius in the jungle. So you've got great early pressure, right? Ways to make the ganks happen, as well as the fact that, hey, you've got some ways to get picks later on. Twitch stealth, Elise cocoons. A lot of things going to be annoying, but H2K going to make their own choices. Elise on one side, Evelyn on the other, and now Thresh Gripe for support.
Yeah, AOD's most played is Thresh right now, and that signals to me that they might play the Jinx now for certain because she has the safety in Thresh. Get him out with the Lantern.
Yeah.
Also set up the Chompers very well with a hook.
Exactly. It works on both sides, too.
Yes.
Like, you want Thresh to keep Twitch safe, but also Thresh, such a good laner, can help Twitch shut Twitch down. I love this pickup right here. I think it's the right choice for H2K. We'll see how good AOD is with the hooks. This is the first time we're seeing him in Challenger in this kind of event with his new team. So it's a question to ask. Of course, Aurelia versus Shyvana is going to be the top lane matchup. We've seen that one a lot today in Europe. This seems to be like the two top laners that battle a whole bunch.
Yeah. When you go over to NA, you don't see a lot of Aurelia, but then as soon as you come over to EU, you're like, wow. Everybody plays her. Everybody plays her. It's kind of like if you went over to China, everybody plays Renekton there in the top lane. Here, it's all about the Aurelia. And now, I think SK, actually so far the way that the pick and ban order has been going, are getting the better of this because they'll be able to counter pick the mid lane. Also, the first pick here from the top lane for H2K allows them to go ahead and counter pick both solo lanes.
Yeah.
And they got the Twitch in the top tier. So H2K not coming up as big as you would think.
Yeah.
But
unless they got a plan.
Yeah, they may have a plan for this. The Sivir versus Twitch is kind of a scary matchup. It will allow Sivir to go ahead and stay safe versus the Nami in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
But if you do get bubbled,
yeah,
the problem.
Here's the thing about that matchup, right? It's like it is very easy to spell shield anything you care about from SK Prime. A flask, a bubble, even like the Nami heal if they're just doing for those long range trades. But you're going to have a really hard time with auto attack trades.
Yeah.
And you've got to be aware of the Elise. Like your spell shield actual cooldown is a really important resource because if it's down, if Cocoon shows up, Bubble shows up, you're done for. So then you're relying on basically Lantern. Now the Orianna pickup is interesting. It gives H2K a really big team fight composition. They're all about the 5-on-5s. They've got some playmaking. Sivir ult into the Evelyn into like a Thresh hook is like okay, but you blow a lot of cooldowns for an individual pick. So
yeah,
we've actually seen that backfire from teams like CLG actually last LCS week.
Yeah, and what this signals to me is that they're going to go ahead and use On the Hunt. They're going to slap the ball into Shyvana, have her jump into a team fight, and then they're just going to chase people down after they're low and staggered from the Orianna ultimate and dissonance afterwards.
Yeah.
That is the objective here for H2K, is to get those types of picks, and the Sivir isn't so much for dominating the lane, but transitioning into team fights here.
Well, we're going to see how well they do with the team fights then, because landings will be risky, and now you've got the LeBlanc coming in for WTFox as well. In this mid lane matchup, we said it was going to be an important one. LeBlanc versus Orianna, the matchup here. And now it's great. Fabiven going to want to get into team fights, join them up with the team, look for dragons, maybe things like that. But WTFox gets to play make all game. The assassination potential of in Aurelia hitting the backline, Elise hitting the backline, LeBlanc hitting the backline, right? Like there's so much threat on individual targets. It's going to put some fear in H2K.
Yeah, and Smitty, he's played, he hasn't played Aurelia yet in front of us.
Yeah.
But so far, he's been out CSing his opponent to see if he can make a lead in the top lane. I don't know if he can versus Odwamna, but the team fight prowess here of H2K Gaming is much higher than SK Gaming, and they're more pick-oriented here. They have the Twitch, they have the LeBlanc to pick people off in roam, they have the Elise Cocoon. You can also separate people with the Nami ultimate, just create dead zone for a little bit, and then the fact that Aurelia is all single target damage aside from her ultimate. They're going to be going after his prime target, possibly the Orianna, and seeing what they can do.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can grab that. And the difficulty, though, as well, is you talked about the fact that H2K's counts better for team fighting. And again, I agree with you. I wanted to kind of tunnel into the microcosm of Twitch right here real quick, just because the early pick Shyvana, the Twitch grabbed early on as well. There are so many tools for getting to that Twitch. I mean, you said it, you said it with On the Hunt Shyvana ulti, but like, it will be difficult for Zais to do well here on Twitch to stay alive in these fights. It's going to be a difficulty.
See if he can fly, if he can go ahead and flex, be an aesthetics bra, and see if makes H2K mire him by the end of this.
Let's see what he's going to get with this one. Here we go, guys. On to the Rift. Game 1 of the best of 3 between H2K. What? H2K. Wow. Well, not what I wanted with that one.
It already happened.
H2K and SK Prime.
Okay.
That's going on Reddit. SK Prime. There's not even a G sound in any of these players, basically. Oh dear.
It's not even a minute in the game,
Irene.
freak. It's not even a minute in the game. All right. They're warding up the bushes. They're just fanning out right now, creating an entire line of scrimmage here against each other for H2K versus SKP. And right now, the sweeper on Gilius has already been used.
Mm-hmm. Didn't kill a ward.
Didn't kill a ward.
0 CS.
Doesn't have a CS for himself.
The interesting thing is actually Smitty saw a ward go down in top lane Tri-Brush. Of course, with the Trinket on cooldown, it doesn't matter anymore. But and yeah, no real advancements been made right now by SK Prime. So they didn't get too much out of this anyway. Right now, just the standard line of scrimmage for these guys. Interestingly enough, Yarnen's actually hiding kind of towards the back lines. Like underneath his turret, doesn't want to get revealed by the fact that they're lane swapping this one.
Yeah, and there's actually an advantage in terms of ward coverage here. For H2K, and there's an advantage in summoners.
Yes, there is.
You know what? Disregard summoners acquire kills.
Sure.
So I'm just totally fine with that.
In your 2-on-0 lane where there's no champions to fight against.
Yeah.
Great. I mean, to be fair, like he's probably not going to get in any real major fights until 6 minutes anyway, but yeah, we're going to see how it starts up. Trashy, Odawamna, going to start up on the red buff. Smitty's going to spot that. They know about this this jungle route. Looks like we're going to have a pretty standard 2-for-2 buff start, as both teams make down to the south side of the map. And the duo lane's going to be there to defend on both sides.
The thing here is Smitty is down in experience. He won't be hitting level 2 anytime soon in comparison to what Odwamne has going for him because he's double jungling right now. Gilius, on the other hand, like I was saying it, but then Zais ended up blowing a summoner spell. They have a vision advantage here for H2K coming into it. When they walked straight in, there was no ward coverage. SKP didn't have any idea. They had to check with Smitty because they saw that it was a 2-on-1.
We're going to see how this pays off, though, because 2 levels now on both these guys here. They've shared their second camp. No, really, neither team does too much here. Actually, you're just putting a decent amount of damage down. I want to know if a 4v0 does start. Unlikely.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Bit of counter jungling. But the Trashy might see these guys soon.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Hello.
They spot him. And now, can they make the play? The problem is, so Thresh is recalled. They could theoretically 3v2. They know they're going double golems. I don't think there's a play to make here, though.
Smitty's not level 2, though, so they do have a level advantage. If they do collapse on them, though, there's the bottom lane of SKP is very close by. They do have AOD. Level 2 just came out for Smitty, so they didn't engage it previously. He's just stalking him.
Okay, well, they don't know they got spotted by the Evelynn right there. They're going to push into the turret, but the experience will be gained here by Odwamna and Trashy. To be honest, that's not too bad for H2K as long as they survive. Thresh is in the fog of war.
Yeah, AOD's off on the side here. They don't see him, but now they do with Gilius coming around. And now I know it's a 3-on-4. But that leaves Yarnen all by himself in the top lane to just farm and be fine. When they picked the Sivir, I said they were going to go for the team fight, and that's why they lane swapped it. They lose Dragon Control for H2K, but at the same time, they allow Sivir to go ahead and fight a Bruiser at the start of the game, which is perfect for her, because going up against Twitch, we said she would lose every auto-attack trait.
This is going to be an interesting matchup. I think there's the tools for Aurelia to win it, but it's really on how well can you spell shield the stun. Around level 3 or 4, I think Aurelia can actually make the moves to win the fight. Right now, I don't think she can, but at some point, I think she can flip this matchup. I do like H2K's early game, though. They actually managed to get to the bot lane in time to defend any Dragon attempts, to defend any fast pushes. That was actually very successful by them. I like their early game here. But there you go. You're going to see a big damage comes out. Spell Shield means nothing there. A lot of damage comes through. Earlier than I thought it would, but that worked really well.
Level 2 Smitty, Equilibrium Strike, Blade Surge. No hit 10 style. If he had had it there, it would have been a kill with the extra auto attacks. But here is Trashy off on the side, and he loves ganking.
Gets spotted out, gets a stun there. Smitty there's with the W as well, though. Good damage coming through. 300 health, the flash, auto attacks, and a trade. They heal for the move speed. The chase on in there. Q, and there's the first blood. Yernan claims it. Great gank by Trashy.
Now, if you remember Trashy from Reason Gaming, his style was always gank early, gank often, get objectives, and control them. And as soon as they get that kill top lane, is a huge advantage.
Gilius, nice minion right there, being a hero, saving Trashy's life. They're going to be right on this one. Just the quick push going in for Gilius to keep the freeze from happening. Smart choice to go there, but it does mean they know where the jungler is now, this Elise.
AOD off on the side. And Fibevin's also routing.
Ooh. Had to guess his moves, couldn't quite guess him there. That would have been a flash force if he got it. Or maybe the W, but still. Hey, you got the QW out. Got some damage. Nice attempt here, of course. There's nothing really for AOD to do except maybe try to gain experience somewhere. Right now, level 4 Shyvana to level 3 Aurelia. So in the top lane matchup, significant lead to Odwamna. Right now, Smitty is not going to have 90 CS over his opponent in this game. He's down 15.
Yeah, big thing there. He has double his CS, but also Smitty, when he backed, he ended up getting the boots for himself because he knows he's going to be dueling the Sivir and he needs to keep that distance. If he's able to get up close to him, keep that distance short. If you want to run away, keep it larger. The boots is definitely going to help him in that department, but it's also going to delay his build, and being Aurelia, going boots very early on, you kind of want more combat stats. You want to have the early phase. There's a big wave down bottom here, and I'm actually surprised that none of the junglers are making a move on here.
And it's going to be the auto attack damage from these this dual lane right here as Odwamna just kind of AoEs down the camp. This is honestly not the worst spot for Shyvana. You can't harass Shiv under turret easily as Twitch because you'll pull aggro if you keep trying. So Odwamna really fairly safe on this one, gets a decent number of minions back out. Yeah, this is decent for H2K, though the turret is taking damage. Gilius looks top, doesn't find anything.
Here's Fibevin, though, alongside Trashy. Oh, Trashy was revealed when he walked, but he's still going to check it.
He's going to go in for this one. Level 4, low HP, nothing to repel to. Oh my gosh, he almost saved him with the ward coming down. Ignite is on, and that is the kill picked up for Fibevin. Very nicely played, and that's going to give him the red buff on top of that.
Gilius had to flash for that too, but he ended up getting the Ignite from Fibevin. And now they have so much pressure, and it's the jungle respawn for Trashy.
Wow, look at this. So great timing. H2K knew their power play was the top set of the map. That's where their dual lane was. They send the team up there knowing they can continue to abuse this advantage. H2K are playing the numbers game so incredibly smart.
Yeah, and SK Prime, they're just looking to take turrets and try and get these objectives, but that's not what H2K are going for. They're like, we'll eventually get this turret, that's fine, then we'll rotate down bottom and we'll get Dragon eventually because now we have a gold advantage, we have a level advantage that we've created for ourselves. The ultimate already here for Yarnan, whereas Zeiss does not have that available to him. If they fight a Dragon right now, with the Orianna ultimate and the Sivir ultimate, it's going to spell death for SKP.
Yeah, and speaking of Yernan having you know, a good lane to start with this one out, he had enough money for BF Sword like a minute ago. So he's like super rich when he goes back to base right here. It's like BF Sword, boots, and a longsword or something here. And yeah, if they do group up in Dragon for this one, with this gold, no boots. Yes!
The profit freak!
Play a little bit of AD carry in my day. So, yeah, so like, right now they can group up for Dragon. Teleports up in a minute for Odwamna. And if they can, now Twitch is already recalling, so they're going to have pretty close to item parity on the AD carries. But again, it's still a teamfight comp for H2K.
Yeah. But here's the thing too, is H2K, they decide to swap it back, like you said, but now they have Yarnan in the bottom lane, BF Sword, pretty much in a straight out teamfight will trump Bilgewater Cutlass.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if they fight the Dragon, which now, Fibevin was forced to use his ultimate, it's not going to be as advantageous for them. But they still have the Sivir with the ultimate chase people down. Very teamfight oriented here for SK, or for H2K.
H2K.
A lot of Ks.
Yes.
Now we're seeing.
And 2 is like a backwards S, so they're pretty much the same team.
Exactly. Thank you for that.
So the 2-on-2 lane right now, bottom lane turret is already dead, meaning if you get the Gilius gank, it's going to be rough. But look at this. Great plays there. Ziz putting a lot of damage down. The ulti popped as well. Huge damage from Contaminate. There we go. Finally the Lantern. AOD tanks the Cocoon. They're going to be okay with this one. But Ziz, will he TP? Will he flash? The wave's going to land. Big damage comes through. Zaitan shows up. AOD flashes the bubble, ward over the wall. Here comes
move
the Fox. Nice jumps over, and the kill is picked up by Gilius. Excellently played. Sivir in the 1v2 was not the right spot to be.
Now they're going to go ahead and get this dragon off of that one pick. They also blew the ultimate from Sivir. For Bevan, they know that Shockwave isn't up currently. It was a great rotation by WTF to go ahead and apply the pressure. There's no chance that Trashy can get in there and steal it with that pink ward.
Wow, excellent play by SK Prime. Yernan fighting up where they get you in the bot lane, set that whole thing in motion, and SK Prime have basically answered for the early kill and CS lead by getting a dragon back and, of course, that bottom lane turret.
Yeah, in the top lane, though, is the only real tilt here. There's 2 levels up for Odwamne, and being such an item-dependent champion as Aurelia, she's really going to be down right now, but this is great on Trashy to recognize that.
There we go. Jump on in. Half HP. Smitty's going to be trying to run away. Flash already been burned, but there's so much tankiness right now. Just look at the damage right there. 0 durability Aurelia. Easy to kill by level 8 and 7 versus 5.
No ultimate available. He's 3 levels down. Smitty, he was the linchpin in the strategies that SK Prime have been using in the past. It is hard. SKP have been using in the past because he had the 90 CS up in that solo lane. They lane swap it on him, and they're like, well, now you're not against top laner. And then by the time they did get it, H2K had already out-rotated them and given farm into Odwamne. Yeah. So when he got there, he was very far down. But ooh, this is the duel we were talking about. This is why they didn't want it earlier.
Flashes the Flash E. That's going to be enough with the burn down. No, she's dead. Nicely done right there. The solo kill. Zai's making it happen. Odwamne, yeah, he's not even going to try to chase, just clearing up the minions right here. So despite the lane swap, the 1v1 disadvantage of Sivir versus Twitch is so massive.
Yeah, at all stages in the game, Sivir will be out-dueled by Twitch. Early game.
Anyone.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're not a duelist.
Especially if you miss the boomerang blade. But yeah, so the big thing there is she's teamfight oriented. You can't have her in that solo lane. Twitch will assassinate her at any point in the game, whether it's early, mid, or late.
Yeah. I don't think there's a spell you can spell shield that would flip the matchup enough. Even if you block Contaminate, even if you block the cask. Yeah. Cutlass active, any of that's going to
Contaminate would be your best bet, but that's about it.
Yeah, even still, that means you're going to get slowed by something. And you get like 6 more auto attacks because of it. Like there's no... Twitch has enough good spells, you can't spell shield enough of them.
And with his ultimate, he definitely outranges Sivir, who's in that 500 department.
Oh yeah, yeah. You pop. It's actually worth popping the ulti for an individual kill, even if it's just like 10 AD. Oh, yeah, it's just worth it.
Yeah, the huge range on the Rat-Tat-Tat. Yeah, and the fact that it has a low cooldown, it's already back. There we go with this slow there from Nami.
All right, well, Drummer's gonna have the ulti to get away if he needs it. Doesn't actually quite need that there. This could have gone farther down if he wanted to, but that's fine. Just pushing him away gets the minions without much contest. Gilia sweeps away some wards thanks to a pink right there, and actually, there's some decent wards set up now on this top side of the map. Trashy will not get spotted.
Trashy's making moves again.
Yeah,
he's abusing this Evelyn's passive that he's cloaked, walking around, trying to pick on Smitty the most, because H2K have locked that down, looking at the previous game, saying he's the person who always wins top lane.
Yeah.
Shut him down. See what they can do with their other members. He is half the CS of Odwamne at 13 minutes.
Yeah, it's interesting too.
As an item-dependent carry.
Oh god, yeah, it's bad for Smitty here in this game. He's going to need a lot to get back in this game.
It's about to get worse.
It is about to get worse. Trashy shows up, but nothing really to do. The turret's too close. Also keep in mind, the rest of SK Prime's lanes aren't also really gankable. It's like, what's Evelyn going to do to a LeBlanc? Slow him before she jumps away, right? Like, and Twitch and Nami are so big right now, despite not getting a ton of CS in the 2v0 because of the fast push and everything. Those solo kills, the bullying away and everything, like, you can't fight that lane either. So it's kind of the only place Ratchet can even go, right? And it's like, Smitty means Smitty's a sacrificial lamb right here, but if that means the rest of the team is available to make moves, then it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, they've been making pretty good moves too, despite that for SKP, moving around the map with the advantage they have with the LeBlanc mobility and the fact that Twitch can assassinate people.
Yeah.
The next move here, when the dragon respawns, it's going to be does H2K's teamfight composition come to fruition and they get a good shockwave, or is it going to be Zai's just running away with the game because he'll have his Blade of the Ruined King? And
there's a chance.
Go straight across everybody. We'll have to see.
With Odwamne being pretty big, though, he can, like we talked about this in the beginning, you can threaten the Twitch with H2K's comp. The guys who threaten Twitch have the gold. Like, Yarnan's not going to help kill Twitch except pressing R, and Gratz, he's level 6 already.
And we also saw how long it took for Odwamne to even do a lot, to see how much damage Zai's did to Odwamne.
Yeah.
Odwamne wasn't going down quickly at all.
No.
even with the Nami Tidecaller blessing.
Sunfire and a Cutlass going to be coming in soon for Odwamna, so he will be good at this one. Look at this mid lane push, very successfully done. They grouped up, and SK Prime wasn't able to defend that one, so the early grouping went well. Another ward goes down. Odwamna going to go back to the top lane here and actually looking for the flank around.
It's warded, though, on...
Yeah, his gank route would get spotted.
So he's actually just going to ward it and transition downward. He's actually going to flank the mid lane.
Oh, this is going to be a good fight, but Sivir's not there. There'll be a 4-on-4 with a teleport available for Smitty.
Oh, here he goes.
Damage
Turret's about to go down, though.
Turret is going to go down. There's the engage. A lot of damage at Gillies, and there it goes. The flash play. The box comes down, hits one. Huge shockwave goes in and grabs 3. Gigantic team fight right there for H2K.
Dragon not even up, and they noticed that they had the power spike. They have the Bloodthirster completed. Orianna had backed, had the Athenes, had spell penetration. They go straight for the team fight. They're going to get a second turret off of this, and they're just face-taking right now. This is great. The turret's going down. They think there's safety here for SKP. Look at that. Trashy off on the side. AOD. They wanted to fight this. Boom. 3-man shockwave dissonance from Bevan, coming up huge for his team, showing why he's number 7 in Challenger.
Yeah, he played awesome right there. I liked his focus there as well. Elise repelled onto him and ran around behind, but he knew the more important target was a 3-man shockwave. Let Elise go. Not a big deal. Gilius got out. But
ooh, they're camping it.
Ooh. They're gonna, yeah, they're going to.
They don't have a lot of ultimates here, is the thing. They don't have any.
Did someone walk out of the brush?
Oh, Zaitan!
Nope, Zaitan's going to put the bubble down, but goodbye. The flash, there's the Q, going to pick that one up. Smitty's got nowhere to go as well. He's going to jump down through and try to get away, but it's going to pick up his double kill now on this one, a kill back onto the Thresh, but Gilius has nowhere to go. Picked up the kill, 3 for 1, and of course the Dragon easily now for H2K.
And they got 2 turrets previously. Those tier 2s are gone. Bottom lane is going to be the next focus for them after they back and start getting these items and these huge power spikes for themselves, accelerating to a 4.3 gold lead almost immediately when they grouped up and used this team fight comp.
Absolutely phenomenal by H2K to find that battle, to get Twitch out of position, to just find the engage, and then everything worked so well. That is one thing H2K has been doing, is playing the movement around the map pretty much flawlessly.
It was a good move by Odwamna. He looked like he wanted to gank top, but then he came down to the mid to flank it because the turret was low. They knew they were going to lose that turret, but it also baited SKP into a sense of security.
Yeah. It's like, we have a guaranteed 4-on-4, take the fight. We know they're going to be there and they won't run away. It was awesome stuff right there. Unfortunately, for SK Prime, not enough defensive wards to spot that was happening, of course. They didn't see Shyvana at all until she came in. And it was a really good team fight there. Now, H2K not trying too hard to kill down bottom turrets right now. Yerna knows to be safe when there's a Twitch on the loose.
They gave a lot of CS to Smitty. He's catching up. He's only 1 level behind now. He's only 20 CS down instead of the 40 or 50 that he was previously. And now Odwamna is going to come back to the top. Has teleport available still. But man, 0, 3, and 1 on Aurelia. Very shut down. Only has a Phage and a Zeal moving towards that Trinity Force at 18 minutes in the game. Very delayed in his build. Very delayed, to the point that he might not even reach that Trinity Force power spike at all. And at this point, it's not going to be right.
Got to be careful. Cocoon's going to land. Big burst comes out. Pops the ulti, but that's going to be enough damage. 1 picked up. Now Yerna's got to be careful. Shockwave only hits Gilius. This Sivir still trying to run away. Sorry, Vivid taking even more damage. Nicely played. The Cocoon and everything. 2 kills picked up. Now Odwamna limping into the fight. H2K way overconfident. Just 1 at a time, falling over. And now SK Prime look at Baron.
They're going straight for this. There's only Yernan at very low HP. He doesn't have a Bloodthirster, so if he can find himself a jungle camp, he'll get up a little higher. And AOD, no smite available. And the big thing here is it's a team fight comp versus a pick comp. If you go in 1 by 1, you're going to get picked off 1 by 1 by a pick comp, and they're trying for it.
Here's the engage. Good smite there by Elise. Going to pick that one up. They're going to trade 1 kill onto the support, but AOD goes down for it. So they trade off one of the Baron buffs, but look at that. SK Prime right back into the game. They make the 3 consecutive picks. They're within 1,000 gold.
1,000 gold difference. Baron and temporary combat stats onto SKP. They're going to back right now. They're going to start hitting some items for themselves, these desperately needed items for these players. Get themselves back into it. A big part of that, though, was WTF. He was given his first death of the Challenger series, but he's 3-1-4 on LeBlanc. He can make huge picks alongside the 4-1-2 of Zeiss. these assassins are reaching their potential to just instantly burst squishies on H2K.
Yeah.
Even the tanky members right now are not safe.
And the funny thing is, what's really great about this is the fact that SKP have been warding defensively, and so that when, like normally, right, the way you prevent getting picked is you get wards down, so you see them coming. But SKP is going so quickly, they're getting people when they're going to ward them. He's like, I'm going to get this pink ward down. Oh my god, there's a Twitch right there. And at that instant, they're already ready for them. So I love this play by SK Prime to be in the right place at the right time, get those picks, turn the game around. Now the question is, you're still a pick comp, but your opponent's going to play defensively because you've got Baron buff. SK Prime, how do you further this gold lead? How do you catch back up and get control back in this game?
You gotta start getting the turrets so you turn that temporary combat stat into permanent combat stats for yourself. They might look at top turret, they might look at tier 2 in the mid, they might split push, they might actually take control of the jungle of H2K because there are no wards in there currently. And if pick comp, if you have the advantage, you ward up their jungle and then you make some rotations with low members, like you put like low number of members. You put like one mid, one bottom, and it's like, where are the rest of them? Well, let's go mid. And then the mid guy starts going into the jungle, and it's like, oh, he showed bottom, let's go bottom, and then you catch them in rotation.
Yeah.
Lost in rotation.
That was good. Well, it looks like the mid lane siege still the target right here. No top lane push at all. They've actually given up on going for that turret right there. They're just looking at 5 mid. I'm not sure what they're getting out of this, though. H2K didn't even look to defend top lane, and no one's pressuring it.
So Twitch went second item last Whisper because he wants to deal with Odwamna as fast as possible.
Very caster-centric.
Yes.
See, that pays off.
Well, at the same time, though, Odwamna is very susceptible to What the Fox's damage, who went straight for the death cap and completed it after the Athenes.
That's true. No magic pen yet for What the Fox, but still pretty high base damages here. Twitch going to shove the bottom lane out. There's the look to control the bottom jungle.
Lost in rotation. We'll see if they can pull it off here. They have Twitch pushing the bottom lane. If anybody moves from mid in the incorrect position, like right now,
wow,
look at
that could have been a death crash. That could have been that could have been a kill.
Very scary right there.
Yep, that 100% could have been a kill.
You could see AOD was thinking like, I'm gonna do it, but I'm not
want
sure.
to, and he did it. And yeah, because of that, H2K got to the bottom turret. They took the shortcut, weren't punished for it, and defended this push. SK Prime are wasting their Baron buff right now.
Yeah. The best move that they possibly could have pulled there was to put a pink ward in that bush, camped there, because AOD did set himself up to be picked.
And that would have been bottom turret, 100%. 5v4, it's a turret.
Another thing, too, is that Zeiss, they're split pushing with the Twitch. He can just go invisible.
Yeah.
And then he can show up on those members, or he can show up on the turret and start doing damage to it if you didn't rotate in time.
Well, they're going to go for the turret right here. H2K actually went to leave the turret, and then suddenly SK Prime showed back up. But the problem is, again, a 5-on-5, not what these guys want. A minion wave right now crashes to the top turret right here against H2K, but doesn't mean anything. Dragon is up, though. But Baron buff's like done right now. It's almost out. And again, this is going to be a 5-on-5.
Yeah. Oh, they see Trashy.
Flash not going to land. Gets away from that one. No Boomerang Blade lands either. So one flash down for Gillies. They're still trying Dragon. Baron buff is off. This is now a gold lead for H2K. The hook comes in. They want this fight. There we go. Nice blade. Going to catch up to Gillies. A lot of damage. This is going to be risky. They get the kill on the Thresh so far, though. 1 for 0. SK Prime losing one back. Their top laner goes down. Twitch on the side, taking a bunch of punishment. They're trying to run away. With Ignite on, he will disengage just barely, but H2K winning the fight 2-1 so far. They're getting some back and forth, 3-2 now. But these guys own Dragon.
Yep, and once again, a 2.4k gold lead now for H2K even before they take the Dragon for themselves. Big thing here is it's, once again, a team fight composition versus a pick comp. And SK Prime, they look like they had the makings of playing it correctly back when they were in the jungle. But now look at this, the team fight just goes 100% H2K's favor. Even the Shockwave just hitting one person is enough to chunk them down, and they go straight for Zeiss after that. They try to slow him, they get him immediately out of the fight, and What the Fox, doing what he can, gets Trashy afterwards, but he gets picked up himself.
Yeah. I don't know why SK Prime looked for a team fight with a comp like that, but it definitely...
Need more pink wards. You see a lot of teams that when they back, it's just like green and pink wards all throughout their inventory. You have open slots here. Granted, they are a little starved for gold on their carries. You see there it's 6.4 for that top laner up against the 7.4, but their mid laner 1.4k down, and now their 80 carries 300 down. Now at the same time, buying a pink ward is not expensive. It's just 100 gold.
Yep.
Go ahead and set that up for yourself so you can go ahead and get the picks, then transition them into objectives. That should be what SK Prime are looking for. It's not happening.
Yeah, exactly. Like the ward coverage is super important for these guys. One of my favorite quotes, I'll repeat it because I said it before, but it's Crapo. And he's like, yeah, if you're endgame and you still got a Doran's Blade in your inventory, sell that and buy some wards.
Yeah.
The most important thing you can have endgame is some ward coverage there, and it's just not something that SK Prime has. You're seeing right now the ward coverage of H2K. Theirs have actually all timed out right now, so it's going to take some time. Like, think about it. Last time H2K went to get ward control, they got caught out and died for it. This is the time that SKP can pick up random kills by waiting in brushes that they know aren't warded. H2K was stuck in their base the last 3 minutes because of Baron buff. SKP knows the map is dark, or could know that it's dark, but they're not finding their way into the map.
They are suspecting it. At the same time, though, H2K, they have more wards just in inventories, too. They're setting up for that Baron because if SK Prime get another Baron off of them and another pick, then SK Prime, they get another opportunity to play the team composition right. You don't even want to give them that chance.
No, you don't. You want to play your comp your way, not your opponent's way. Give yourself the right kinds of fights and don't fall into the trap of them. Right now, SKP, maybe they're just overconfident with the fact that their Twitch is 5-1 and 3, that they can just go for 5v5, Twitch will carry, but the rest of the champions can't do that. H2K now looks like they're going to be the ones looking a little bit more aggressive. Some wards have been swept out back and forth. SKP do have pink wards to fall back to. H2K don't get in on this map just yet. But Trashy's tanky. 4-3 and 7, a good score for him. Wards go down. SKP knows about these top wards. They're forced to back off, though. H2K, you look at this. They're all going in a group. No one's more than a screen away from anyone else. If someone gets caught, they're able to regroup and catch up. You're the only one a little bit far away, but he'd be pretty much within lantern range.
Big thing here is that teleports haven't been used too much in this game for team fights. Because it's a pick comp versus a team fight comp. The team fight comp wants to group up, and the pick comp wants to catch them when they're out. So, Zaitan,
and he catches it. Fish on a hook. Kill picked up. No ulti comes through in time. What the Fox also going to go down. Double kill there for Trashy.
They tried it last time on the other side of the river, and they got him. And now they're going to go straight for the Baron. AOD has been on these hooks, the new support for H2K. Gilius, blind.
Completely there. So there we go. Baron taking a lot of health down. Picked up now. H2K claims Baron Nashor 27 minutes into the game. Going to split their team members up, and a 5v5 team ready to start their push.
And Zai's, he's the saving grace for the team right now. 5-1 and 3, but he still has a lot of items to go for Twitch to be that unstoppable force that can kill the entire team if he has one frontliner in front of him. He needs the Infinity Edge, but it looks like he's working towards either a Shiv or a PD. And he's going to try to push bottom. So they had the workings of a pick comp previously, and it just wasn't executed perfectly. And against a team fight composition, you are much more punishable. Because when you enter the late game, people are like, all right, we're denying vision. We're going to team fight you in your jungle. We're going to take the fight to you. And right now, H2K, they have the Baron, and they can just farm this up. But
here's the chance.
Can he make the pick? He has double buffs. Oh,
this is the slow, but he doesn't get the Ruin King slow on this one. The damage coming through. Summoner heals burn. The flashes. There we go. Zez does get the kills. They trade all their summoners back and forth. And there we go. That's maybe their way in.
Yeah, Yarden didn't flash there, but oh my lord, the crits. Back and forth, the RNG. The Blade of the Rune King active there, coming up big. That was crazy. That was an intense just burst right there. And Yarden was ready for it. A lot of the times it takes you about a quarter second to react to the fact that Twitch is there. Sometimes even 1 second. He'll get 1 or 2 attacks off, considering the attack speed he gets from the ambush. But he reacted immediately.
Yeah. He did miss all his spell shields, but as far as actually getting the guy, hitting the W, getting the damage output, they traded blows rather quickly. So, but those are the kind of things, right? That just delayed H2K by a full minute. That gave Zai's a lot of money to finish Phantom Dancer. And now he's got Negatron Cloak is weird to me because he's not going to take a lot of. I mean, I guess maybe from Shyvana.
Shyvana's going to jump into the back line with a ball.
I almost even still feel like Zai's needs to get more damage output to break through the front line.
Yes, the big thing here is SK Prime. If they had multiple threats on the team, like What the Fox is kind of trailing off right now. He's looking for the Void Staff. Smitty nowhere even close to being a threat just yet. But he's the solo threat on the team, Zeiss. He needs to build more damage. He needs to trust in his team that they will keep Shyvana away. Like, even if it's like a bubble, if it's a tidal wave as soon as she ulties, just keep her away so that you can deal the damage. Because she wants to jump into the back line, and they're going to save their ultimates for Zeiss. That's the big thing here for H2K. If you had another threat, you would get so much damage off before the ultimates came out. But they don't. So right now, they're reserved to having to make picks, and they are completely on the wrong side of the map right now. They're all middle up against H2K, who are just pushing bottom. They're just going to go for a base race exchange here. But the top lane, if somebody wins that or tilts that, it's going to be huge.
H2K is so much faster here, though. There's so much damage output available from Sivir and everyone else.
Sivir's attack speed with Ricochet on is huge. They're going to teleport to these. Oh, but Odwan is going for the defend here.
That's going to be the right choice there. They're going to get the inhibitor turret down right now. The inhibitor under fire as well. And this is going to be the base going down so rapidly. H2K going to make their way towards the Nexus. They're a full inhibitor ahead on this race right there. And SK Prime not recalling nearly in time. Of course they are. This is going to be the game-winning push.
H2K just out-rotating there. And they're going to go for this Nexus immediately.
That Nexus is gone.
SK Prime, they can't do anything about this. They don't want to fight the team fight.
Yep.
And they don't even want to go to H2K, who's all grouped up. And team fight comp, just from pure intimidation, get a base race out of it.
Yep, they decide to start pushing. No one's going to defend. Keep on going because you're faster at it. Great for the H2K. I got to say, even with the end game being as, I'm going to say anticlimactic as it is, because that wasn't even a close race.
Not even a team fight at the end.
That was Tortoise in the hair, and the hair didn't stop to like rest afterwards. It was just hair going like try hard mode. And yeah, like that was earned though, right? Like they were winning heavily by that point. They had made such great moves early game.
The question is, what is the move there for SKP? Like they basically said, we're going to make a very risky move because we don't want to play the waiting game against this team composition that will most likely just keep edging forward and forward. Because H2K played it right. They're like, we're just going to keep grouping as a team fight composition, and you guys are a pick comp. You're looking for one of us when we're a straggler. You're not going to get that.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? Those happened occasionally. Right?
Yes.
The bottom lane solo kill from Twitch against Sivir, and then after that fight ended, he added PD, so he's going to do even better in that one-on-one. That's the kind of stuff, right? You don't group as 4 mid lane, right? You stay the entire game in a 1-4 or a 1-3-1. Like, think back to when SK Prime got Baron buff. Irelia top lane had outer turret 100% free. They could have warded left side jungle and gotten tier 2 turret in the top lane 100% free and said, look, we own this part of the map, we are stronger than you were a pick comp with Baron buff, and they could have gotten that global gold. Don't group as 5 in Siege. That's the wrong call for a team like that. And then when H2K got Baron back, you saw the solo kill in the bot lane. Keep doing that. Split your team up. Irelia versus Shyvana top lane was actually a stalemate. Despite the gold deficit, there was no progress being made there. The rest of the team groups up mid. Twitch stays bottom and says, if someone shows up, I stealth out. If Sivir shows up, I kill her. Forces H2K to split up, but SKP never forced the type of engagements that would work for their team after 20 minutes.
Yeah, they at the end said, you know, we'll just have a do-over because it's best of 3.
Yeah.
See what they can do in game 2 here. I mean, it's former Cloud9 Eclipse H2K Gaming.
Yeah.
They are the former champions of the Challenger Series. They got first place in the playoffs last season. They are very intimidating. Their members are very mechanically sound. Their team fight prowess is very potent, and we saw it there. That's what they like to do. In every team fight, they came out on top, except for the straggler one where they kept coming one by one into SK Prime. You were basically feeding a monster at that point. You're just like, here you go, just spoon feed. Oh, here's
a triple kill.
Oh, here's an Orianna. Oh, there you go. Here's Odwamna. Here's Shyvana. And then it's like, oh, I'm all full. And then they didn't do anything with it.
No.
They didn't do anything with that extra energy and extra gold they'd made for themselves. They kind of just sat on the Baron. They looked for that pick. That could have been such a beautiful pick onto AOD.
I know.
But of course, you know, hindsight is 20/20, and when you have full map vision as an observer, you can just pick off those things.
Yeah.
But they need to be a little more aggressive with the pick comp when they are even or have an advantage, and they can create pressure and make a pick.
That's kind of the weird thing is like when you're a team where you're like, okay, we finally found our advantage back in. We finally found a way like back into this game. I think we know what we can do. Just grouping as 5 is not necessarily the best way of doing it. right? You still have to play the way your team comp is built, even if it's risky, right? You're like, oh my god, we just won a team fight. Let's split up and push all the lanes. Like, yes, that opens you up to getting picked off by a Sivir ulti and engage, but you've got to be smart enough and have enough ward control to play around that, because your optimal gameplay is still that 1-3-1, and you do it regardless of the risks. You use your fact that you had map control to put wards to mitigate the risks. That's how you play that kind of composition. So if SKP can make that kind of change, or just run a team fight comp, then they're going to be okay.
I don't know if they can out team fight H2K though. We'll have
Maybe
to
not.
see, depending on the champions that people draft here. And from the start though, like SK Gaming Prime, they did look like they were winning champion select, and I was saying that they were getting what they wanted here. But then the fact that the Sivir came out and they ended up picking Orianna, they were like, yeah, team fight.
Team fights.
You guys got Twitch. We're just going to team fight it and have things that get to Twitch.
Yes, because there was no peel. It's in a LeBlanc and Elise. It's not going to hold people back away from Twitch. And so you saw him have to, getting pushed away despite a 6-1-3 game from Zyze.
Yeah, 6-1-3, same kill participation as his mid laner and support. Like, they were showing up to the fights, the picks when they happened, but they just the big picks there by AOD in the end to go ahead and just hook onto Zaitan, pull him into the brush, have him picked off, free Baron at that point, and then they just snowballed it over and over again.
So excellent play there by H2K overall, I got to say. Impressed with the team. Since last spring, since the spring split, have looked even better, so it's a good team. Now, guys, that was a fun game. It definitely exhausted us, so we're going to grab a quick silver sash, and then when we come back, it's time for Game 2 between SK Gaming Prime and H2K Gaming. Don't go anywhere. And there it goes, the flash play. The box comes down and hits one. Huge shockwave goes in and grabs 3. Gigantic team fight. Vivid taking even more damage. Nicely played. The cocoon and everything. 2 kills picked up. Now Otwamna limping into the fight. H2K way overconfident. There we go. Nice plays. Gonna catch up the kill. He has a lot of damage. This is going to be risky. They get the kill on the Thresh so far, though. 1-for-0. SK Prime losing one back.
Oh, Zaitan.
And he catches it. Fish on a hook. Kill picked up. No ulti comes through in time. What the Fox. All's going to go down.
Can he make the pick? He has double buffs. Oh,
this is the slow, but he doesn't get the Ruin King slow on the damage coming through. Summoner heals burn. The flashes. There we go. guys, welcome back to the European Challenger Series. It's time for the second game between H2K Gaming and SK Gaming Prime with a shot at competing for an LCS berth on the line. Now, H2K does lead the series 1-0, and they've looked pretty good so far.
Oh yeah, H2K. Yeah, that happened. H2K's team fight was superior to SKP, and they fought a lot. And what ended up happening was it was a pick comp versus a team fight comp, and the team fight comp won. And then they base raced each other at the end. It just basically SK Gaming Prime threw down the cards and said, yep, we're going to try this, and it didn't come up big at all.
Yeah. I understand the choice to go for it just because they were far behind. When a team is pushing as 5 with a Baron buff, good luck, right? They didn't even have very good wave clear. It's like they got Twitch ulti and Aurelia R, right? Like there's not a lot of good ways to defend. So I understand the choice to say, yeah, let's just be desperate and try. Yes, it didn't pay off. Honestly, I'm not sure if there are many plays left, so I'm not like gonna flame them for the base race attempt. But yeah, to let it get that far, definitely mistakes by SK Prime. We'll see if they can turn that one back around here. H2K, just over and over again, they seem like a very solid team who's done their homework. Their level 1 was awesome. They came down to the bottom lane in time to contest Dragon or a push, whichever it was going to be, and they were there to defend. The fact that they got Odwamna a bunch of farm, whereas they actually really held down, whereas they really held down Smitty, perfect play, right? Like, H2K strategically got the first 50 minutes down pat. They got caught a little bit too much, and they kind of tossed the game away for a short time, but they came back and turned it around.
Yeah, and a big thing here is, I'm just going to say it flat out, it's easier to play a team fight comp than it is a pick comp. You have to be more organized in a different manner.
Yeah.
You have to split correctly. You have to rotate correctly. Team fight compositions, you're like, all right, group is 5,
yeah,
and fight them.
Yes.
Our abilities are better and more AoE oriented.
Yeah. The only time a team fight comp is hard is when the opposing team has a stronger split pusher.
Yes.
If you're like, dude, Odwamna can't hold up to Smitty, then it's like, okay, you need to know when to pull him down and sacrifice that top lane power. The fact that Odwamna could push him out and then just show makes it completely easy. So I completely agree with you. H2K set themselves up for success very well. Now we're going to see what else these guys can do. Now, SK Prime banning out the 2 junglers that were played in the last game. Kha'Zix still removed by H2K here. So now we're going to see how good is Trashy's champion pool. This tells me the Elise pick that was so early was a steal to try to put Trashy in something bad that he wasn't good at. Wasn't the case. Eve's still good. So more bans coming through. H2K, what can they pinch from the jungle? Or SKP, what can they pinch from the jungle?
Okay, here's the thing is, we always talk about how there's those top 4 junglers with Lee Sin, Evelynn, Elise, and Kha'Zix. They're all off the table right now. Thing is, Trashy, very, very potent Wukong player.
Yeah.
He has played Wukong since the beginning of the Challenger scene, and he wrecked with that champion. I remember his objective control and his team fight prowess. That's exactly what H2K played last time, was a team fight oriented composition. If they go for a Wukong, they're going to go straight for that again.
Absolutely. He'll have a little bit less early playmaking, but certainly I want to see what this ends up being. Of course, Jax has been left up, so that goes through. Twitch available if they want it, plus a support to peel back for him, or it's like, is Vi or Nocturne or Jarvan like this really big deal where you've got to grab him?
Yeah, see, that's the thing too, is he's been playing a lot more Jarvan recently than Wukong, because there were nerfs to Wukong's Q. He's not as great of an early game jungler. Jarvan, had this conversation with you before, and since I love Jarvan from Season 4, Season 3, he's very powerful right now. In 4.9, he's even more potent because of the lack of experience in the jungle in comparison to before. But right now, he's still really good. If they pick an Orianna in synergy with that, then it's a huge win for them, because they will be able to pick the fights that they want, jump in, use Cataclysm, just get everybody into that fight with the Shockwave and the Dissonance. But they're not going to go for it just yet, is what it looks like. I would be very surprised to see this Ashe go through, and that's much more likely, yes.
So they go for the cream of the crop for the bottom lane here. They want to bully this one out. Yernan did have a really rough time on Sivir last game, and so learning from that lesson, picks up pretty much the premier lane bully, and with all the options available, Lucian Thresh.
Yes, and actually, should have talked about what was locked in. We see the Jax, and you said that the best thing against a teamfight composition is a strong split pusher, bringing that to the table. They do that immediately with Jax. They conjunction out with the Kayle, give him the invulnerability, make him an unstoppable force, but Smitty loves playing those scaling junglers, but Trashy was really adept at keeping Smitty down all last game. He got almost no farm in the early game, and then he ended up, I think, 0-4 by the end of it.
Yeah, had a really rough start to it. So more changes being made as well. On top of the Jax, a Kayle does come through, which is I want to say, a better laner than LeBlanc. Now, early game, actually, WTFox had fallen behind Fabiven. In the 1v1, he was like 30 CS down or so, and that's a pretty substantial mark. So the Jarvan actually does come through for SKP.
You made me think of it.
Yep. So it goes
hovered
through.
over, it's like, that's a good jungler.
Yeah.
There was a jungle tier list that came out, and Crumbs, in conjunction with another person, was saying, you know what? Jarvan's about top 4, top 5 jungler currently. Above Evelyn is what they were saying. I don't completely agree with that, but I think he's extremely strong right now in 4.9, 4.8 when we buffed his martial cadence.
Yeah.
Does a lot of early game damage, a lot of upfront burst.
Yeah.
You can take somebody down very quickly. In longer fights, he's not as good as he used to be.
Yeah.
But in the early game, it's all about chunking somebody down, whether it's making them retreat or actually killing them. They're both great.
Yeah, and the test I want to see actually for the Jarvan is when was he going to EQ to gank versus flash W to gank? Because once you force a flash, then you go for the knockup. It's so telegraphed you can flash out of that and you've got nothing left. So I want to see how that pans out. Immediately, Kale gets to support a Twitch now down here for the AD carry pickup there. SK Prime's comp looks awesome and are really good at 5v5s, but H2K not going to change almost a thing about this. The only new champion here in this lineup is the Lucian instead of Sivir. And they will need a new jungler, but H2K saying, worked last time, let's keep it going.
It definitely worked last time. The coordination and getting on the back of Fabiven and the great positioning he had in conjunction with Odwamna just jumping in with the Dragon's Rage. The Dragon's Descent. Big thing here, though, is SK Prime. They're looking at a lot of multi-threat solo champions here. In conjunction with each other, they do work very well, but each one of them has the opportunity to split push. Like, no matter what, if one of them does well, they're going to start split pushing. They can even go for 1-3-1 effectively.
Oh, easily. Easily. And actually, they've got a nice little early game holdover there. Karma there to help bully out the lane and kind of equalize the fact that Lucian and Thresh are such good laners. Not the best peel for Twitch, but they've got a Kale anyway, so who cares? I like this team. I think SK Prime's champs, like, once again, very good. They just got to play it right.
Yeah, big thing here is they last picked the Vi. The reason they picked Orianna and Shyvana first was because the support for SK Prime had not come out. If it was a Morgana, he probably wouldn't have picked the Vi, because Black Shield is very effective versus Assault and Battery. She basically locks herself up and puts herself in the middle of the team. Granted, that would work very well, because it's still going to just slap the ball onto her after the point and click of Assault and Battery. This is very easy for Fabiven. He's going to have the easiest Orianna game of his life in terms of team fighting. He's just like, as long as Trashy sets me up correctly, or Odwamna, he has multiple options.
True.
As long as somebody gets in there, it's going to be a good shockwave.
This is going to be kind of interesting then. I want to see how these comps play out because they'll both look for interesting 5v5s. Now, you mentioned Fabiven having one of the easiest Orianna games of his life. The laning, however, much less so. Jarvan jungle can pretty much EQ you from the brush in the first place. Kale's got a point and click slow. Like, that's going to be a difficult lane matchup for him. He won it last time, but he won that without much pressure from the opposition. If there's more this time around, maybe that one flips. And, I mean, a lot of this game could change just based on the fact of who's playing well individually right now, who's getting in on these fights and you know, getting the ganks off, getting the early lead. And then because the comps play similarly, they can just bash heads, and if you have the gold lead, you'll win.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like SK's composition has more options available to it. They're good at team fights. H2K has a little bit better team fight, but at the same time, they're much better at split pushing on the side of SKP. They can go for a 1-3-1, and they'll be perfectly fine with that, and they'll get at least one, maybe two turrets off of it. And the fact that they have the Karma here can do a little bit of zone control for a disengage, because there's so much engagement here on H2K. They're going to be coming straight into the team.
Well, here we go. SK Prime making their way around.
Gilius already with the sweeper very early on. They might go for an invade here. They'll look for the ward.
The funny thing about putting a ward down in the brush you see right there, the little river brush, if you put it down early, it'll time out before any meaningful invade comes up. So you don't really want to ward that early, but it will watch if like your opponent's ward or if your opponents are doing something like an early invade for ward coverage.
Ooh. WTFox already has his E leveled up, so he's ready to go straight for. He's not going to get a Reckoning. He's going to go straight for the Righteous Fury. Yep.
That trinket ward does get spotted.
So they have multiple options here. As soon as it hits the correct mark, yeah, there you go. It's going to go ahead, get rid of it. It's going to signal to H2K to group up on this side, because that's where the Jarvan is.
And they are all there, so 5 on 5, all nearby. Trinket wards, 1 is left open.
I don't know what SK Prime's plan is right now. Because if they invade late, they're going to be seen. They already gave away the fact that they swept the ward out. And that Jarvan is on the blue side of the jungle.
We're going to have 2 on 2 lanes. They're both top.
Yeah, they're both going to go ahead and top each other. Yeah, they're going to go for a late invade now. And they see it.
Tricky. This
so
is tricky.
They have multiple options here. They can loop all the way around, or they can just go for the blue, and then they have more information for H2K.
Yes.
So they can actually get SK Prime on the retreat.
Maybe, but Zai's and Zaitan actually going to make their way around, and actually they're going to walk right into Yernan. And I wonder if Jarvan's going to get caught out on this one. They can, of course, I mean, they already knew from the walking, but they can also infer the fact that the red buff's definitely been grabbed at this point because of where the dual lane came in from. And look at this.
They see Gilius there, but there's everybody else. Trashy not level 2, Gilius is. So he can actually have the EQ combo straight out of the fight.
Okay, so nothing picked up actually by either side. Then just kind of trading vision back and forth. Smitty's going to counter jungle this Wraith camp and come join Gilius now by the mid lane. Fibbiven's going to be safe on this one, and looks like we will continue our regular buff starts there as they trade sides in the map. And Trashy
I don't know if I'd say regular. Gilius is going for the blue. He's going for all of the enemy jungle here.
This is a really risky play, but honestly, no one's punishing it at all.
It's really good. They don't have vision of it. They have no idea it's being done. Trashy, he was only level 1 after the buff start. He did not get level 2 off of it, whereas Gilius did. So Gilius had the EQ combo available to him. Also, Trashy had to clear another camp. So even if Gilius ran into Trashy there, it would have been a level 1 to level 2.
Drama's got to be careful. Now he's going to know that both those buffs were taken, so the only buff left on the map is that bottom lane red buff. Trashy should know this, but he knows, you know what? I can't get there. I'm just going to grab the wolf camp.
Doesn't have the vault breaker, can't get over walls. He's going for the early clear. But man, he is so behind right now, and I don't know if he knows it.
He's got to. The fact that he saw double buff on Gilius.
Yeah, that's right. He went down bottom, showed himself. Also, another thing, too, is that Trashy, if he was doing his blue and Gilius showed up, Gilius would have an advantage because Trashy didn't have a point in Vault Breaker, couldn't get away. Also, red buff was on Gilius. So he has more dueling potential in the early game.
And there's the downside occasionally of sharing XP with your top laner and jungler. Yep. Because once in a while, you have to actually fight for that second buff. And in that case, that's how it happened. And the buff's from the same side of the map. So I can go down. Gilius not going to find his way in just yet. He's still pinging around.
Big thing, though, is that now that he knows he has the experience advantage, he can go for a gank, knows he won't be behind.
He can't gank this.
Also, he can go for a counter jungle.
Yes,
and he would be perfectly fine.
That's the better option right there. He can take the wolves down. He can. He actually probably could have recontested the Wraith camp. Thing is, he saw the Vi clear the Wraith camp.
Yep.
And so he could actually pretty easily tell Trashy's movements from there and actually maybe catch him back in the jungle. Not going to be the case. He's going to look for the wave on the backside, though, of this bottom lane. Maybe.
Yep. Finally level 3 here for Trashy. Gilius just completely counter jungling Trashy. Trashy's going to have almost no option on the Vi except to go for a gank because he can't try to counter the counter jungle because he'll end up losing. And the fact that if he goes into Gilius' jungle, Gilius is about to just put himself back in there and start farming his own. So Trashy's going to be picking up scraps.
Ooh, hook though on a Zaitan. Good damage. Nice two-man play. Ignite is on. Zaitan forced away. But look at that lantern. The jump forward. One more attack will do it. There's the W. The flash auto attack picks up the kill. Now Zai's in a 1v2. I don't think he can stay. Good play. This is not good for the Twitch. One more attack would do it. Already flashes down, but he survives with the potion regen. But look at that. H2K. They pick up an early duo lane, and it pays off.
AOD's hooks all last game were on point. This game coming up big as well. I'm very surprised that SKP didn't actually go for the Morgana and Champion Select because they'd already seen the Thresh come out. It would have been a very good pickup for them, but also at the same time, it would have kept Twitch safe, and it would have stopped a Vi pick.
Absolutely would have. So great stuff now. H2K doing awesome things. SK Prime going to try to keep that Twitch catching up, but he's down 8 CS right now, and they're going to have to wait on that one for a while. What2Fox is doing well in his mid lane, up 6 minions over Febivin. Udomina versus Smitty right now actually holding equal as well, so it's just the duo lane that's really paying off right there. And Gilius, equal level right now to Trashy, hasn't held him down too much, aside from the fact that Trashy's only picking up scraps.
Yeah, didn't clear it. Trashy does have 21 CS, but
they're mostly raids.
Mostly tiny little things that he's had to clean up. And Gilius sitting at 8, but he's sitting at a big chunk of 8. He's sitting top. Just camping.
Yeah, well, he's out of range of what a Trinket Ward would be. In fact, he will see that AOD is going to ward this.
Or walk through it.
Okay.
Oh, now
he knows he's not
behind him. He's going to flank them.
He knows he's not seen. He's going to get this flank on. Now, can they turn this one around, though? There's no summoners up at all for H2K except for a heal. Hook comes in, but here they go. AOD has no way out. Nice place going to stop the knockup, but is it going to be enough damage? I don't think he's going to survive, and he does it. Flash in. Trashy, Odwamna are there, and Smitty's going to go down. Nice gank at the bottom lane. Well forced.
And Trashy's now actually got a level advantage over Gilius because he just reserved himself the farming, picking up as much as he could. Gilius spent a lot of time trying to rebalance the lane because of the solo kill up top. Or the non-jungle involved kill top.
Gilius has spent a lot of time trying to set things up, and he's fallen behind on XP because of it, whereas Trashy's ganks have been rather swift. Yarnin! Ooh, doesn't steal it.
It comes straight in here. It looked like an advantage for Smitty. They both hit the 6, but Trashy comes in just a tip the tables in Odwamna's favor.
A good flash into the Vault Breaker afterwards. All this pretty happy. So H2K, though, they are equal in gold right now. These teams are tied, basically, because look at this. Zeiss has now gotten ahead of Yearnin in minion kills. This blue buff going to be going over rather easily to WTF. Gilly's got to be a bit careful. Hurry up.
Easily.
Hurry up, Kale.
Easily.
Hurry up, Kale. Ooh, all right, fine. Level 5, he's good.
He said easily, and I was like, that's the hardest blue buff I've ever seen. Oh, my lord.
Whatever, he didn't die.
Yeah, close, because he hasn't backed yet.
Yeah, true.
Whereas Trashy has backed
too.
twice. He backed and got the Spirit Stone, and now he has the 2 long swords. Now they're just even in their builds currently, and he's coming back up top. Trashy already 6.
Wow, that is a lot of experience. So we're gonna see what's gonna pay off too much. Lantern
there
grab.
It is.
Here's the attempt for nope, just the ulti right away on his Zeiss hand. The Vault Breaker as well if he wants it. There we go. Kill picked up by Yearn and good dodge by Zeiss. But the level 6 Vi gank, nice and secure.
The fact that he had Thresh means that he can go ahead, take the Lantern to close the distance, not use the Vault Breaker, use Assault and Battery, and the Assault and Battery will put you on the opposite end of the person. So you just Vault Breaker them for like a quarter second, just tap the button, and it knocks them into your team. And nope, that's not up for another 3 or 4 minutes at this point.
Yeah, it was cleared around 6 minutes, I believe. 6 minutes is when Vi came in. Trashy cleared that one out. Gilius, unfortunately, missing all the wards. They walked by a pink ward, didn't see it. Swept the wrong brush. That tri-brush ward's there. So plenty of vision to keep H2K safe on that side of the map.
Trashy, he's repeat ganking top lane right now. They see him.
Wow. Oh, that's going to reveal him.
Yeah.
That particle shows.
You see the excessive force through the wall,
especially
just like you see Nocturne.
Yeah, exactly. And there, he even pulls
the ward will help.
Yeah. The one thing is actually that ooh, that was close. The white actually showed that Twitch was down there because it aggroed upwards instead of over to the
and they just got knowledge that there's a ward in there because the minions followed Trashy all the way through. Minions will not follow you through a bush unless there's a ward in there. Pro tips.
Pro tips.
This entire game, I'm like, pro tips. Junglers that I play all the time. Jarvan, you want to Q it before you hit it with your passive, because your passive physical damage and your Q is Armor Shred.
He just walked by a ward again.
Oh.
He got pinged.
He's cool with it, though. He's like, he wanted to ward further up to see if somebody would come and stop him from getting the pink.
Yeah, and then he flag tosses to watch the other ward.
Yep. Keep yourself covered.
Good play then. All right, Gilius, making it happen. Level 6 now on Jarvan. Now Shyvana has a way out of the Jarvan ulti, though. How well can they play this one? The EQ, if you play it really well, you can actually stuff the Dragon's Descent with an EQ.
They're grouped around the Dragon. There haven't been any big team fight moves just yet. It's 10 minutes in. People have just been trying to crawl back into the game since the early. But Trashy is now ahead, and the ganks top are putting just a completely different lane down. What ended up happening is Trashy noticed that last game Zeiss was trying to carry. Just keep ganking that lane. Keep getting as much denial of CS as you possibly can, and try to delay the power spikes of Twitch, because it worked last game a bit. Both junglers down bottom, though. Neither of them have information on this, though.
This is going to be all kinds of interesting then. 2-on-2. Lanes are pretty equal, except Odwamna has a bunch of tank stats that Smitty does not have.
Who's going to show first, though?
Odwamna baits the fight, and here they go for the battle. And there comes Vi, but here comes Jarvan. The battle's afoot. This dodge going to come in. Nice assault and battery, though, just explodes, and Smitty's going to go down. Now Jarvan in the 1v2, forced to flash away. The Trashy Q. Can he juke it? He cannot. Big damage and a double kill here for Trash, the new jungler of the team. making it big right here. Zai's now hooked up as well by AOD, the new support. The Q comes out, one more auto attack, one more for the kill. Flay's gonna miss, but the summoner heal, Yernan, he wants
He's got
this
1 second on his E.
Oh, he didn't quite find it, but WTFox binds the kill onto Febevin.
He's got the
run away.
heal.
Odwamna, the W's up soon.
The Q.
Ooh, the slow comes out, and WTFox makes it happen. Trashy does not have a way, and his flash was almost back up.
No burnout available there. So close. Febevin ends up going down to WTFox.
A lot of great plays with these guys. You're seeing the individual skill plenty high on all sides.
All across the board. But H2K end up with a big gold lead after that, about 3,000. And WTFox just turns the table here on Febevin with the heal. Oh, Odwamna.
He turned.
Turned out of the bush. And that gave enough time to WTFox to go ahead and just run away and get his cooldowns back.
Not cooldowns just weren't quite up for anyone else either. Febevin not quite able to get the damage down. Smitty once again in the battle against Odwamna. He's keeping the levels up, to be fair, and keeping up in CS despite the 2 deaths. Smitty is playing quite nicely, even with all the intervention. So,
yeah, and a big part of this gold lead too is that the top lane turret ended up going down around the same time. But this leaves Zai's to go ahead and just try and free farm. But that also frees up the bottom lane of H2K, which are going to go straight for the Dragon.
It's a great play on all sides now. H2K continuing to jump his gold lead higher, up about 3,500 after this goes down. You're going to see 20.3 to 16.9. Quick recall from Trashy. Already has the Lizard Elder. Zaitan and Zai's kind of capitalizing on the fact that the team is bot lane. They would be able to answer this turret back. So it looks like this gold lead will be a little bit closer than it was before, as long as they stay for this.
So Trashy, despite getting a 1 buff start, is now 2 levels up over Gilius, and he's hit that level 9 power spike for Vi, where you can get 2 Vault Breakers off in a single gank, which is huge. When he was level 8, he just barely got the second one off to get the second kill on Gilius down bottom. Now that he's 9, it's no problem at all.
Well, it's going to be a big threat then. SK Prime's got to watch out for these Vi ganks and see how well they can play around this. Red buff comes back up. H2K going to be able to grab that one very easily for themselves. Looks like no one's around to stop this one. Zai's, he stealths on top of a ward, so not going to find anyone. Hello, Twitch.
Nice little chuckle for you, too.
Yeah.
He was happy to see
completed the
you.
line.
He was happy to see you.
Mm-hmm.
Who isn't? Not me.
Wow.
I'm always happy to see you.
That's good.
Anyway.
I'm lukewarm.
Thought you were a freak. Why are you lukewarm? No, anyway. Going on. They're going to the bottom lane now. Zai, Smitty, trying to make a pick here onto Odwamna. They do have AOD off on the side for escape, and Trashy's here too.
Ooh, Odwamna's got to be careful. He's going to get away with the Dragon Form, but Smitty's got to be careful. A lot of burst comes out. Trashy claims that one. Now Gilius hooked under the turret. Let's get away from this one. Looks like they will keep the turret safe. Plus
the
that
second
kill.
breaker.
Oh, the flash Q. Zai's got to be careful. No Flay's going to limit. There's a distance hasting him up. Ward goes down to the wall. Zai's has nowhere to go. He goes down to Febevin. 8-2 in kills. Hook on a Zaitan. AOD. Making it happen. Trash going to take turret aggro. Ignite is on. That is surely a kill as well. And H2K just making fights happen in the mid game.
Yeah, the big power spike for Vi is the level 9. He got 3 Vault Breakers off in that. Closes the distance, does a ton of damage, applies your W. It is huge. They get a turret off of it and multiple kills.
Beautiful stuff by these guys. Gilius forced to go back to his own jungle to grab the red. Thankfully, he doesn't get that stolen away, but there's really not much for SKP to do. Every time Smitty looks for a fight, someone's there to turn it around. Every single time. Trashy, and sometimes others, are there to stuff it in his face.
They're keeping the right people down this game. WTFox has pretty much been on an island in the mid lane. Haven't seen too much in terms of roaming. He's up 40 CS right now.
He's destroying.
Yeah, he's destroying that lane. But Febevin saying, I'm just going to roam with my team because I just can't stay in this lane at the moment. Which is the right move.
Yes, it is.
You can't stay in the lane. Go ahead and get your other lanes ahead. Which Trashy's been doing an amazing job of. 2-0 and 5 right now. Coming up huge for his team. Setting him up for success.
So wonderful stuff by these guys. And you're seeing H2K, just, again, right? They're playing the game properly. If there's a disadvantage, they play around it. If there's an advantage, they play around it even better. And it's been awesome to watch these guys.
Trashy, he's near top again. But here comes Gilius.
But he's going to land the stun on Odwamna. Ooh! Gets away. It hits the ulti just late enough.
He wants to fight,
played.
Though. Here comes Trashy.
Dragon ulti's going to be big. Here comes Trashy. You are right. 2-on-2 flash away. Ooh, the Yo! The burnout makes it happen. Wow, Dwamna making it.
Dragon Singed is pretty much what that was.
Pretty much Dragon Singed. 2 levels up, actually, pretty much.
Don't chase the Shyvana either.
Yeah. Well, yeah, again, when you're 2 levels up, it's going to be a lot of stats your opponents don't have. I mean, rank 2 Jax ulti would have been enough to win that fight, but Smitty was held down enough by those miraculous, awesome counter ganks by Trashy that matchup is snowballed. Even though Smitty was doing excellently in the 1v1, it's finally broken.
He's always done excellently in his 1v1s. He usually crushes the lane by about 90 CS we talked about.
Right.
He's going even with Odwamna in CS, which is huge. It really speaks to his playstyle. The fact that he likes to farm and likes to play those hyper carries, but he's 0-4. He has just been shut down. He goes aggressive at the right times, but the fact that Trashy is there at the even better times, he realizes what Smitty's going to do. He realizes when Smitty's going to go in, and they abuse that. The last 2 or 3 kills that have happened onto Smitty, it's because Trashy was there at the same time that Gilius was, and they read the movements.
That's just beautiful reading by these guys. So right now we got to see how this game's going to progress, because SK Prime, they're at 1 item Twitch right now. He's got a ways to go. Though Yearnin without a Trinity Force done isn't too much more powerful despite his kill and CS lead. When he goes to shop, that might change a little bit. Top laners, you've still got a ways to go for Smitty, but you can, to some extent, rely on What2Fox to put massive damage down. There's not a lot of MR yet in the builds of H2K, and just maybe he can carry those fights.
And they're starting to work towards them.
Yeah, they're starting now.
Just now. See the Negatron Cloak for Dwamna. Trashy's going to go for Mercury Treads. Going to go ahead and get themselves a mid lane turret. Because they see down bottom there are 2 members of SKP continuing to push it down. Also taking advantage of the jungle. Dragon up in 30 seconds. And the ward coverage here is superior for H2K in that area.
Yeah, they've played the timings exactly right. Billy went down, went to the top for the blue buff. Now they're going to go down for the dragon 15 seconds till that comes up. These guys are ready for everything as it spawns around the map.
Keeping the timers. Oh, Zeiss.
Play. Hook.
Oh!
Ooh. Flash play. Box gets flashed away from. Zeiss burns heal though, and it breaks his stealth. That's not good. Down he goes. Nice ulti in from Trashy. And that means dragon.
Absolutely for them. They're going to pick this one up for themselves. Make it even higher gold lead, around the 7,000 mark for H2K.
This game's just rough right now. 19 minutes in.
It's
7,
very, very rough right now for SKP. The gold all across the board in every lane, even the mid lane, is in H2K's favor.
The global golden kills and assists he's gotten has made that one happen. So H2K, what are we going to say about them, right? They're definitely in commanding lead right now.
Yeah, they're definitely one of the scariest challenger teams out there, the one with the target on their back that everybody's chasing after, because they won last time. They took the entire thing. They got 3-0'd by Super Hot Crew, who are the top 3 team right now in the EULCS. So it's completely understandable.
Sure.
Because, I mean, 5 other people are losing to the Super Hot Crew.
Yeah. But the cool thing is, like, H2K, they look better than the C9E that was at the playoff tournament, right? Like, one of the big questions was, you know, these guys lost Ko, and you saw how weakly they played when Ko was gone. With Trashy, Trashy's doing awesome. Voidal's gone from the team. They grab AOD. Those 2 replacements are looking really, really good for this team.
Yeah. And
making
Trashy,
great plays.
To sing his praises, ever since I saw him in the challenger scene, I really liked his jungling style because he does everything. He doesn't just gank. He will farm when he has to, and he will get the objectives and the control. We saw it here that he was down in levels at the start, and he immediately came back. He got level 6 over Gilius after only getting a 1 buff start and getting counter jungled. He completely came back on his own. And Trashy, in my opinion, was the best member of Reason Gaming based on KDA, based on the way he set his team up, and they ended up getting 3rd place in one of the Challenger Series and getting 4th place in the playoffs, basically off of Trashy's back. H2K realized that, pick him up, and it's a great pickup for their team.
Yeah, this is a scary-looking team right here.
He plays very similar to Ko.
He does.
In terms of play style.
Very smart, very active.
He's not as aggressive in his ganks as Ko is, but he's very active, very present on the map. He will gank very frequently and very early, but he knows how to control the objectives. So that would be a very exciting matchup eventually. But right now, the thing is can SKP come back in this game? Right now, since the team comps are very similar, we talked about they got to go for a pick. But it's so hard to pick against a Thresh.
Yep, exactly. You see that right there. They go for it. They land the slow, flag toss, and nothing.
Like, they can try to split push, but Smitty's not at the point that he can split push. WTFox can get dueled right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, there's a lot of people who would do. I was thinking about him, like, Odwamne might be able to come up once he completes his magic resistance item. But I don't think they would even go for it. Like, at that point, if WTFox is out of fight.
Oh, Zeiss, he gets the ulti though, but they just twitch over to the Kale. Twitch still goes down anyway. The Lantern comes in as well. Nice amount of shields. Shotgun keeps Gilius back, and this battle's going so well for H2K. Big damage down on the jungler. Jax in the back lines actually finds the kill though. 2 for 1 so far. Odwamne actually forced away. Maybe they can find just something, but no. 3 for 1 in this battle. H2K playing it right, flashing away with Odwamne.
And that just erupted out of nowhere. Zeiss, he was standing around people as if they were his teammate.
Yeah.
I was like, that Twitch is extremely close to
enemy champions.
Well, what's happening? They end up going 3 for 1 and getting a turret off of it, just even more map pressure. They're going to be able to ward up this entire area and rotate down bottom and possibly get themselves another turret. Look at, he's so close to Yarnan, but Trashy comes out from the fog of war, immediately switches targets when the intervention comes on. And oh, Trashy gets out, but he goes back in. He got the Lantern, and Smitty finally gets his first kill of the game. Odwamne ends up getting Gilius. They trade junglers there. There's a good Lantern by AOD. AOD is also a very, very good pickup.
Yeah.
New member of the team, very high kill participation, and he knows what to do on multiple champions. We've seen him on the Thresh both games. His hooks are on point, and so are his Lanterns. They're going for a Desperation Baron here from SKP, though. Shockwave is almost up.
Big damage comes through. Zeiss losing health. They're going to save this one. They do pick up Baron Nashor. Now can SK Prime get away? Have they breathed life into this game? Wow. 7,500 gold deficit, but Baron buff holds most of that back if they can farm it up and use these combat stats.
Yeah, it's an earlier Baron, too. They end up with about 32 bonus AP and AD as opposed to 40, so it's not at the maximum cap. So there's still an advantage here for H2K in combat stats by about 3k.
Yeah. And remember that, of course, SKP has to buy from the 300 gold they all got from the Baron going down as well. So now, this is the test. Last time around, SKP got Baron, went back to gold parity and didn't do much with it. This time around, actually, they're still behind pretty significantly. It's okay if SKP waits around and just says, go for late game, go for late game. This is a team with Twitch, Kale, and Jax. You cannot let this game go to 45 minutes without starving them.
Yeah.
This is a real risk for H2K right now. That Baron was big.
Right now in this meta, when you think about late game champions in top, middle, and AD carry positions, those are the 3.
Those are the 3.
Those are the exact 3. And we see that WTFox, he's actually going to go for the Runan's Hurricane after he completes the Nashor's Tooth and Death Cap. Because he has the Berserker's Greaves. He's looking for the very, very quick Kale auto attack team fight shred. And they're trying to converge onto Odwamne and just clear this out.
Well, let's see. They are going to look for top lane right now.
Zeiss is nowhere near this fight.
Ooh, Jax is still coming around as well. It's going to be a temporary 5-on-4 for this wave. And that's going to be enough for the top lane tier 2 turret to go down. This means an 8,000 gold lead, or 8.5 actually.
It's a sluggish response from SKP.
Yeah. Well, they didn't have any wards, unfortunately. As they left out, their wards, like their sight stones were empty and whatnot. So
now the dragon's up.
This
That's
is good.
where the next fight is. SKP, they're going to have confidence, though. They have the Baron. They're going to want to fight this, because basically it's now or never.
Yeah, this is a pretty big important point. No left whisper for Yarnan means their AD carries are on parity right here. Dragon goes down really early, though. H2K on the way out. Can SKP make their way in? Dissonance going to stop this one. Hook not going to land. And nope, H2K.
They respect it.
Yeah, they did, but H2K, despite the Baron buff, go into SK Prime, pick up Dragon, and pick up a tier 2 turret, unafraid.
Yeah. Well, they're out-rotating them right now.
Absolutely.
Fight has not happened. Nobody's taken substantial amount of damage.
Yeah.
They're just going ahead and getting the objectives at the right time because the sluggish response from SKP, they're just about 2 seconds behind, which is more than enough.
Definitely more than enough. They're
If
doing
you're very
so much
coordinated.
damage right now. We're going to see the minions still cleared away. No siege going to work here. That mid lane turret's so low, but of course you can't turret dive an Orianna and a Thresh when they're waiting for you there.
Yeah, the Thresh will get whoever you're after just out of the fight. Vi can lock somebody up. SKP just sitting on the Baron buff, letting it tick away, looking for the opportunity. But H2K, they're playing it right. They're not leaving any cracks, but they're still being aggressive. They're actually pulling away in gold.
Yeah.
While SKP have a Baron buff.
H2K was smartly aggressive.
Yes.
They found a turret with no opposition. They found a dragon with no opposition. Then they said, defend under turrets. With Baron buff, we are at parity. It's okay. But now look at this. Nice move, SKP identifying. Look, it's low. Just backdoor it. Great choice there. 3 turrets to 5. Not the farthest away, but still, Baron buff's ending, and still a 9,000 gold deficit.
And the power spikes here. Smitty is not even at 2 items in terms of offense. Very far removed from the Trinity Force. There's no Randuins completed for Gilius. Whereas we already see Trashy going for his magic resistance.
3 items on Odwamna.
Yeah.
3 items in the AD carry Yernin. Mid laners are close, but Fibiven's pulling away. Yeah, down the line. I mean, you can see like how that 9,000 gold lead manifests. You're seeing a completed item pretty much per roll on average. That's a big deal here. Zai's just been the farm he can. They know he's there. AOD gets a soul for Zai's hard work. I didn't actually know you got souls from enemy champion kills.
Well, it's a monster?
Yeah, when an enemy kills a monster, still drops a soul.
As long as you're in range, I guess.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that. So if you're Thresh and the enemy team gets Baron, toss your lantern and walk away. At least you get something for it.
Yeah. Get extra stats.
Get 0.75 ability power and 0.75 armor.
Nice.
Hashtag worth.
As he throws it out. Great timing.
It's like AOD's reading my mind from the future.
And now, it's really H2K, they have the advantage by 10k now. They have to feel it. They have to know it from the levels and the items. And now they're just looking for the fight. Baron's gone from SKP. It's up in 2 minutes.
This is the go signal.
Trying to make something off of Odwamna's push.
Now, will H2K dive is the thing. They're powerful enough they could make it work, but it is still risky, right?
You have to
if
swap
that dive
targets.
fails, you've thrown the game away.
Odwamna has to get aggro, and you have to swap targets and get Fibevan to shockwave multiple people if you're going to pull the dive off. Because Fox, he can just intervention somebody, but you have to swap targets appropriately.
Okay.
Zeiss does not have power spikes, and they catch Smitty.
Hook onto Smitty. They're not really even clearing the waves away. Look at that. Yernin brings that turret down to about half. Yeah. So within 3 waves, that turret falls. Yeah. Within 3 waves, Baron comes back up.
Runan's completed for Fox. He's going to try to wave clear these as much as he possibly can, but he'll put himself at risk of the shockwave because the range of Kale is not that large.
So how good can Fibiven get the ball up as well? Because you can amplify that range by getting the ball into a good spot. Right now, it's in front of the turret as opposed to behind, so he's not threatening Zeiss or Fox.
If he moves off to the right, he can get a little deeper.
He can. Right now, he's not going to do that, though. Big damage comes through. Vi waiting around the wings, and SK Prime refused to defend the getaway. No hook comes in, or no hook lands, I should say, and that means the turret. Now, Baron in 40 seconds. H2K have not set up wards for it yet.
And they're going to go ahead, clear out the middle lane, and leave Odwamna to split push. They may go for a Baron with a split push on the Shyvana.
Well, there's enough wards in that bottom side because they were sieging it. Odwamna's safe right here. He's actually been set up by the team to live in this area of the map. However, AOD's Sightstone nearly empty. Very few pink wards in inventory, actually none in inventory. H2K can't easily set up Baron right now without recalling and losing some time here. SK Prime have a short 5-on-4. There's actually no wards to teleport to right here. They actually couldn't get a Odwamna into the fight until they throw a lantern down for him. There's one ward just now.
There's also a ward in Fibevan's inventory.
Yeah, you're right.
We'll see what the call is. They actually send Smitty back.
That's a good choice.
So there's actually a flank opportunity right now from Odwamna if he teleports to a ward off on the side and comes in.
He's going to look for it there, moves off to the side. There we go.
Or he's just going to come straight down the lane.
They get a knock up on a trash. They got to be careful though. AOD loses a lot of health though. Twitch getting big damage down, but Fox gets the ulti down just barely. Zeiss, he goes down though. He gets caught out and falls over. That's a 1-for-0 so far. Fibiven in the back line's getting hit up by Smitty, but he can't find the kill. 2-for-0. Fox goes down to Trashy. H2K crushed this team fight 4-0.
And they just going to go straight down the middle. Just neglect Baron, get it on the retreat. The 40-second death timers now for SKP. It's more than enough for them to just face tank a turret and get an inhibitor too.
Wow, there's going to be a whole lot for them. mean, I wouldn't even be surprised to see a surrender from SK Prime at this point because so much is going to be picked up there. But it's going to be the turret so far. As you say, Inhibitor going to be likely afterwards, and they've already even picked towards Baron. So those will be the 3. Then the safe recall unless Gilius goes for a Miracle Steal.
13k gold advantage. Inhibitor super minions will be pouring down into their base. The Baron is live. They're going to pick it up for themselves. And watch Zyza's positioning here around AOD.
That hook
into displaced off to the side, and he has to flash, but he flashes right into the wall of the box to get killed. The shockwave and the hook displacement puts the AD carry, the priority target for H2K, in the worst position possible for SKP.
Yeah. AOD won that fight for them by hooking that one.
Yeah, he's won a lot of fights for them before they even started.
Yeah, it's true. They've been 5v1s with a hook to lead it out. Just gotta say, it's great playing with these guys. So.
Wonderful pickup.
Absolutely.
For H2K. Both Trashy and AOD have been coming up big in this series.
This is a good team.
Yeah. I was hesitant at first because I'm like, they lost Ko. They lost Voidal.
Sure.
Don't know if H2K are going to be at the same form, but they are proving that they're definitely on point, they're definitely in form, and they're a little bit better than they were before.
Yeah.
They were. I mean, how do you get better? They were number 1 in the Challenger Series last time. They could go all the way from what I've been seeing today.
I mean, think about it, right? Like, think about last Challenger Series throughout spring, really. The big rivalry, for the most part, was C9E versus NIP. Ko went over to NIP, that big rival. Now, the Challenger Series 1 finals, the first place match, is going to be played at that London Roadshow in a couple of weeks, live in person, and you're going to have basically H2K saying, shouldn't left the team. If they go right, if they go all the way, I'm just saying, right?
There's
like,
a lot of people.
Yes, there's a match in front of them. They play Leblin. If they win this match, and to be honest, they're looking really good here, right? They win this match. They play Leblin Shore in the semifinals. They win the semifinals. On to the finals they go. NIP, of course, is going to fight Gamers too. But like this rivalry up inside the bracket,
they're definitely favorites to meet in the finals. But the semifinals, there's always upsets. There's best of 3. Anything can happen. But right now. Anything can happen right now. Gilius, he's going straight in.
Jumping on them, but down he goes right away. 5-on-4 to start the fight out. They find Twitch on the side as well. Watt to Fox in the middle of the enemy team. Intervention not going to be enough. There's 4 kills, make it 5. AOD tanks the turret just for good measure. Gets out with the shield, and now this is going to surely be the game. That's going to be the turret going down. Looks like Surrender going to follow up with this one. 34-minute game, and H2K make it 2-0 convincingly. What an exceptionally strong team.
They went 23-3 in kills, played it perfectly with their new members. Trashy, behind at the start, comes out with level 6 first, ganks, sets that lane ahead, continues the snowball. Then AOD, before team fights even start, they're over because of the perfect engage he created for his team.
Yeah. I gotta say, Trashy to me is the story of that game. I mean, I loved AOD's hooks, I'm not gonna lie, he was good as well, but the fact that Trashy was in the right place at the right time every single time, the number of times he turned around the Jax vs Shyvana matchup, he read the gank and knew to be there. Like, the fact that Smitty went 1-7-0 wasn't entirely his fault.
No.
Most junglers wouldn't turn every single one of those kills around, and you get one of them, the lane snowballs. So I gotta say, impressive stuff by Trashy. He was freaking awesome. And H2K look real good.
Yeah, they look really, really good right now. And other Challenger teams could be watching this. They're going to be a little afraid of H2K. They're going to be a little afraid of NIP. See who they bring in for those new positions that they have open. And man, I'm really excited because we actually have all of the brackets locked in for the semifinals at this point in time. SKP, they looked good in the round of 20 and the round of 10. But they're really going to be tested today by a top-level team.
Yes.
By definitely one of the top 4, as we can see, because they're in the semifinals. And they have had a track record of success. Cloud9 Eclipse always had that target on their back. We said it before. People have been chasing after them, being like, can we beat C9E? Can we beat NIP? These are the challenger teams to beat because they will most likely be up there competing for those top spots.
Yeah.
Is there a team out there that can upset them? The answer is SKP cannot.
No.
Can Lublin Shore?
I don't know. It's going to be the interesting question. I mean, Lublin Shore's new roster looks good. They look pretty sharp. That's going to be a fun match next week. Yeah. Now, guys, after today's matchup, let's take a look now at the bracket. The semifinals are now locked in. Next week, June 12th, Alex Zitch and Ninjas in Pajamas will take on Ocelot and Gamers 2 for the chance to compete in the Series 1 finals in London.
And on the other semifinal match, it is on June 13th. It'll feature Loveland Shore and tonight's champions, H2K Gaming.
And that's going to be fun. But before all that, there's more LCS action on the way tomorrow when the North American LCS Summer Week 3 gets underway. Team Sulamit takes on LMQ, and then Evil Geniuses goes up against Cloud9.
Then Team Dignitas battles Counterlogic Gaming, and Complexity takes on Team Curse. It all starts at 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 12 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
And then the North American Challenger quarterfinals wrap up when the new Team Coast goes up against Team Green Forest. Now with that, we've reached the end of our time together tonight, but before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola, and now for myself, Zyrene, the entire Live broadcast crew. Thanks for watching, good night, GG.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. I look good, right.